Moon, former Secretary UN, once said that sustainability is the path to the future of what we want for all. It's a reminder that progress is not only about innovation in laboratories or efficiency in supply chain, but also about the choices we make to safeguard the world that the future generations will inherit. This year's theme reflects exactly that. The Indian pharma and life sciences sector is moving into a phase where growth and sustainability reinforce each other. Today's sessions will take us through the intersection in a structured way: strategic alignment, carbon conscious manufacturing, sustainable clinical development, resilient supply chain, and a forward-looking and forward-thinking dialogue on the sector's roadmap. The program mirrors the direction in which the industry is heading and the responsibility it carries as a global leader. Please be seated, and welcome to all again. Thank you so much.
The sun, miraculously positioned around 97 million miles from Earth. Any closer or any further, and we couldn't exist in our present form. So powerful, it gives off more energy in 1 second than all Earth's people have used since the beginning of time. It makes the wind blow, the currents flow, the rain fall, and every living thing grow. Above all, it is totally reliable. It has been here from the beginning, and it will be here for millions of years to come. And it is because of this that we have named our company Sun Pharma. And why? Since our inception, we have striven to achieve the same uncompromising reliability and level of trustworthiness of the star we depend on. From humble beginnings in 1983, with just 2 employees and 5 psychiatry products, we have grown to become a leading specialty generic pharmaceutical company in the world, with global revenues of over $5.5 billion. We have a presence in 100+ countries and employ over 40,000 people representing 50 cultures across 6 continents. Every year, we sell billions of doses covering a wide range of treatment alternatives for cough and cold, digestive disorders, heart ailments, cancer, mental illness, psoriasis, and much more.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning with our day and the summit, the 7th edition of the Pharma and Life Sciences Summit. We will be starting with plenary session 1, Strategic Convergence of Growth, Profit and Sustainability. As sustainability regulation becomes increasingly mandatory globally, companies that proactively adopt green practices today will be best positioned for tomorrow. Early adoption of sustainable practices create pathways to premium markets, international expansion opportunities, and partnership with sustainability-focused healthcare systems. The deliberation of this session will focus on strategic and sustainable business alignment, self-governance and self-regulation preparedness, sustainable competitive advantages, and any other topics. For the session, I would like to invite Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Mr. Naveen Narayan, Global Head HR, Biocon Biologics, Shweta Rai, Managing Director, India and Country Division, Head of South Asia, Bayer Pharmaceutical, Sachin Dharap, Chief Financial Officer, Aragon Life Sciences, Dr. Garima Dhadaj, Associate Professor and Head, Business Environment, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Charu Gupta, Executive Director, Sustainability and Climate Change, Deloitte. We'll also invite Mr. Sanjeev Navangul in a couple of minutes. He is the Managing Director, Chief and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccinated Limited. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and and a warm welcome to the lovely audience here. I think the panelists, we are quite lucky, and it's our privilege to set up the context for this summit today. Good morning once again. I am Charu Gupta. I am an executive director with Deloitte. I've been doing sustainability for over 25 years, helping clients embed sustainability in their core businesses, navigating them through the regulatory landscapes, and also helping them create value growth as a driver through sustainability embedding. Uh, it's a privilege to welcome you all to this dialogue today, which is around strategic convergence of growth, profit, and sustainability in the pharma and life sciences sector. This conversation is today, it's not only about compliance, which we have seen until recent past that sustainability is more about looked as a compliance. What we will discuss today is how sustainability can be integrated into the core strategies of business and can be as a turning point for driving innovation, competitiveness, and trust in the sector. We have our esteemed panelists today, leaders which represent the industry, the governance, HR, human capital, and also the finance part of the life sciences sector. What we will be doing today is discussing the strategies that are in place, some of the challenges that have been faced, and how we can together shape this sector into more meaningful conversation and embedding sustainability, which will shape the future of this sector. With that, I think I'll not take much time and get started while Sanjeev do join us. My first question will be to you, Sudarshanji. And this is around the industry-wide alliances or industry-wide initiatives that are needed around sustainability so that organizations see sustainability not only as a compliance but as economically viable options to integrate within themselves. And this provides them opportunity for some tangible outputs. For example, have access to global partnerships, maybe premium market access, and also built up investor confidence.
Thank you very much, and it is great to be here right in the morning and seeing large crowd in Delhi, large participants, I will say, for this session. It is also great to be part of a very distinguished panel representing wide array of thought processes. The theme is so relevant because if you see in last 50 years, yes, we have made tremendous progress in terms of trade. The trade has increased 10 times. The global wealth has increased twice, population has increased twice, and there is overall prosperity. But COVID gave us a call that there are issues beyond growth, beyond economic immediate growth. I remember at this juncture, Dr. Salk, famous virologist who discovered polio vaccine, and what he says, which is very relevant for all of us, is we need to be good ancestors instead of just good citizens, because what we do today will have a lot of implications for our children. So what we need to do is to create better future for our children. So all of us hold tremendous responsibility that ESG is not just a compliance tool, but also creating a better future for our next generation and leaving a better world for all these areas. You asked what can be done together. Yes, for pharma sector, net zero is a big responsibility. And all of us in the pharma sector, just like these kind of discussions, help us to get that relevance. I was reading today's Economic Times, and John Forrick, who is from MIT School of Business, he is in India, and he said, yes, there has been a slowdown as far as ESG agenda is concerned, because of geopolitical reason. But still, compared to 2,400 companies, around 6,000 companies are reporting it as part of the compliance process. So despite global slowdown in terms of various geopolitical reasons, there is an increasing focus on the compliance. So one is, yes, overall compliance standards, overall good companies, they have to follow ESG practices, which is important because at the end of the day, those become a good practice, that these are the good companies which follow it. So good practices spread the good word. Then if I see Dow Jones Index, out of 11 top companies, 7 companies are from India, which is on sustainability index. So despite whatever is happening, large Indian companies, there is a tremendous commitment on sustainability issues, which is a great, great sign. Because whenever any global investor will talk about it, whenever we talk of partnerships, whenever we talk of alliances, whenever there is multiples of price-earning ratio is there, the practices, whether it is mandatory or not, that will become a very, very important criteria. So top 7 companies out of 11 companies, they are focused on ESG practices. All of us know that 2 of our companies, Cipla and Dr. Reddy's, they have got they've got manufacturing plants which are top 15 plants among all the industries. Project Lighthouse, which has been declared. In terms of workflow, in terms of practices, there is a lot of emphasis on green manufacturing, green practices, because that becomes the fundamental. If I see from all companies' point of view, renewable energy is one of the big things which all the companies are talking about. Water management is one of the big things which everyone is talking about. There are different practices, and it is better that those specific practices are discussed and the papers are brought out. So each one can learn. And then there is waste management. There is a lot of work which is being done. In fact, Arvindo has been doing a lot of work on reducing the sizes of blisters without compromising the quality, because we need to be also careful that whatever we are taking the measures, we should not compromise the quality and safety from patient point of view. So I will say what will make these practices spread. One is, yes, mandatory requirements, which will happen, which will not happen, which becomes important. Second is discussing the best practices. Fourth is recognition in terms of valuation, in terms of financial practices, in terms of alliances. And certainly, when we talk of the practices, it becomes very, very important. Last point I will say, IPA companies and many of the other companies, we are working with Center for Process Innovation, which is a UK-based organization, and National Chemical Laboratory. What we are trying to do there is continuous manufacturing and getting focus on ESG agenda. So there is a lot of collaboration which is taking place. In fact, CPI team is constantly in India that what can be done, and National Chemical Laboratory has taken it as one of the major agenda. And what we are saying also as part of the PRIP scheme, if some of the companies are taking that initiative, it should be recognized. So all these initiatives will help to take the agenda forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudarshan-ji, and very insightful. Yes, you touched upon some points, and yes, as a sector, we know some of the companies are really giving a cutting-edge competition to the global stalwarts also, and yes, there is a focus. Last point that you mentioned is, I think, very important around collaboration, and that's a key, and summits like these are important in terms of the showing that, yes, the industry is collaborative, they are open to share ideas, and the panelists here, right from this session to the last session, will be open to that. So with that, Naveen, I'll come to you, and we heard about collaboration, we heard about innovation, things happening which we have not seen in the sector. So with all these things, there are some cultural and organizational shifts that are required when you are competing with the global stalwarts and embedding sustainability. And if it is going beyond compliance, there are things that need to drive innovation, competitiveness, and long-term enterprise value. So how organizations are shifting in this juncture, and while at the same time looking around innovation and then turning it into a long-term enterprise value creation.
Thank you very much, and good morning once again. And it's great to see a full room on a cold Delhi morning. I think Sudarshanji rightly said in terms of Indian companies which have done ethics-led sustainability have done far better in their scores rather than just regulatory-led sustainability that's there. We also see that, I guess there were some conversations that were happening to say that at least one part of the large business world, which is the EU, is significantly pushing, and a lot of APAC, which is significantly pushing for it being almost like a gatekeeping in terms of if you're not there, you're not even going to be eligible for some of the business requirements. In fact, we see almost 70% of tenders that come in from EU and others where we have, it's almost like a gating criteria that it has become. Internally, I guess, where it has helped us is where in terms of innovation, where it has been embedded in the top goals. There's a board that kind of drives it, and we've had it at least for 3-4 years. And I think companies that we've seen where there are boards that focus on what is the next 3-year kind of a roadmap and push it onto a CEO agenda. And then subsequently it comes into KPIs and there is a linkage to bonus. I think it's a very automatic thing that kind of drives it. What we also see is the new workforces that are there which want to work for sustainable companies. And at least the new generations that are there, and there are various alphabets that float around on new generations. And I think all of them want to work for companies which are focused on some of these areas that are there. But I think we also get probably too internally or wherever obsessed with the E of the ESG that is there. And somewhere we forget that there are aspects which are there on patient access, which is very business linked. There are aspects that are there on licensing, which is going to LIC, LMIC countries, which is again very specifically linked. We did one of the largest pharma deals in India, at least the listed space, about 3 years back, and we had a sustainability-linked loan. And one of the metrics that was there was some of the, and then you found pride in the HR folks when we had one of the metrics was on inclusion and diversity, and it had money that used to come back as part of the loan that was there. And people took a lot of pride in that when there were SLBs that were linked to some of these that were there. I think, the recognition programs and some of these also obviously help quite a bit in terms of trying to ensure that people are showcased for some of their work on any of these. At least our view that is there is, and my own little bit of and you have a room full of stalwarts on this, is every time I guess when it is deeply linked to business goals, I don't think it has been seen outside of the business strategy. It has not been seen outside of the profitability circle and the value creation circle. It has always found value that is there. And I'll also probably say, like one of my colleagues who's here from the group companies, we also had the Time listing as one of the most sustainable companies that's there, Syngene. And so it has been, and that's been a big gating criteria. I'm sure clients work with folks to saying that it is one of this. So I guess the embedding innovation, putting it in the business value creation that is there, putting it into the KPIs and strategy, making it a big board agenda, some of those have at least helped us, and I think that is what's probably also helped many of the companies that he listed as part of the Dow Jones list that's there.
Yeah, thanks, Naveen. Important perspectives, and the way you outlined the discussion that it's not only within organization that sustainability is to be embedded. You need to see outside the organization also, with patients becoming one of the important stakeholders that are beyond the boundary. With that, I think, and related to that, I'll come to you, Shweta, now with a almost linking question is, as sustainability expands to include access to medicines, specifically for women's health, patient well-being, how can pharma industries, companies integrate this human-centric priorities into their growth strategies and also at the same time be competitive in the market?
Yeah, thank you, Charu, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here in this esteemed panel and learn from everyone. I think we've talked about sustainability more from environmental sustainability perspective, but health equity and health access is very critical part of sustainability. And I would say that we are very proud at Bayer. We have the 100 million sustainability goal for this contraception access and knowledge for women across the globe. And as Naveen rightly said, it's very much part of our CEO mandate and the KPIs and all the country KPIs, and that's how all the countries having large populations are driving partnerships that can drive the 100 million sustainability goal. Also, we do a lot of programs in terms of access to our medicines in various low-income countries. And not only in low-income countries, I think very large populations who rightly deserve these medicines. I think I'm heading South Asia, and I can give some of the examples from South Asia is that when we talk about access to chronic medications in cardiodiabetes space, as companies collaboratively, we have done a lot in terms of providing access to the rural population, driving public-private partnerships, having partnership with government institutions to drive access. Though there is a lot to do, but I would like to compliment the entire industry on driving this space. India with large population, also an aging population with high burden of NCD, healthcare equitable access needs to be a priority. As part of global companies, I think it's our priority as well that we reach out to the patients who are in need of these medicines. And multiple strategy, it's a multi-pronged strategy that drives the access. One of the good part of the strategy, I would say, is the tiered pricing. Most of the multinationals today, as well as Indian companies, follow tiered pricing approach to provide equitable access to the patients who need these medicines. Second aspect is regulatory compliance and bringing these medicines quicker to market. So one of the criteria for most of our companies have been that how quickly we can bring these medicines to patients who need them most and do not have large gaps between developed market approvals as well as other nation approvals. The third aspect is providing access through partnerships. So we along, I think Mr. Jain mentioned about some of the large Indian multinationals. So today, global multinationals and Indian multinationals are partnering to provide access to tier 2 towns, to major other geographies where one may not have a strength, but partner together to provide that molecule which is required by the patients over there. So I think these multi-pronged strategies are working today towards healthcare access. We need to do more, definitely, with large populations, increasing disease burden, and evolving landscape of diseases that we are seeing. We need to do a lot, and definitely programs like these and the partnerships definitely help us to steer that agenda.
Thank you, Shweta, for your thoughts. And yes, this sector is very unique because it very closely interacts with the masses. So it's important to be innovative, and you touched upon some of the important aspects is how to reduce time to bring the medicines to the masses. So very rightful. Sachin, another question that I have for you is, and Sudarshan did talk about some early adoption of ESG within the sector. What tangible advantage do early adopters of sustainability get, be it in terms of investor confidence or maybe premium pricing opportunities or something around capital access? Please share your thoughts around that.
Okay, thanks. So I'll build upon some of the earlier thoughts the other panelists gave. See, as a pharma sector, essentially the sector was conscious about sustainability and ESG, correct? Because we deal, this whole medicine world is all dominated by synthetic chemicals. So that's the fact of life. And we also as a manufacturer of APIs and dealing with all intermediates. So that consciousness was always there. And with increasing nudges from our customers, that also gave further impetus to the whole early adoption of the system. And as a leading CRDMO company, like we started a journey very many years back, and proud to be in the top 1 percentile globally in the EcoVadis survey. We got a platinum award. And these systems, when you demonstrate to customers, when you demonstrate to regulators, that's the reputation of what we build. And the investors follow that, definitely. There is a better investor access. Companies, at least we found it easier to raise funds from marquee investors, correct? Not every investor. And they definitely are concerned about what are the practices of the companies, and are they sustainable, and are they serious, or is just a showpiece on the annual report? No, they really go down. They go through hundreds of data points. Like as a company, we track more than 200 data points on this whole ESG matrix across environmental sustainability and governance. And that's what gives the confidence. And then it's a cycle. You do well, the confidence is built, again you do well, and that cycle continues. And that's what has helped us, that has helped us many other companies also in the sector. That's the one thing. Coming to better pricing and profit maximization, I'll say is the opportunity. ESG on sustainability gives an opportunity to go with premium clientele rather than I'll call premium pricing. And when you win premium clientele, then again that supports. Then the end results are automatic. You get premium clients, that attracts other premium clients, and then pricing and profits are all the results which follow. So definitely we have seen as a company the results of this early adoption, and there are many peers in the same group. So it's a cycle. You have to start the cycle and then ride the sustainability cycle.
Yeah, thanks, Sachin. And rightly mentioned that early adoption and regularly showing progress on sustainability will definitely attract premium clients, because as Sudarshanji was also, and some other panelists were saying that there are strict requirements from the West that come, and integrating sustainability definitely helps meet them and also earn a premium around that. With that, I think I'll come to you, Garima. Another important aspect which Naveen did touch about was around governance. What self-governance and self-regulation framework should pharmaceutical companies establish today so that they can anticipate and exceed the future sustainability requirements or regulations that we have in India and globally? We know, yes, there are regulations, there are guidelines, but what they can do internally around that to be prepared?
Okay, thank you very much, Aru, for the questions, and thank you, CII, to have this important deliberation. Now, I'm sitting between the luminaries in the sector, so it's a privilege to be here. Now, let me share that the sustainability, which was earlier known as just good to have, has certainly changed from now a necessity to have, to get the new market, to integrate, technology and innovation also, right? Now, if I talk about the recommended self-governance framework component, one of the most important is that, the entire sustainability or ESG, whatever we name it, is a board-driven thing, right? So there is a need to have the board-level ESG committee. It's not a mandate. And let me also share from being from Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, which is a think tank of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The ministry is very clear, as we know, that we will not be coming up with more regulations, because it's a well-proven case for the businesses that if they do it in spirit, compliance in spirit, there is a business case, they get new market, and for global competitiveness, it is extremely important. Otherwise, businesses can't survive, rather. And the other side of that is that, while we analyze the entire BRSR reporting, and there are a lot of parameters, even in BRSR core, on E, S, and G, which is very much, valuable for the pharmaceutical sector, we have seen a significant improvement. There are a lot of quantifiable information which is coming up. So the intent of the government is that, that industry should come forward, and they should only be nudging from the government that come forward and go beyond what is minimum. So when we talk about self-governance, it is not with compliance. It is about way more than that, leading that. And platforms like this where you actually share your best practices like you have just mentioned and document it and circulate it so that others can also learn. So first I would say that the board level committee is the necessity, and also giving the sustainability the similar attention like we give it to our financial performance or the operational excellence. So that's what today's the entire theme is, that they all are at par. Or rather, I would say sustainability is more than those two also. Then beyond internal governance, the second point I would like to say, which is important, is sector-wide standards and certifications. That has a great value. And here again, IICA, like we all know, this BRSR is developed from this National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, which the MCA was leading it. And now we are developing the sector-specific adaptation of NGRBC. We have completed ready-made garment sector. We are almost at the final stage of automotive sector, and CII is certainly a part of those deliberations. And now we are beginning with sugarcane sector. So the intent is that there are certain specific core issues and challenges that requires disclosures. And more than disclosure, I would say that requires your focus. So, those are some material issues that require some specific attention to that. The third important point I wanted to say is about supply chain sustainability, which we all were talking, I heard speakers talking about that, implementing traceability system for critical raw material, or particularly, APIs and excipients, ensuring environment and social responsibility. That's the third point. And fourth is innovation and technology integration, as I said, in the manufacturing. Pharmaceutical manufacturing is what I'm trying to emphasize on it. And there should be dedicated R&D budgets for sustainability initiatives. Here again, IICA did a very interesting study as desired by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. We again analyzed the BRSR, how much R&D in total by the businesses, and within that, how much in sustainability. And we saw that pharmaceutical industry has significantly investing in the R&D, But many a times there was also one of the challenge which I would like to share, that, with your global presence, there was no specific budget, which you said that this is for India in sustainability. So this data, anyway, the report has already been submitted, and this was as per the direction of PMO. So that was one of the important points. And last but not the least is the robust commitment to transparency. Transparency, some people say that we don't want to just beat our own drums, but it's not about that. Transparency to disclosure is extremely important for various reasons, for getting capital, for even attracting the talent in your employees and all that. It is extremely important for even your reducing your operational cost also. So these are the 5 points I wanted to highlight, and certainly I would end by saying that these all things give you a preferential access to international market, with stringent sustainability requirements. We know what EU has come up with various regulations, and that's extremely important to not just copy that, but be very smart by disclosing the Indianized priorities like water, just transition. All those issues are extremely important, and then comply with the global as well as the national standards. So I would end it here.
Thank you, Garima, and interesting perspectives around governance. You touched upon many points. What most appealed to me was the self-governance thing. While there are regulations, there is compliance, there are guidelines. You are saying that sectoral guidelines are also coming in place. But most importantly, and which we as advisors also tell to our clients, is self-governance or self-benchmarking is something that is most important, that how you progress on what you have already done or what you have already met. So that should be the main driver. Yes, sectoral benchmarking, peer benchmarking will always be there, but this is one of the key. And we'll like to welcome Sanjeev ji. Thank you for joining us. Maybe I'll quickly come up with a question to you because we have been going on the rounds. We discussed something around sustainability embedding from the past times, from early adoption, then how innovation is getting in, how the current workforce is looking around that, then compliance sections, then also talked about going beyond the boundary, looking around access of medicines. We talked about that, but if I come to you in this cost-sensitive market where we see customers looking for very price-sensitive products, how can companies in biologics and vaccines strengthen sustainability across the product life cycle without compromising one quality, affordability, and competitiveness?
First of all, my apologies. I think my flight got late and I got delayed. That's a very important question, but the whole biologics innovation or implementation of biologics itself cuts supply chain dramatically. And I'll give you examples, why I say this and how it therefore sustainability is managed through just becoming more and more a biologics country rather than a chemistry country. We have human origin products that were prevalent in, or animal origin products that were prevalent all over the place. And converting them into cell lines, converting them into biotech products itself does what? It kills all the supply chain that is going around by procuring raw material, processing it, using transport, burning gasoline, creating storage, creating extra packaging material, everything gets cut. And that's one of the biggest benefits that we are seeing in the whole supply chain, plus the ability to respond to demand at a point where you can really respond very quickly. So health emergencies, issues where you need some help can be tackled in a much better fashion because of biologics. So first of all, biologics itself creates such a big advantage over supply chains that we clearly save not only on cost, but we improve sustainability. Yeah. The second big factor that we need to keep in mind is that I think we in India end up talking a lot about costs. And we always claim that we are a cost-sensitive market. But I think India needs to move away from thinking about being a cost-sensitive market to a value-based market. If products are providing value, they will be paid for. And all the time in India, the problem used to be that the payment methods or the healthcare financing was always on the private sector or private personal expense, which is changing, and that will dramatically also ensure better treatment for people. And if people are able to afford better treatment, then obviously as the movement toward biologics happen from trying to treat symptoms or treat a condition to go towards cure or remission of diseases, itself brings a different level of sustainability because it improves quality of life and therefore poses lesser burden on the whole system. And sometimes we, in our micro thinking about small sustainability issues, we forget the macro impact of some of these things. And I would rather paint a picture that in next 10 years' time, the more and more we move towards biologics, we will see a far better ability to ensure health of people in this country, ensure health all over the world, in fact. And that would mean that lesser burden on the healthcare system altogether. So there are other sustainability benefits that we see, and therefore cost itself gets taken care of in many other ways than just the cost of the product. And therefore for the product, we must move away from cost to the value-based pricing story.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting perspective again. And what I saw is we were talking about collaboration, and one interesting thing that came here was collaboration on the financing side, that you talked about. The healthcare financing is changing right from the user who mostly used to pay. There are things happening around that. So it's an interesting thing. Before, I think we have completed one round of questions. There's a requirement that before we go to second round, we just have a quick photograph.
I would request everyone, our panelists, to kindly stand up for a group picture, please. Apologies for the hiccup. You may please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's around the social media buzz and all those. So Sudarshan ji, I think we have around 20 minutes, so I'll be quick and maybe all the panelists can take around 3 minutes for answering in this round. India do aspire to become a global pharmacy hub in terms of both innovation and access. So how can the sector itself balance this rapid expansion along with responsible manufacturing, supply chain integrity, and at the same time equitable access of essential medicines?
So thank you very much, and it was great to hear views of all distinguished panel members. I'll just highlight one basic premise, how the business concept is changing. We are moving away from maximize shareholders' value to maximize stakeholders' value. It is very, very important that shareholders' value can be only maximized if stakeholders' value is maximized, point number one. Point number two is, instead of profit-driven organization only, we have to become purpose-driven organization, and profit will follow. That's point number two. What will it do? It will help good employees. It will create long-term sustainable values, and it will make the organization attractive to partners, collaborators, and you will become really integral part of society. So I'll go back to Dr. Salk that we have to be a good ancestor instead of just today's good citizen. There are tremendous opportunities as far as manufacturing is concerned, supply chain is concerned, in terms of waste management, in terms of energy consumption, in terms of water management, in terms of workflows. And if we put our emphasis, and as was pointed out by also Dr. Garima, that it has to be self-driven instead of primary regulatory driven. And many of the companies, being part of the member of the board, that you put ESG committee as an important area, and you start measuring your progress over a period of time. And if you do that, you will make an improvement both in terms of financial performance as well as attracting the best employees and creating long-term stakeholders' value. So fundamental, and I will also go to Shweta's point, what she was saying, that it is also to healthcare equity, because being a pharma company, you are not only internally driven, you are externally driven. Sachin, Shweta, and Nikhil, everyone talked about KRA setting. Naveen talked about that point. And biologicals is also very, very important. So this platform provides opportunity for us to all share our best practices, but let's keep it in mind. Today's time is not only shareholders' value, but stakeholders' value. Thanks.
Thank you, Sudarshan ji. Naveen, I'll come to you now, and I know you wear two hats in the organization as a ESG lead and also a HR lead. So in this changing times wherein sustainability is definitely one of the priority areas, and then it integrates with digitization, AI adoption. So how you are taking steps in order to make the workforce future ready, and also at the same time making them know around being socially responsible, so that there is minimal disruption in your operations, in your strategies, and at the same time you also maximize on the capability.
Right. So I think there's tremendous amount of literature, I guess, on AI and whatever is happening, and we all have a point of view on it. It ranges anywhere between, on one side, which is everybody is following the fad, to the other side where nobody is seeing profit on it at this point in time, or at least large pieces of it. The one place I guess we must look at and learn is clearly in China. And the amount of work that they've done, and in a very methodical, stepwise fashion. And if any of you had the opportunities to be on any of the biopharma conferences or see some of the work that they're doing, or the maximum amount of M&A also that is happening around it, right? It's a great place to learn, to see how we want to leapfrog as well, because we do have the human capital for that particular piece that's there. At least internally, what we are doing is, the first thing, I guess, from a HR hat, if I say, the resistance always kicks in, right? I mean, any change, that is the first standard thing that happens. While there's excitement, as long as the excitement is outwards and I can read it, great. As long as it is on my job, right, the resistance kicks in. What we are doing is what is referred to as mostly the human plus side of it, right? I mean, 20 years back, if somebody moved from calculator to Excel, there was still resistance on it. But it became a place where if you didn't know how to work with Excel, it was not a great skill. Today, we will come to a place where if you didn't know how to work with AI, I think it's a bit of a disadvantage. And the next at least many years will be in terms of what we refer to as also snackable AI, which is how do you improve efficiency and human potential in some form. We also believe that for the first few years of your journey, it'll be replacing tasks and it'll be replacing parts of your job description. So changing ways of working, changing skills, and changing some of the employability quotient of employees is a big part of it. Of course, needless to say, the aspect around communications and change, right? And some of the commitments that we have around employability is a big part that employees want to see. The lesser they hear from rumor mills and the more they hear directly is probably what helps in any of these. Then comes the last part of it, which is where the board or the CXO gets involved, which is on large transformational bets that you want to do. At least the view that Gartners and the other big fours have is to saying that focus on some rather than spray it all over the place, right? And go deep, go on, let's say, the R&D side, go on a finance, or go on where the follow the money trail is where, or the follow the value trail is where it is. We're doing the same thing at least on a few bets that are there, and we will go as deep as we can, which then changes the way of a complete operating model overall, right? I mean, the reason why I bought the reference of China is that, and some people refer to the cell line and so on. I mean, if we are able to do something in 12 months, China is probably able to do this in 6 months. That is business competitive value in that sense. But to get there, you need to do a few steps. I don't think they just leapfrogged on it. I think sometimes we read things and we assume that it just magically happened on one fine day, but it's been a 15, 20-year journey that they've been on. I think companies or our industry also needs to be on that 5, 7, 10-year journey, because we do have that human capital for that on this.
Yeah, thanks. And interesting perspectives you brought about from the China. I have also been hearing around. And what you very clearly articulated while you were defining around the HR side, but there are many functions involved, and there has to be a planning, and step by step you need to migrate to that. And then how you cut across sustainability across everything around that. And what we typically say is looking from a sustainability lens. Thanks, Naveen, for that. And Shweta, we have been talking about, and Garima also mentioned something around collaboration, PPPs, public-private partnership. So my question to you is how cross-sector collaboration with governments, healthcare systems, civil societies, build scalable, economically viable, patient-centric programs that can enhance India's global healthcare leadership?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my previous pointers as well, that while we are facing a huge disease burden, the companies cannot tackle all the problems by themselves. We need multiple stakeholder alignment to work on this equitable access. Multiple collaborations between government, industry, academic institutions, and various cross-company collaborations have led to many successful models. When we talk about, like Mr. Jain was talking about the COVID scenario, you know, when we think of that crisis, I think without collaboration of multiple stakeholders, it was not possible to handle such a situation. Future forward, when we are talking about vaccination, you know, we have seen huge vaccination drives in last decades, in last century, and we see that across India and globe. Without partnership of industry, government, as well as third-party NGOs, it was not possible to achieve such metrics. In chronic diseases, large populations, difficult to access, difficult to diagnose, difficult to pay for the treatment. If we do not have collaborations that can help in diagnosis, in treatment, in payment, in adherence, we cannot handle chronic diseases as well. So whichever therapy area we talk about, today, you know, I think antibiotic resistance is a big topic, and it was talked about last month in global forums as well. I think only doctors and patients and industries cannot handle. Unless we have collaboration across from the academia, from institutions, from protocols, from government getting into shaping the policies, nobody can do it alone. So I think healthcare is a large topic, and we are all passionate about healthcare. That's why we are sitting here. So partnerships, looking for help, and gaining steps by partnering across these stakeholders will be the future forward.
For sure, I think well said. Partnership is definitely a key around this, and not only within the pharma or life sciences fraternity, but going beyond that, taking into academia, finances, we are seeing repeatedly coming as an important stakeholder in that. So going forward, Sanjeev ji, I'll come again to you. That and you did share some interesting points with the evolving global expectations around traceability, specifically biologics quality and supply chain transparency. How can Indian vaccine manufacturers build resilient, ethically sourced value chains that not only withstand the regulatory requirements, but also are able to meet the market demands?
Yeah, I think this is an important question, not just from biologics or vaccine point of view, but from many points of view for our industry. See, we developed our markets and products, and companies went stepwise in the earlier phase for last 50 years. We first said, okay, let's cater to the Indian market. We reverse engineered, we did chemistry work, and we started catering to the Indian market. Then we saw some other markets opening up, then we saw some other markets opening up. And we went to the bigger Western markets, and then had to improve our plants to that extent. So all this was done stepwise. I think the space in biologics and vaccines is such that we have to get it right from day one. We are not in a position to compromise from day one, because the costs associated with redoing things in biologics or vaccines is substantial. So if we say, okay, I'll create a cell line which is good enough for, let's say, some demand for some countries, and then say, oh, I know I forgot to check the traceability of my CHO cell line, and then I had some other problems, and so now I don't know what to do, my characterization is not enough, so then I will redo the cell line. I think that kind of costs we inflict on ourselves if we do not get it right. The second issue is opening up the whole global market. If we want to move from being just a pharmacy of the world on generic products to innovation or to better products and the value chain, then we need to understand that if we get it first time right or start doing things from day one correctly, we will not incur unnecessary cost, will remain competitive. You mentioned about China doing it in 6 months because they learned the art of doing it right from day one. So these are very important aspects for us to do it. The second is documentation. I think one of the worst thing that we had earlier as a habit was our documentation was always weak. So our traceability was weak. We never kept track of where we started, and we're getting our scientists to train in such a way all over the place, including my company, that understand that some of these things will come to bite you. At the rate at which the global healthcare institutions or governing bodies are changing. For example, if you take IMA or USFDA, the rate of change in biologics governance and approvals is changing rapidly. And they're opening doors. At that time, if we do basic faults, we would be the ones who will be left out. So let's not make those mistakes anymore. Let's ensure that we do it right from day one. And we owe it to our patients. Forget about everything else. We owe it to our patients that whatever we do, we can transparently stand up and say, yes, we did right from day one. And we can answer any question that you have for us in terms of traceability or in terms of transparency. These are the important aspects that we need to take care. And those questions should be asked in the boardroom. Most important is if those questions don't get asked in the boardroom, it's over. I think nothing happens then. So that's probably the last point I would make, is that please ask those questions at the right place.
Yeah, well said. You mentioned about the cost of redoing. I would also say it's not only that cost, but the cost of lost time. That is also very important, because again, we want to make the medicines reach at the right time. So that is important aspect. So with that, Sachin, I'll come to you and be quick. With the global fraternity demanding a lot happening on traceability, also greening the operations and high integrity operations, how do financial planning supports sustainability to drive innovation and at the same time plan for infrastructure upgrade, whatever is required, and also maintain data traceability and transparency around that?
No, that's an important aspect, because typically we do get caught into return on investment and how does it really help, will it not help? And we have to see it from two different angles, correct? One is return on investment, but second also is impact of investments. That impact may not give you return in the immediate future, but definitely in sustaining your profitability, that does help. As I spoke earlier, simply like most of the customers and our own regulatory framework, we also was referred BRSR requirements. So as a company, we track more than 200 data points around ESG and sustainability. And those data points are transparently available to our customers, they're transparently available to our investors, and they show the impact, correct, what we are doing. And as part of financial planning, one important criteria what we follow, as the company grows, absolute volume we cannot control, correct? The effluents will keep growing in volume terms, but how they are coming down in terms of per kg of output, how our water consumption goes down per kg of output, those are the parameters we clearly track. And that's where the whole financial planning and capex investment also is oriented towards that. The impact, we do count that, yeah.
Yeah, thanks Sachin. And I think we have the minister now, so I'll quickly wrap up, and apologies panelists in case I missed coming to any one of you. I think we talked about a lot. There's a lot of opportunity given there is a push from global and within on sustainability. So there are a lot of opportunities around that. What clearly stood out some of the points as equitable access, collaboration is a very important takeaway that is coming. And lastly and most importantly was around maximizing the stakeholder value. It's not only within your the organization's value, how the entire stakeholders are also taken into account. I think nice session. Thank you, panelists, for your time, and we'll wrap it up. Thank you, audience, for your patience hearing. You can interact with us during networking, tea and coffee. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for wrapping up so quickly. Thank you, everyone. Actually, the minister is here, and we will just request you all to please be seated as we're about to welcome him. And I would request our panelists to kindly use the stairs. This chairs, as we wanted to share a token of appreciation with you. Sorry. Mr. Jain, I would request you to please come here. Thank you, everyone. I would request everyone to kindly be seated as we are about to start with our inaugural plenary, Progress, Promise and the Planet, Unlocking Sustainable Growth in Indian Pharma and Life Sciences. The Minister is here. We're just about to welcome him. I would request you all to kindly be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister of State, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the PM's office, Minister of State in the Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State in the Department of Atomic Energy, and Minister of State in the Department of Space. Please give a big round of applause. I would request our chairman, Dr. Rajesh Jain, to kindly felicitate Dr. Jitendra Singh. Please. For the inaugural, I would also like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Serums and Vaccinated Limited, Shweta Rai, Managing Director, India and Country Division, Dr. Chandrasekhar Ranga, Joint Drugs Controller General of India, CDSCO. Please welcome, sir. I would also request our esteemed and distinguished speakers to please kindly stand up and for a group picture, as we wanted to felicitate you after the session, please. Aage, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning once again, and thank you for all of you being present today morning. And I welcome our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jatinder Singh, who is the Minister of State for Earth and Sciences and Technology. Sir, you were here even last year, and we thoroughly enjoyed your address, which actually showed us the path of how to work as one industry, one government, one academia for the interest of the company to make Viksit Bharat to 2047. As we begin today's seventh, edition of the Pharma and Life Sciences Summit, the theme of progress, promise, and planet captures exactly where our industry today stands. India's life sciences sector enters 2025 at a defining moment. It, in fact, ends at a defining moment. For decades, we were celebrating ourselves as the pharmacy of the world and one of the largest vaccine manufacturers from India, trusted for quality, scale, and affordability. But as we march towards Viksit Bharat 2047, we have been asking ourselves a very deeper question, and this has been on discussion all the time. How do we move from this scale to innovation? And the earlier panel today also touched upon it several times. Is this a choice that we have? No. Can we do it? The answer is yes. Viksit Bharat and a new national mandate gives us a clear mandate that India must become a global powerhouse where science, sustainability, and innovation converge. We are now working for several years in creating an ecosystem where the industry, the government, academia, and global partners work as one entity, not as different entities. If I were to look at the several stream of reforms that have been made in India to support Indian industry in different ways, has been some of the remarkable ones have been like PLI scheme, the regulatory simplification process, which is on like anything, it is on a very fast pace, and we see a lot of changes coming, which is supporting us to move faster and not waste time lying in files, our applications lying in files. The patent regime clarity that has been brought in, and a strong foundation for all these things to happen, especially on innovation. Now, the industry is actually gearing up itself to be an innovation-led global enterprise. We talked in the last panel a lot about sustainability, environment, and other matters. So a long-standing question that has been facing us is, how can we grow profitably while protecting the planet? And I need to change this statement from can we grow profitability to can we have a purpose? Instead of profitability now, while protecting the planet, can the industry actually work for the stakeholder interest and not for only the shareholder interest that we have been following? Today, I don't think so sustainability is any way a constraint. It is actually a competitive advantage that we can create for ourselves, looking into the fact that today every investor, marquee investor, is actually looking for companies which pays importance to these soft aspects and not simply following the regulations. So companies that will embrace this shift ahead of time now will be the ones who will actually drive the growth into the next era. Another major changes for life sciences sector is the generative AI, the artificial intelligence that we see being adopted almost everywhere. We have seen that in drug discovery, generative AI is creating value. Of course, long way to go, but I think the initial advantages that we are getting in clinical trial protocol development, in clinical trial execution, in quality assurance, and regulatory submissions. We have seen in the previous panel, sir, before you came in, that one of the speakers was highlighting that We don't want to redo things and make dossier submissions to the regulators that need again entire reworking to be done because the documentation was poor, the traceability was poor, and therefore we need to redo it. This is where generative AI, I think, can be very, very helpful in our regulatory submissions to making sure that we do things first time right. The supply chain predictability, the pharmacovigilance and safety analytics are another areas where generative AI is making inroads. With India's scientific talent, the digital infrastructure that India has created, and the national mission like India AI, can bring a global hub for AI-enabled life sciences innovation. There is also a constant dialogue that I notice that AI will, with AI coming in, becoming more powerful, we will lose jobs. AI is likely to replace scientists, companies, including regulator as an entity. No, this is not going to be the case. Definitely not. It does bring a lot of speed to your understanding of things where they stand and decision making, but it does not replace us. It makes us better. But those who will use it will certainly outperform those who do not. That is something as a reality is very clear in front of us. When I look at my own company and our own journey, from innovation perspective, I find that right from polio eradication, the whole campaign that we led as a company, creating innovative formulations ahead of that cycle where we needed the products before the disease enters the next phase, was very critical for eradication of polio in 2011 that we actually ended up with. To making innovative, fully liquid vaccines that could prevent the number of pricks a child would receive, to a single shot candidate dengue vaccine, which I'm so pleased to share with you has just finished the entire clinical phase 3 trial in terms of immunization. We just finished that with ICMR yesterday, completing the entire 11,000 subject trial for phase 3, and are now waiting for the results to come out in the coming times. So this means that if Panacea Biotech from India can innovate, many more companies from India can innovate while ensuring affordability and production at scale. India is passing through a tremendous amount of stability, which is political stability as well as macroeconomic stability that the country is offering, which is a very sound foundation for any country or any industry to grow in it, despite the fact that there are so many economic turmoil happening across the world. But India continues to be on a very stable economic path and very stable politically as well, giving us a very important phase of our growth. However, we need to make sure that as a collective leadership, industry must lead, and we commit to lead through innovation, sustainability, and digital transformation. And we continue to believe that government must continue to enable bold experimentation. Regulators must continue to be our partner in progress. The academia must continue to create the discoveries of tomorrow. The global partners must collaborate with India as co-creators and not just one consumer. And in the end, the next 2 decades will shape India to become a true life sciences powerhouse for the world, for our science, for our scale, sustainability, digital transformation, and human commitment. This yearly event that you notice we organize at CII every year is not merely a catalyst, but actually a much needed conference where all of us stakeholders meet and deliberate, and that shapes the whole movement that we continue to walk on. So the meeting has just begun. All my best regards to everybody here to shape up the whole journey that we want to take to make India a Viksit Bharat until 2047. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Jain. I would now request our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to kindly come upon and release the CII Deloitte report on innovating for impact, the sustainability imperative for pharma and life sciences. I would request Mr. Joydeep Ghosh, Mr. Shailesh Tyagi, and Mr. Vikram Anand to kindly come upon the stage for a group picture and releasing the report, please. Can I please get a big round of applause? Thank you. I would also request our Honorable Minister to launch the CII CRDMO Task Force, Building India CRDMO Supremacy through Collaborative Excellence, for which I would like to invite Mr. Manoj R. Panikar, Co-Lead General Manager South Asia Sativa, and Mr. Sachin Dhara, representing Mr. Manni Kantipuri from our Aragon Life Sciences, please. Can I please get a big round of applause, please? A louder one. Thank you so much, Minister. Now I would request you to kindly, if we can have a few words from you.
Chairman, CII, National Committee on Biotechnology and Managing Director, Benicia, Dr. Rajesh Jain, Dr. Ranga, the Joint Drug Controller of India, Mr. Sanjeev Navangul from the Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, Mrs. Shweta Rai, office bearers of the CII, industry leaders, representatives from the pharma industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I must compliment Mr. Rajesh Jain and the entire team for organizing this event and also making it a regular phenomena, as he was saying. We met here last year, and again we are meeting here. And I'm sure with the kind of the manner in which the ascent of the graph of India is happening, each year we will be meeting here to take one step forward. And today also, I think we move ahead from where we moved on last time when we met. I think the big difference now is that till a decade or so ago, the common refrain or the unspoken grievance among the industry friends was that they had to reach out to the government, reach out again and again and again and again and again till they got fatigued of going up and down the corridors of the secretariats and the ministries. But now it's the other way around happening. The government is also equally reaching out to the industry. And I think that in a single sentence sums up the entire transformation that has happened after Prime Minister Modi took over. In the manner as Mr. Jain was referring to the whole of government and the whole of industry and the whole of nation approach. And that is happening not out of any grace or gratification. It is because of the realization on the part of the government that if we have to move on from where we are today and also achieve those global goals that we have set for ourselves, we would have to follow the strategies followed by the other nations which have reached there. And most of the success stories across the world have been written by an extensively joint collaboration, not only between the public and the private, but even extensive. And I would not also restrict myself to the private because, in other words, it could be government plus non-government. So we have a host lot of, unfortunately or fortunately in this country, the culture of philanthropy is not much in vain. So we always get used to talking in the terms of private sector, but many other countries as much. So, and that makes the task of the private sector also easier. And I'm sure as we move on, because now our mindsets will change. So what is happening is the change is taking place quite fast. Maybe the mindset is not transforming at the equal pace. Now, the other transformation as far as the pharma industry is concerned, that I think that is again at two levels. A, that earlier on we were more of retailers. Now we are also creating things on our own. For example, very recently, and I'm glad that the government of India is very active participant in that. Like for example, very recently, just about 2-3 months back, we came out with the first ever indigenously developed antibiotic called nephromycin, which has been said to be very effective in the treatment of resistant respiratory infections which you come across among the immunocompromised hosts, like those suffering from malignancies or uncontrolled or poorly controlled diabetes mellitus, etc. Now, till now, since the day penicillin was reported to the world somewhere way back late 1940s, which was hailed as the queen of drugs, all the successive generation of antibiotics, because soon after penicillin came the streptomycin, which is the first line of drug for tuberculosis, early 1950s, and then chlorophenicol, and then ampicillin, so on and so forth, and then gram-negative also antibiotics. We were only manufacturing the dispensable version of the salt. For the first time, the trials were done here, and I'm glad it was done in one of the institutes that I am associated with, the Translational Health Institute of Faridabad. And as I said, a success story in today's age and time has to be very open in collaboration. And the drug was, of course, marketed by the Wocards. So I think we have now started vindicating the approach that we've adopted for ourselves. So that is one change. We are no longer now only, picking up something from elsewhere and then just selling it in the market. Secondly, we were till a decade or so ago not even adequate enough for our therapeutic health care providers or as therapeutic health care providers. We hugely depended on drugs from other sources, even for a curative treatment. So we were, in other words, to put it a little impolitely, we were importing curative health care. Today, we are exporting preventive health care. Like Dr. Jain was referring to vaccine. I think that is symbolic of that. So this is a huge 360 transformation in the sense that India was never taken seriously as a healthcare provider, even as a therapeutic healthcare provider. And the society mindset was also like that because we were a deprived society. So we tried all the home remedies till something started worsening. And if we got well, it was mother's Ashirwad. If one didn't get well, Pishle Janam ka karam. So we had also invented homemade placebos as a substitute for therapeutic drug. Today, the same country is exporting, like for example, the first ever DNA vaccine came from India and we sent it to about 30 other countries. Similarly, and that again, the story was written with public-private participation, Bharat Biocom. Then similarly, HPV vaccine, more so relevant to India where we have a higher prevalence comparatively of the cervical cancers, particularly among young females, and so on and so forth. Now we have a long chain of vaccines which is coming up. And all these vaccines being developed with a huge, huge involvement of the private sector, whether it's the Serum Institute or the other institute, whatever. And of course, the lady representing Biocon is already made a mark in the Majumdar's house. So that is because now that has not only given us acceptance, recognition across the world, but it has also given us some amount of sense of esteem and confidence that, look, we can do it. And that confidence can be measured from the very fact, because if I pat my back, doesn't matter, but if others pat, that matters. So domestically, we keep patting each other because nobody does that otherwise. But when somebody from outside who would otherwise treat me contemptuously or with some kind of cynicism is then put in a position or compelled to acknowledge, that is the true yardstick. And when I'm saying so, I'm also referring to the recent expedition that we have to the International Space Station, where of all these astronauts who went up, it was the Indian one who was assigned the task of conducting these experiments, which would have a huge, huge bearing on developing drugs, even for the pharma sector. And the kits provided by to him were from the Department of Biotechnology, again from here. So an Indian doing experiments which have a, because for example in life sciences he was doing experiments related to myogenesis, the wasting of muscles, these possible different alternatives and strategies to recoup the muscles, which is of course relevant everywhere. Even if you have a small fracture in the lower limb and you are asked to immobilize your limb, then later on you have to undergo cycles of physiotherapy, etc. The other was, of course, which is very relevant in today's time, the cognitive effects of continuous use of electronic gadgets. That was related to it. And related to the plants, of course, we had experiments with LG, etc., which also in one way or the other have a bearing for later on in the future drugs. So the kits were developed by India. They were handed over to an Indian, so indigenously developed, Indian performing that. And the benefits that would be coming out or would be accruing would be available to the entire mankind, not only restricted only to the Indians. So I think that is one of the best examples of what Prime Minister keeps reiterating, both Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vishwabandhu Bharat. We have done something which is totally independent of any others' sources dependence. At the same time, we have done something which is going to benefit the entire mankind. So I think that is the kind of now, even otherwise, if you go statistically also, in biomanufacturing, we are now number 3 in the Indo-Pacific region and almost 11 and 12. And some of our devices are already finding a market, enlarging market in the, across the globe. Again, one of our government-run institutes, the Chitra Institute, is producing heart devices, heart valves, biodegradable implants, which are now finding market across because they have the same comparative quality and at the same time they are cost effective. So what I was saying now, no longer importers of healthcare, but exporters both of healthcare therapeutically and more so of the preventive healthcare. And the Indian pharma also was just about $50 billion about 10 years back. It's today 30 billion and we hope to go up to 55 billion very soon. So the pace of our rise is also on the increase. And when I was talking about the government reaching out, you would have heard of the recent launch of the 1 lakh crore of the Research and Development Fund which was launched, which would be focusing on deep tech experiments, deep tech projects, of course related to health, related to agriculture. And therefore, I also would use this opportunity to invite you all to get the benefit. I think this is for the first time ever in the world that government is financing the private company. Normally, it is expected to be the other way around. The private houses have to finance. And I think the idea is because for both the sides, it's a new experience. And therefore, to initiate you into this, it's like just गाड़ी बहुत दिन तक खड़ी रहे तो बैटरी ठंडी हो जाती है, फिर आप सेल्फ लगाएं चलता नहीं है. तो हम सब 4 आदमी मिलकर धक्का लगा रहे हैं कि आपकी गाड़ी स्टार्ट हो जाए. लेकिन जब स्टार्ट हो जाएगी तो उसको स्पीड में चलाने का काम आपका होगा और हमको भी बिठा के ले जाने का काम आपका होगा. So there is a win-win arrangement. Like for example, we are now also opening up to the nuclear sector, which is of course not the subject of discussion this morning. But even the private sector was not prepared that, oh, look here, there will be a government one day which will suddenly open up and so fast. Nobody expected that. So today if I say I want a partner in the nuclear sector to build up a reactor, I hardly find a company around. So they also would take time. So that's why I think that's another initiative which you could avail of. We have low interest, long term, with equity covering the risk also. And as far as the AI was concerned, as Dr. Jain was mentioning, certainly much of our work, and that also we are already into it in a big way. Even our Translational Health Institute is using for diagnostic purposes, even for cultures, what was being done in days is now done in minutes. So AI is no longer a choice, it's an essential option. So I think we should now do away with the debate of the good or the bads of AI. How to handle it is your challenge. How much to get its intervention, because I would rather say that the best model is the hybrid. And I did that because I was possibly the first member of parliament who runs a mobile teleclinic in my constituency. And that van goes around in the remotest villages. So we have a live doctor who's just an undergraduate doctor, and then a AI doctor from the screen. And she speaks in the local language of the patient. So we have a long data of the language as well, LLM, which now we are even providing to the others. And when she goes to one of the remote villages in a remote part of the country, and the patient comes and narrates his or her complaint, and she speaks to the person in a dialect which is more ethical and rustic than him, half the disease gets cured. That's because in medicine we are taught something like a placebo, so it has a placebo effect. And then of course there's an arrangement to do all the investigations and connect them to a super specialist, because we've tied up with 3-4 hospitals. And that is not only a new, and that's, I think, a hybrid model that's been successful, because if you leave it alone to the AI, we don't, in fact, that I did that even in the other, because of the couple of departments that I'm associated, we have created a grievance redressal model, which is also now being emulated by the other countries. In the last 6 months, we have had delegations from 4 or 5 countries trying to understand our model, where we have a AI-driven grievance redressal with the rate of disposal 95 to 100% every week, because it automatically goes to the concerned department or agency. But last year only, I told the secretary, I said, everybody, the disposal is 100%, but nobody is happy. He looked back. I said, because in the West, there is something called happiness index. So then, on my suggestion, I'm glad the officers agreed, we set up a human desk. So after the wrestle of every, because you see, complaint is, disposal would be very much as per the parameters laid down, with very minimal human interface. Now, for example, tomorrow I say, why am I not the chairman in place of Dr. Jain? And the grievance automatically goes to CII, a governing body. So what do they say? They say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons for which he is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons for which you are not there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons when you will be there. But that doesn't satisfy me. I said, no, this all, ya to Hindustan mein sara hi gadbad hai. So you have a human being then counseling. So we set up that. So I think that is going to the best model, and I agree, this is a myth that AI will throw people out of job. With every new technology happening, this is a kind of an apprehension which happens because the human mind is conditioned to live in status quo. But that's not true. If you've seen that movie called Naya Daur, Dilip Kumar's, it's based on the same theme. They would not allow the construction of a road simply on the ground that the lorry and the buses would start running, and what will happen to the tongawalas. But gradually, the entire ecosystem becomes a part of the development. Every section of society. The tongawala also finds for himself a different kind of vocation, which might be even more lucrative. So it's like many of the startups now earning much, much more compared to the government salary, which has exploded in that myth of 20, 25 years back, that the most lucrative option was a government job. So I think that is because, as I said in the beginning, we need to train our minds and we need to educate the others as well. Of course, the affordability and accessibility will happen with the passage of time as we move on. And I'm glad that as far as government is concerned, this has come out with some of the very sensitively motivated initiatives, like for example, Ayushman Bharat, which is I think the only scheme across the world where an individual can get insured for a pre-existing disease. Because I've been in the business of practice for almost 3 decades or so. Even if a person gets a heart attack and he's insured by a private health insurance company and he approaches them, they'll try to find out some reason to prove that he already had a heart disease which he had camouflaged, and they don't insure you for a disease which is already existing. But here, if today someone is detected having a malignancy or a cancer, tomorrow he can get himself insured and take the benefit. So I think that's an extremely friendly, stakeholder-friendly kind of insurance scheme. And that, and with the kind of communication channels now available, accessibility also is becoming more and more easily possible. Of course, we will need to scale up this model of reaching out to the remote areas, and for that the means like AI-driven methods and the telemedicine, etc. would be there. So I think CII is an organization which leads the business community into new initiatives. So we could be expecting from you not only to lead your fraternity, but also propose to us what more is expected from us, because we are open to that. As I said, it's a new experience for both the sides. And as we move on, we would also try to learn from each other. And the entire science is now going to become a part of the same ecosystem. That's why now you are soon going to have the culture of the medical school and the engineering school coming up in the same campus. So same would hold true for the pharma also. And same would also hold when you have the large AI datas with you and you want to run it. You would again need nuclear energy then, because many of the renewable energy sources may not be available 24 hours. And the fossil resources are now on their way out. So there also, so what I'm trying to say is that being in pharma, you will also have to change your mindset that you are only confined to pharma. Earlier on it was not. You became a retailer, you became a distributor, and you're confined. Now for those kind of tasks also, you would be availing of the other methods which may be non-pharma but scientifically driven. And therefore, we have to prepare ourselves for a larger role. There are some of the very exciting times happening. That's why I say those who are from a younger generation, or what do they call Gen Z, they are among the luckiest because they have the opportunity ahead. And rightly so, only 4 days back, I heard they had coined a different name for all of us sitting over here, the pre-65 generation as the silent generation. But so, and rightly so, if you don't have to fall silent, then you have to be ready to face the music happening and be part of this orchestra. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind words. Now I would request Mr. Sanjeev Navangul to kindly set the context, please. Thank you, Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, for your kind insights and your kind words.
Still good morning, so good morning everyone. I have on stage my dear friend Dr. Ranga, whom I've known for many years and has led CDSO to, in many ways, has helped us change a lot of stuff in policy at CDSO. My ex-colleague for many years, Shweta Rai, good morning to you too, and good morning everyone. I've been given a quick job of trying to set context for today. I think we have already spoken so much since morning that I don't think you need a new context from me. But just to make a few important points for today, the topic being progress, promise and planet, unlocking sustainable growth in Indian pharma and life sciences. Is basically what we are trying to do now is saying that with access and affordability, which were always the theme in CII conferences, we have added a new word called accountability. And the accountability is towards the world, towards the planet, towards our people, human life, and that accountability should drive us further as we think about better and better healthcare and growth. And that's probably the big change that we are talking about today. The second big thing that we are talking is that no longer we want to be known only as pharmacy of the world. I think that label we have been holding around our neck for a very, very long time. I don't think it makes any more sense for us as a country, because at 2 to 3% of value of the global market and 14% of volume, we really don't make any much out of the value chain. So if we need to go further, then we need to focus on innovation, we need to focus on biologics, we need to focus on biosimilars, we need to focus on neurosciences, and all that is important for us as we go along, and that's probably the second more important thing that we need to look at. The other thing is the we until now we're talking about the digital age, which was Industry Revolution 4.0. A time has come where we are now in 5.0, and the 5.0 is basically beyond just talking about AI, it is also talking about sustainability, circular economy. It's trying to be less wasteful. And these are things that will make part of the Industrial Revolution 5.0, and we need to get ready for it. We are already in the midst of it, so we don't have even time to prepare and do something. The change is quite fast. Sustainability will become a big value differentiator in future. We are all questioning everything that we are doing at the moment by asking our suppliers, asking our stakeholders, asking everybody around us that are we trying to ensure that we care for the planet. I think we have overused so many resources over the years that we have started to worry about the next generations, how they will live on this planet. And for that, two things are important. One is how to build a sustainability factor, and second, how to build better healthcare so that it is accessible, affordable, as well as it is more curative in nature and remission oriented in nature, rather than just treating a symptom or a situation. Organizations that embrace sustainability will lead. Those who risk will risk reputational damage. And that's something that we need to keep thinking about. As we start looking at our future, and as we look at a more sustainable growth, the things that we need to be careful about is that anything that we do has human implications. And we need to keep in mind all the time of all actions we do on the human implications of what actions we take, and including AI. I always say this famously that, look, we reached cloning of sheep. The medical science was so advanced, compared even to AI, I would say. But the scientific temper of this world was very careful, very, very acutely aware of what we are doing, and therefore managed it well and didn't go beyond the threshold. The same issues we are going to face by integrating AI in a lot of our development. That is it going to go out of hand because of lack of governance? is it going to interfere with a lot of things? And that, as senior people all sitting here, please remember that as we go towards the near future, we need to be very careful of how we handle newer technologies and newer sciences in order to ensure that we do not cross thresholds in anything that we do. And as much as we are very excited about all the new things coming in, we also need to keep our mind attuned to the fact that we need to be very careful about the thresholds. Thank you very much, and I hope we have a very engaging day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navangu. Now I would request Dr. Chandrasekhar Ranga to kindly come upon the stage and give us a special address, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege to share the dais with the Honorable Minister, and also my pleasure to join all of you today. Dr. Jain, known him for many years, of course, and Mr. Navangal, and then Mrs. Shweta Rai, industry leaders, stakeholders. So today, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. So we pharma has been a sunrise sector for many, many years. So I've been in this government, in the government sector, since the last 35 years. I have watched, when I joined in 1990, so what was the status when we were dependent upon the imported drugs, and we started to open up. And after the amendment to the Indian Patent Act, then how the industry has grown. So today, so we are talking about India generic exports of more than 20%. So we are talking about a trade surplus of more than 21 billion US dollars. But where is the value? Of course, our contribution is there. So because of the Indian generics, maybe US is saving about $200 billion annually. There's a lot of reduction, about 70% reduction in the mortality in case of HIV-related deaths, if you take a decade. So, but all this has come up because of the generic industry. And I feel generics are a commodity. We are treading on very thin ice. So this can break any time because of how the other countries are progressing in this area, and because of the regulatory system that we have in the country. So we don't have a single regulatory system, in the sense the powers are shared between the state and the central government. So we have to find value addition. So where does the value come from? So obviously, has been talked about previously by other speakers, value addition comes from innovation, there is no doubt. The Honorable Prime Minister, he has a vision about the Vikasit Bharat. He also stated that we should have focus on innovation and increase our spend on the R&D. So we have to become a global power in pharma by 2047. But to reach that stage, so have we started on the right path? Are we on the right course? So in this journey, there is a need for all the stakeholders to come together. Regulator is one among them. Of course, the industry should come forward. I remember in the last decade, so when I was heading the New Drugs and IND division, the applications were once in a while, maybe one application a year or so. And the time they come to us, do the clinical studies, come back with the data. So I have seen the same applications coming again and again because as we know, the clinical development is a long drawn affair and expensive. So I have seen the same application coming for 7 years, 10 years. But of course, now the things have changed. So I also acknowledge that the industry has also recognized the need for innovation. So the number of applications that we receive today have increased. So maybe last year, if we see the statistics, there are about 16 applications for IND molecules. And there is a need for the regulator to change his vision and how to address these issues which are coming because of the renewed interest of the industry and also the need of the hour. So what we require now is a very strong regulatory system, the regulatory system which enhances the trust in the minds of the patient, and also not only in India but across the globe. But when we are talking about regulatory system, so how should be a regulatory system in general? Basically, any regulatory system is designed on the core governance principles. So I will not go into the details of what principles that we should build our system. Because if we see, if you have followed the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, how it has evolved. So it was actually a pre-independence act, so launched in 1940, that was basically enacted to address the spurious drugs, so which used to come into the country at that point of time. Mainly like drugs like Syncona and those things, which were adulterated, and no one knows what was given in the name of these drugs. So after independence, what we have done, we have not replaced that. So we have tried to build over that act. So we have tried to incorporate on the same foundations. So sometimes it appears to be good, but sometimes it appears that we should change the basic foundation on which the regulatory system is built. So we have tried to introduce new bills many a time, so almost 3 times in the last 10 years. But we did not receive the same support from the stakeholders. The industry being one of the major stakeholders. So when we talk about developing an ecosystem, we should come out of our comfort zone and try to build a very strong, robust, and globally acceptable regulatory system. But some of the things that we have done within our present system is like introduction of risk-based inspections, which are efficient and also which conserve our resources, because as we know, getting more resources in the government is very challenging. So we have to optimize the use of our resources. So in 2015-16, so when we thought like we should introduce this risk-based inspection, then I got the opportunity to frame a policy. And we framed a policy and we have started that. There was opposition from the industry at that point of time that we did not have the mandate of doing a risk-based inspection because the state is the licensing authority for the manufacturing, sales, or distribution. So after carrying out 125 inspections and no action taken because of the lack of mandate under the law, so then I have taken it to the government and we have amended the law in 2 ways. One is remove the renewal system that is under ease of doing business, so that the licensees need not come to us every 5 years for seeking renewal. And at the same time, introduce a concept of inspections based on risk-based approach in not less than once in 3 years. So these are some of the areas that we have tried to address within the current system. And another pillar of good governance would be the transparency, clarity, and flexibility. So regarding transparency, so in 2012, so when I have been, I come to Delhi, so at that point of time, I had the opportunity so to propose a e-governance system at CDSCO. So we have built this e-governance system with the help of our partner CDAC. So Honorable, at that time, the Honorable Minister Sri Nadda ji was also the Health Minister. He was kind enough to sanction a large amount of money under this, for this scheme, for this proposal. And with his approval, so we have built this Sugam portal. And it was launched by him only within the next year of, we started of course, the policy was started in 12. The approval has come in 14. We have developed within a year in 2015 itself. From 2015 to till date, so we have almost become paperless CDSCO, as you all might know, whoever are using these systems. So not only for CDSCO, so we have, when we made separate rules for medical devices, we have built a separate system, wherein under the rule we have mentioned no regulator, whether it is of the state or the central government, should take any application in physical format, hard copy. So every application that might be submitted to any regulator would only be on this portal that is made under the rule. So that is why the medical device system regulatory has become, very efficient. And when we have, in 2022, when we have made all medical devices come under the purview ambit of the law, then it was very smooth transition. So another portal that we have built for the states is the ONDLS. So with the vision that not only the CDSCO, the entire regulatory system of the country should be under one, should be made digital rather. And also we have built not only the industry, we also built a system for our laboratories, because based on the report of the laboratories, a manufacturer might be prosecuted in the courts if the product does not meet the specifications. That is, if a product is declared as not of standard quality. So when we talk about good, robust systems at the manufacturer level, so we should also think about how robust is our own system. So to ensure transparency, to ensure accountability, we have built this LIMS under the Sugam Labs. So now we have 4 portals which make completely digital, our processes digital. Now we are thinking of integrating all these portals into one single system and also bring more stakeholders, other stakeholders. For example, now the NPPA or maybe other stakeholders who seek information from us. Many other departments would like to have the information from the regulator for issuing approvals for their own. So we are trying to integrate all our portals and bring other stakeholders, other government stakeholders, as well as the private stakeholders, to have one single, on one single platform, so which would increase our transparency to the maximum. Now, ultimately, our regulatory system should be based on some ethical and science-based decision making. So when you are talking about this, we always hear the word harmonization. So internationally, whenever we go, so we have many MOUs with almost 25 countries. So in 2014, we have got the US FDA commissioner at CDSCO, and we have got an SOI signed with her, Mrs. Margaret, and then that has been upgraded to the MOU later. So not only that, many advanced, regulatory systems, regulatory agencies, we have signed MOUs. So when we are talking about harmonization, so all the industry would like that we harmonize with the other countries' regulations. But our own regulations have evolved to meet the needs of the country. Simply harmonizing would be detrimental actually. We should take the best practices and try to adopt in our own system. That's what I call convergence. So we have to converge, we have to have convergence with the philosophy of the regulatory system worldwide, not a simple harmonization, which would not be suitable for us. Our model has been to offer quality drugs affordable prices. So the harmonization would not enable us to continue on the same path. So for example, in 2016, when we have issued a guidance document for biosimilars, so there was a lot of uproar in many other countries, because at that point of time, other countries' regulators were seeking interchangeability studies. For example, the biosimilar, if a biosimilar is approved, so that has to be, a study has to be carried out that it can be interchangeable with the innovator product. We said it is not necessary in India. We mostly relied on characterization rather than the human clinical studies, phase 3. We relied on PK/PD studies. So the world did not take it at that point of time. Now, this year, FDA has changed its stance. Maybe last year, this year, they said there is no requirement of interchangeability studies. There is no requirement of phase 3 clinical studies, which we did in 2016. So this is what I call the convergence of the requirements rather than harmonization. If we had harmonized, we may not had so many approvals in India. So we have approved more than 100 biosimilars products in this country, so which is one of the largest in the world. If we had not issued that guidance document that day, so not many, biosimilars would not have been there. So likewise, to do this, so all the stakeholders should come together. So the one regulator can't do this. Everyone has to come together. The industry frequently comes to us seeking with their problems. So what I say, like, you have the problem, you also should have the solution, keeping in view if you are a regulator, what you would like to do. With the same, without compromising the principles of convergence and other good governance principles, without compromising the patient safety. So what we can do together. So yesterday, Mr. Jain and IPA colleagues, members have come. So we had a very fruitful discussion. So many issues can be resolved based on this science-based decision making without compromising our philosophies. So ultimately, I have spoken too much probably, taken too much time. Ultimately, so my appeal would be, let us come together to find solutions with a regulatory system which is unique to our country, based on the principles of global convergence rather than harmonization, to continue on our path to provide quality products at affordable prices, and also to produce innovative products. So that's all. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranga. Now I would request Ms. Shweta Rai to kindly come upon the stage and give her address, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think most of the points that we wanted to discuss have been also covered by Honorable Minister and the esteemed speakers over here, most of whom I've worked with in my 25 years of career. But just to lay the foundation of this year's theme of providing sustainable access in the healthcare sector, I would like to say that sustainability has increasingly become synonymous with climate change and environment alone. But in a country like India, sustainability must go beyond environment stewardship alone. It is a composite of environmental responsibility and health equity. A lot of this was also discussed in our panel today morning. We are a sector built on precision manufacturing, temperature-sensitive logistics, and globally distributed supply networks. In such an ecosystem, environmental responsibility becomes a resilient strategy. Companies that invest early in climate-smart operations, renewable energy, greener processes, and responsible supply chains will be better positioned to weather future disruptions and remain globally competitive. For pharma, specifically, equitable access is equally critical in defining long-term sustainability. India's healthcare landscape, marked by out-of-pocket expenditure, a rising NCD burden, and a rapidly aging population, requires us to view access as a core metric of sustainability. From our perspective, there are three ways in which access becomes a sustainability accelerator: partnerships with governments to address public health issues, industry and peer-led partnerships to expand access to healthcare services like screening, diagnostics, and providing adherence programs, and of course the patient access programs through tiered pricing and affordability mechanisms for patients to access our drugs on a larger level. Companies that excel in both will define the future of Indian and global pharma. And thank you very much. I'll conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the small brief and also articulating everything. I would now request Dr. Jain to kindly felicitate our panelists, please. I would also request Mr. Sanjeev Navangul to kindly felicitate our chairman, Dr. Rajesh Jain, please. Thank you, speakers. Can we have a group picture in front of the dais, please? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause. We are immediately going forward with our next plenary. Deliberation of this session will focus on real-world strategies for integrating sustainability from molecules to market, green chemistry in drug formulation, digital monitoring tools for carbon tracking, product pipeline transformation approaches, and many more topics. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a couple of minutes for the session changeover, and we'll immediately go forward with our next plenary, please. Meanwhile, I would like to announce that the report and the brochure of the CRDMO task force is now available on the QR code, which is right there on the back side of your badges. You may kindly access the CII Deloitte report as well as the CRDMO task force brochure on this QR code, please. Thank you. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with our next session, From Molecule to Market, Building Carbon Conscious Manufacturing Enterprises. For this session, I would like to invite once again Dr. Rajesh Jain, Chairman CII National Committee on Biotechnology and Chairman and Managing Director, Panacea Biotech Limited, Mr. Mihir Niranjan Chaya, President Revenue Operations and Strategy, Bharat Biotech International Limited, Mr. Himanshu Saxena, Head, Biopharmaceutical Manufacturing, Syngene International, Dr. Hafsa Ahmed, Scientist D, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and Dr. Anita Agarwal, Head Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sailesh Tyagi, Partner and Service Line Leader, Climate Change and Sustainability, Deloitte South Asia. Please welcome. And I would also request our speakers, before we begin, to kindly come in front of this dais for a group picture, please. In front, please. Can I request our panelists to kindly come in front of the dais for a group picture before we start the session, please? Thank you so much. Mr. Tyagi, over to you.
You know, I mean, like my flight yesterday, even this session is packed. Just brilliant. I complained about that. Here, I'm not complaining. This is gold. Very quickly, well done, CII. Brilliant event. Thanks to CII, Deloitte, and the team that worked on the report, which talks about innovation, which talks about impact, talks about our work in the global scene and how we fit in, how we can grow, and how much we can grow. Because both have to go hand in hand, right? It's not about the speed of it, the scale of it, it's about the impact. So very quickly, the focus areas for this session. And, you know, I interacted with these panelists, my friends today, for the next 1 hour. You guys are lucky, sorry. They are brilliant. I give you just an example, and I like to praise people a lot because when they bring value. Mihir, I spoke to him for 10 minutes, and in the process, I learned so much what he's doing on the ground. Less paperwork, more action, right? As just one example. Now, what we're going to cover, in the real world, what are the strategies for integrating sustainability, right from molecules to market? What it means? Are you embedding sustainability across the organization, or it's an add-on? Then we're going to focus on green chemistry in drug formulation. Your space, you know it better than me, right? So I'm an outside in this space. Sustainability, yes, this is all I've done since 1998. I've done nothing else. But when it comes to your sector, of course, you are the experts, right? We do a lot of work in digitalization. For you, it's about digital monitoring tools for carbon tracking. So yeah, that's something I understand a lot. Product pipeline transformation approaches, right? Your space again, and we'll hear from the experts. So, my name is Sailesh Tyagi, it's written on the board. I lead Deloitte's climate change and sustainability practice, 6 partners, 200 odd people. I live in Sydney, work in India, right? So, and that says a lot about what's happening in India. Reverse migration, left India when I was 17. And why I'm in India? Because the potential I see for climate change and sustainability in India is way beyond what I have seen overseas, where I've worked most of my life. Now, How many of you really understand sustainability? Let me wake you up. Raise your hand, please. All right. Great. So let me simplify it for you, sir, for everyone, because all of you are here because of sustainability. Sustainability needs certain variables. One is money, of course, the financial sustainability. That's why this event could happen. But at the centerpiece are the human capital, you people, myself, the panelists. And that's one very important aspect under the S of ESG. Now, S also has something called relationship. I didn't know you guys. It's all relationship of Deloitte, CII, and the industry we work in. The relationships in S made it happen. And the impact. Why won't we have plastic bottles here? Why we have these glass bottles? Because we want to reduce the impact on environment. That's sustainability. You can't, everything you do is sustainability. And people say, no, it's CSR, it's planting trees, some digitalization, clean room, HVAC, chillers. Yes, but that you're going to do anyway. 1 unit you save here is 2 units at the grid, common sense. So with that, no one can tell me that you don't understand sustainability. You know sustainability, you know pharma, you know your work. Perfect. I'll stand here and run this session because I want to focus on my esteemed panelists today for this session, right? Cool. So what I see, you will hear the rich perspective from policy, manufacturing, innovation, and science. Because if you look at the profile of my panelists and the leadership of Mr. Jain, right, the whole event which is happening, you will uncover challenges and, more importantly, opportunities to make carbon-conscious manufacturing a reality. That's what we are talking about here, right? Dr. Ahmed, I'll start with you, not because my mom was from Lucknow, not because of that, you're from Lucknow. but honestly, as an office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the GOI, the Government of India, very keen to understand from the national policy standpoint, as an enabling mechanism, for example, green chemistry, research and development, right? Regulatory harmonization. Incentives for renewable energy, thermal energy, that aspect. Also looking at digitalization, MRV, infrastructure. According to you, what are the most critical to transforming India's pharma value chain, not only operations, but the entire value chain, into a carbon-conscious global manufacturing hub? It's a long question, but you already know the question. Looking forward to hearing you. Please, over to you.
Thank you. Very happy to be here and would very briefly begin with telling you what the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor does. So this is the office that was established way back in 1999 to pragmatically advise the Prime Minister and the Cabinet on matters of science and technology, and started with the legacy of Dr. Kalam. The office has two very important policy levers. One is the Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council, a platform through which a lot of national science and technology agendas are deliberated and mooted. The other one is called the Empowered Technology Group. So whatever goes through to the Cabinet for approvals has actually to clear this platform. So through these interventions, the office tries to look at a lot of national agendas. The more closely associated to today's topic, the one on pharma, to a greater extent is covered under the National One Health Mission, which the office is kind of coordinating with a lot of other ministries and departments, besides a lot of work that the office does in the area of antimicrobial resistance and other areas, waste to wealth, rural innovation. So that was just a brief background from where I come from. I am a person who's by qualification and training a pharmaceutical sciences person. And over the period, I have moved from programs to policy and in my current role at the Office of PSA. To speak about on what you've asked me, so I would say that we need a synergistic environment, and there is value in all of these components to build in together a synergistic national level framework or a platform through which we can achieve this. Now, each of the components that you've mentioned, to begin with, I think we should really move upstream into the root design. That is first. Moving into green chemistry principles that helps us and allows us in, kind of reducing the emissions at the source itself. Then a lot of sustainable API synthesis, how we can build in sustainability into our process flows, what to do with continuous manufacturing processes and flows, and how to kind of incentivize everyone to do that. Secondly, on the regulatory side, I definitely feel this is one side that brings in a lot of predictability. So creating sandboxes that gives us that predictability and trust is very important. A lot of work is happening, but again, to build in regulatory pathways for low carbon sources, especially in the pharma sector. This is something new, and we need to understand that how this can help. You talked about thermal energy. So we know that the pharma sector itself is very, very heat intensive. And how do we move from processes, or rather, how do we incentivize that to move away from processes? Should it be a standalone obligation, a thermal obligation, or should it be accompanied by fiscal benefits or incentives? So it has to be a mix of things that I can currently say. And lastly, you spoke about the MRV. So I feel amongst all this, MRV is the most important because that is the pillar that will bring in a lot of transparency. So while we know that this is an area of global compliance where data integrity is very, very important, this is one pillar that is going to bring in that level of transparency and build trust. So I feel that all of these components have something to offer, and if I try to culminate this into one sentence, I feel it is not just only mandate or only incentivize. I feel a mix of mandate and incentivize kind of a policy standpoint is one that fits into this. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. I always talk about bringing clarity and conviction, and thanks for bringing that. It's also around being a catalyst for deeper dialogue, stronger partnership, bold action, and your view revolves heavily around the policy as a catalyst, right? And what's happening. But I'll come to you, talking about how this is being implemented, right? And if I come to you, Mr. Chaya, because you are doing it. And when I talk to people like you, I learn it's about managing affordability, sustainability. It's about making a business case for sustainability. When my father-in-law asked me what you do, I said, I make sustainability work for businesses, not businesses work for sustainability, because that follows on its own if you make a business case, right? And so you are doing that night and day. So my question to you is more around industries, how industry is managing this dual mandate, I would call it trilemma of affordability, reliability, and making the money out of it, right? Business case. And while you are dealing with this, you're also dealing with mounting global expectations around product carbon footprinting, having clear traceability around cold chain decarbonization, scope 3 disclosure, a challenge, right, for your industry. But that's where you can make the maximum impact, because 70% of emissions are outside your value chain. So over to you, sir, on actual measurable steps, short to medium term and long term view, that's really make an impact. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. All right. So good noon, afternoon, early afternoon to everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to share my views. Thank you, Dr. Jain. So from an industry perspective, from the life sciences, in healthcare, pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and mainly when you talk about public health, you are talking about a scale and a size where every small iteration has an exponential at a logarithmic scale impact. So when you're talking about a national immunization program and you're doing 1 billion doses, any iteration at the root level, right, in product design, in your manufacturing process, in the way the product is delivered, in the way programmatic schedules become cost effective, the impact is logarithmic at a scale of 10 more. Right? Now, when the industry looks, and the Indian industry looks at sustainability, often the key rebuttal that is reflective, which is reflexive, which reacts, the reactive reflex that you get, is what's in it for us. Most of us are confused about how do you trace your carbon emissions. What is this carbon border mechanism adjustment that EU is implementing? What is this scope 3? How do you track it? How does it translate to a cost saving which has a forward-looking impact? Now, I manage revenue operations and strategy for the group companies of Bharat Biotech. I've been in pharma for around 35 years globally. I will give a perspective from the revenue side and as an audience of seeing what is actually being done on the ground. Madam mentioned about One Health mission. We'll start from there. We saw a pandemic in the human health side. Dr. Krishna Ella, which most of you would know, possibly admire, always states that he sees the next pandemic occurring on the animal side. Food crisis could possibly round the corner in form of pandemic hitting it. The government's One Health mission aims to ensure a holistic approach towards sustainability. So when you have industries operating in all the three areas of plant health, animal health, human health, so to speak, your ability to ensure sustainable, equitable, applicable, practicable processes which harness best practices across is more possible and generates more potential applicable cases for smaller units to take from. And for such examples, you need examples live in the industry. So Bharat Biotech has implemented the One Health mission around a decade plus back. So we are in human health, we are in animal health, and we are in plant health. So we have a Innova Agricultural Park in Bangalore, where we do gamma irrigation for farmers across the territory. They come, we help them pack. We also do cryogenic grinding of spices and everything, that retain the essential oils. We are in animal health in terms of large animal. We are maybe possibly the second largest in the world in terms of large animal vaccinations. So in human health, everybody is aware in terms of our vaccines. Through all these, we have identified processes. And the key thing that Dr. Jain spoke today in the first half of the session, and it's underlined, is innovation. There is no backup plan to innovation. To ensure sustainable, profitable growth, which is a generic decision filter for any industry, sustainable, profitable growth. If I'm going to take a decision, will it be sustainable? If it is going to be sustainable, will it have a payback in some form, right? For industry, it's profit. And if it does, will it have the ability to grow, to be emulated across on a larger scale? For this to occur, you have innovations. And I'll now give an example. I'll first start with the innovation example in terms of how carbon footprint minimization, then we go to the cold refrigeration, then we go to scope 3. So suppose there is one vaccine. I think everybody sitting in this room, in all probability, has suffered from a rotavirus infection in their childhood, which is the cause of infantile diarrhea, one of the causes. Most known, some of them unknown. And so there are rotavirus vaccines, which reduce mortality to a very great extent and which is a boon. We are one of the companies that have come up with our own Indian strain, thanks to Dr. Bhan, of rotavirus vaccine. Now, when you go to at a national immunization program, programmatic scale, as I said, you're dealing in billions. We innovated this vaccine in a multi-dose format with a dosing of, say, a 0.5 ml, where a normal dosing that are available globally is at around 2.5 ml. Meaning, you have one truck of, say, I'm just giving a round figure, say 500,000 doses in a refrigerated truck versus 5 trucks for the same number of doses, refrigerated trucks, right? For a vaccine with a higher dose count, same effectiveness and efficacy. This innovation takes time. It has taken us 15 years to get to this point, to evolve a dose, right, without a buffer that can give you this. This has an exponential impact. So when we did a Palestine study, in terms of it is published in the Lancet, that what impact, cost impact did it have on the programmatic schedule? So it had a 33 cents, US dollar 0.33 per dose impact because of the multi-dose, low-dose vial impact in program. That is for the government and the healthcare providers. The same impact is there in India. We provide this in India across scale through many years. Second is your cold refrigerator, your cold chain footprint. Vaccines and pharma are cold chain heavy, right? So in cold chain, to maintain cold chain end to end, to maintain it between 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, in certain cases minus, there is a heavy use of refrigerants. In fact, while some may not declare it, sometimes CFCs come into play. And can you imagine the number of trucks and vehicles moving and containers across the length and breadth of country in a 1.4 billion populated land and across the world, and then you multiply its impact. So when you move towards innovation in solar-powered, engineered, refrigerated trucks, or when you move into innovations using sustainable green refrigerants, that one step has an exponential logarithmic impact on the ability of that operation to have a cost imperative, which enables the entrepreneur to sustain it. And there is the cost imperative, value creation is across the chain, end to end. Then we come to scope 3. Now, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Scope 1 in terms of emissions is what you generate as a company through a manufacturing process, which has a certain degree of control that you have on it. And then there are various steps in terms of regenerative manufacturing practices, closed loop waste management systems, or moving to continuous manufacturing or batch to batch manufacturing, or yield, batch level yields increasing, which has, but then you go to scope 2, which is when you purchase energy to run your plant. There is hardly anything much you can do. And scope 3, which is also a target area in the Bio E3 policy of the government. Scope 3 is the emissions that are done upstream, your industry, downstream, your industry, outside of your units. So your vendors, suppliers, customers, their auxiliary units. Now, how do you control them? One may say, how is it possible? And we are talking about, as a first step nationally, transparency in sharing scope 3 data. This is where your blockchain is going to be critical. First and foremost, you have to incentivize upstream and downstream your industry to have them share that data and for them to overcome their doubt. You have to foster transparency and faith. That will only happen if it is through blockchain technology implemented. How do we identify the KPIs of what scope 3 data we should track, what we should not track? These are early days and this didn't worked out. But since Europe has already implemented at their import borders the carbon trading norms, the carbon monitoring border adjustment, we are slowly being forced into what you said, compliance. That compliance has a business impact. Compliance costs are going up. So, without innovation, this will not be attractive, because without innovation, costs will only go up. Thank you so much.
No, thanks so much. Look, that's what I was saying. I spoke to him for 5 minutes, and having worked in this space for so long, I learned a lot around, in one line, if I have to sum up, right? What I learned from then and today is responsible growth is not a cost. It's the currency of future competitiveness, right? That's essentially, we can sum up in one line what industry is doing. Now, Dr. Jain, I won't embarrass you by saying this is one of the best forwards I've ever read in one of my own reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's just brilliant because, and I like to take small notes, right, from school days, I guess. What I've learned from your forward, and I'll ask you a very specific question. Responsible growth, our ability to innovate, sir, what you mentioned, and how you safeguard human health and planetary health. I have Dr. Vikram, our healthcare leader in the room. He always talks about safeguarding human health and planetary health, right? Then we are talking about, sir, your forward talks about the convergence of sustainability in business, right? So from supply chain that are ethical and transparent to climate smart operations, how we can strengthen competitiveness and not constrain it. And that's your forward and what you said, how we can sum up everything. But my question to you, look, you're one man, I've seen you everywhere, at the right forums. And I've seen people rushing into the room to hear you. Now, having led these industry conservations, right, or conversations, right? It was conservation, but conversations. In your view, how you see the role of Indian biotech leaders? We heard one, we're going to hear the other one, and our policy and other experts, with Anita and coming in. How sustainability is evolving to be the centerpiece of global competitiveness, very much the way I summed up, very much in your forward, what you have written. And I think it's a lot about mindset shift, right? And how leaders, according to you, are looking at sustainability as a cause, as an enabler, or as a differentiator, or something which is absolutely a must. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you very much. First of all, praising me for multiple things that you said. And I would really say you covered it all. Mihir covered everything that I think needs to be looked into before we say that we need a sustainable carbon emission, strategy for everybody. It's not that simple, but I think it would be very difficult to explain, but very simply done by Mihir. A long chain. Now, I'll tell you a small example of the glass bottle that you took early in your discussion from a sustainable carbon emission point of view. You said that glass bottle is better than the plastic bottle. Of course, we know that. Now, tell me, if I were to change this glass bottle, a plastic bottle into a glass bottle on streets, and people would buy that instead of a plastic bottle. Could you imagine a 200 ml bottle would cost how much? And what is the cost today? Let's say it will cost you 3-4 rupees, plastic one, and a glass bottle of Bisleri would cost you at discounted price 30 rupees. So you drink this 250 ml bottle and you will throw away plastic, very thin. You don't think it is worth storing and you will throw it away because it is not reusable and you don't find any value. But if when you are carrying that 30 ml bottle, after drinking, will you throw away? So I did this experiment a couple of months back in my office, and I said that, no, I don't want to drink this water from plastic bottles. And I changed all my home mineral water bottles, all my office bottles. And I bought huge quantity of Bisleri, negotiated very well with them, that I am buying so much of quantity every month, give me discount and all. But still it went down to 30 rupees. And now we are drinking that. And now I put those bottles on the table, and by the evening, the caretakers are coming and checking me, what do we do with these bottles? Do we refill or do I throw away? And imagine what was my answer. And for a moment I was also in a pause. Do I throw these bottles? Then what happens? Will this not also cause damage? Because, of damage of different dimension. Somebody will buy it, fill it, show it like a Bisleri bottle and sell it again. It's so easy. And if you throw it up into the mud, even a broken glass would cause pollution. So how do you handle this? These guys are smart in the hotel. They are recycling it. So it's easy to do. But on the road, it's not that easy to do. Then come the question that the section 3 that you were talking about, the scope 3. We did a lot inside the company as Panacea Biotech to reduce our carbon emissions, right from, electricity generation to alternates, we did that. And then redesigning the entire packaging to have a lower footprint, we did that. And then the critical question comes is when you receive raw materials from your suppliers, which use either fuel or not so good ingredients which emit carbons. How do you handle that? Which means you need to hire more people, you need to bring in more systems, and you need to invest in those companies so that they can improve. And that needs cash. The moment your cash starts flowing out to now these newer avenues which are absolutely good for the environment and good for all of us, but that increases your cost and payback time. And unfortunately, our industry is regulated by National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority in India, and vaccines as well as pharmaceuticals are driven more by donor monies, and there are, international organizations buying these vaccines for the whole developing world, and every year they want a lower price. People are expecting increments and promotions inside a company. Okay, investors are wanting more buck for the same dollar or the rupee that they invest. And your sales price are going down and your costs are going up. We will get eliminated, one day. And I think this is a sector where the governments must come forward. And okay, this is one side of the story. Okay, now look at, we are talking about environment, sustainability and all these things. On the other hand, a small cough syrup will fail you. A small cough syrup, which is insignificant part of the whole treatment for therapeutics in pharmaceuticals, can kill people and bring down the whole national pride that we carry of being a pharmacy of the world so quickly. Just see the two extremes. On one hand, we are trying to promote companies to invest in environment sustainability and rise to the global level. And on the other hand, a small company can fail you. So how do you handle this? I think we have been reflecting on this, and I think, of course, individual companies, we are doing what we can do, and we'll continue to do that. However, the government needs to come forward and clearly bring out a policy for ESG, which is grant-driven, not soft loans. Only grant-driven, and gives clear-cut, like we get this R&D incentives, weighted tax deduction, first grant, and then on continuous investments in the sector, a weighted tax deduction, which is the income tax kind of benefit, so that not only us, but every company which is producing in the country goes for it. And they can begin this sector by sector. First they can pick up the chemical sector or the fuel sector, and then the medicines, and then the other aspects. But I think it is an overall revolution which has to be led clearly by the government, recognizing that if a company were to go alone, they are insignificant. Only as an industry together with the government, this is possible, not alone.
Right. No, thanks, Dr. Jain. And I always look at my reports and talk about people, planet, and profit. But this report is about progress, promise, and the planet, right? That's why. So
and I changed it.
True.
From profit to, what was said today morning? Purpose. From profit to purpose. And from, shareholders to stakeholders. I think that is the right direction.
No, absolutely. Even if I work in sustainability, I talk more about tangibles. So that purpose is great, but let's talk about something which is, as you mentioned, right? Responsible leadership. And talking about keeping it tangible, and I also want to hear from Mr. Saxena, right? I always look at people from the lens of what expertise they bring, sir. And you run a plant at Syngene, right? You're the head of manufacturing. And very keen to understand your perspective from the manufacturing and CDMO side around the barriers, right? Because we heard a lot about the good bits, right? A lot happening, which is gold. But of course, we also want to know what are the most significant barriers, technical, regulatory, economic, right? In terms of scaling low carbon manufacturing, if I want to add HVAC optimization as one example, solvent reduction, we can look at substituting thermal energy, right? As Dr. Amber mentioned, right? That also comes in. And then finally, electrification, process electrification, equipment electrification. So what are some of the significant barriers, sir, which you are seeing while running the plant, looking at those energy efficiency opportunities and your path towards low carbon transition? Over to you, sir. Please.
Thank you. And since morning, we have been receiving so much of good information around sustainability. But I have a question for the audience here. Why we are here? As a pharmacist and as a pharma professional, we all know that we have been here for saving lives, right? And from saving lives, we are going towards saving the environment. Yeah, so that is the journey that we are supposed to do. Now, when we are supposed to do this kind of a journey, this means that we have to modernize the entire manufacturing itself. And when I say modernization of manufacturing, it does not mean that India or some other countries, they are doing manufacturing on some ancient technical platforms. No. What I want to tell you here is that the whole manufacturing industry has to do a turnaround in terms of technology, and that's where this barrier comes in. So when I say the barriers around technology and how do we do that to lower our carbon footprint, because many other industries are doing it, be it mining industry, petroleum industry, or aerospace industry, they are all doing their bits to make sure that their carbon footprint goes down. But in pharma, because we are dealing with human health, and because of the fact that we are dealing with strict regulatory regimes and controls, because 8 billion people are there and their health is supreme, and which means that if a drug is identified at some place and a formulation at another place, sorry, I had a bad throat. So, and it is sold globally, then it means that it has to follow some kind of a regime where it passes the global regulatory examinations and it is safe for the patient to be used everywhere. That is the reason why pharma is 110% heavily regulated, and it is good. Now, when it comes to regulations, then what happens is any kind of innovation or any kind of things which you would like to change will take some time. And the reason why it takes some time is you need to provide an evidence. What kind of evidence you need to provide? You need to provide some evidence to say that what we were doing yesterday and the products which we were making because of yesteryear's process, now with this new green chemistry and with this new green formulation, the new product or the same product that we are making is equivalent or better. It has no after effects on human health. It has no after effects on the patients. That is one part. The second part is this. This means what? So when I say about modernization of manufacturing, it means that the whole scientific endeavor has to change. We have to move from yield to carbon yield. Correct. So this is a whole, right now in my 30 years of career, every now and then this whole question will come. Stoichiometric yield, actual yield, and what is the yield in the overall manufacturing steps. But nobody is talking about, अरे कितना carbon आपने जला दिया, फूंक दिया, सब कर दिया है. So that mindset has to change completely. For that to happen, we will have to go back to the original scientific bent of mind. For all the pharmaceutical processes that we are doing, be in chemistry, be it in synthetic chemistry or in biopharmaceutical manufacturing, everything has been done 70 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Yeah, in terms of what? In terms of synthesis of chemicals or synthesis of processes, making of medications, right? Even in biopharmaceuticals also, fermentation technology has been since ages. But how do we now change this? That's one barrier. First barrier is technology. Technology means that the input resources that we are using, how those can be channelized in a way that from step one itself, we are having the lowest carbon footprint, right? Which means that you will have to change your entire synthetic chemistry baseline itself. That is one. How do you change it? For changing that, you require a lot of experimentations. You will require a lot of new milestones based, scientific endeavors, etc. For that, you require a lot of money, which has to be, in gestation period. And even for that, you require new branch of scientific studies. Like say for example, in our colleges, institutions, etc., we are still reading all what has been done so many times, so many years ago. So that whole scientific temperament will have to change, which will have to be meaning that we have an enormous task ahead of us. Now, good thing is, Government of India has launched, Anusandhan National Research Foundation scheme, right? So much of money is available. And it's a clarion call from my side to all the entrepreneurs who are sitting here, all the scientists who are sitting here, please go, take this opportunity, find out some labs, make some labs, identify some small processes. Because until unless everybody contributes in this scientific endeavor, this technological leap that we have to take will not happen. So that is one. The other part is coming to the equipments. Most of the manufacturing equipments, of course, they are process related. So they have a very good handshake with the processes that they have to achieve, right? Now, if you have to go for low carbon emission, which is going to be the baseline approach for equipments to have, the equipments themselves will have to be upgraded tremendously, which means that the equipment itself is generating low carbon footprint and it is doing much of the jobs in its own ecosystem without, without trampling with the environment, right? So lot of technology will go there. The lot of materials that we use in making of the equipments, whether it is steel or whether it is other metals or whether it is other minerals that we have to use sometimes, all those kind of things, etc., will have to change. Third thing is materials. If you look into the materials as a barrier, like say for example, we use lot of materials, but we have not gone into the sciences where you might have to use a costly material in your process, but that material will actually end up with low carbon footprint, right? So that's into your materials. Fourth aspect is around the whole regulatory setup. Because once you do all these things, in pharma, the world is very complex, everybody knows that. Once you launch something, you will have to go for clinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, right? Yes. If you do some kind of this change, then this change will also means that regulatory agencies will ask you all those processes, have they been completed, and you have got some equivalency data. So all these barriers are there. But the fact of the matter is, as Dr. Rajesh Jain has also said, and other panelists have also said, world is moving towards handshaking with companies who are ahead in sustainability. Right. So this is a marketing need also. If your company is going behind in sustainability, nobody would like to work with you. Because the world is moving, the generation is moving, everybody is saying how good, what is goodness in the way that you are making your products. And how am I contributing? Suppose if I buy some car which is, very bad on emission norms, what I am doing? I am not only harming myself, I am harming all the other people who come in contact with that car, right? So why should I handshake with a company who is making a product which in any case is making through a process which is so carbon intensive? So all these barriers which I talked to you about, in terms of our education, our processes, our infrastructure, then equipment, and then materials, and then, the regulation, all these things will now have to get, do a 360-degree change. And that's why I have used this word, modernization of manufacturing. Right. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Saxena. I guess you reminded me of what Dada, Mr. Joydeep Ghosh, right? He leads the entire sector for Deloitte. You always say, you want a seat on the table, Shailesh, you need to play the part. That's exactly what you're talking about. And what I heard, I felt like I'm listening to a manufacturing maverick, right? Who is saying, not only we are healing the world, but we have the potential to lead it towards a more sustainable future. Thank you. That's gold. Because when we hear from the people on the ground, that proves sustainability is a cost, but that cost yields value. And it's about value creation. Absolutely. Now, look, I like to stick to the time given to me. I'm quite famous for it. We started late, so I'm still on time. Last question. And though, Dr. Agarwal, I wanted to start with you, but you said, Shailesh, you were humble and kind, saying... My job has become much easier now. You were saying, no problem, Shailesh, I'll follow, and I'm happy to answer it at the back end. But look, we want to hear from Department of Science and Technology, where, as a head, Science for Equity, Empowerment, and Development, I'm very keen to understand your perspective around how science-led interventions and very targeted support mechanisms can help MSMEs. The scope 3, we've heard a lot, right? But we also want to understand how smaller CDMOs can scale sustainably, right? Of course, we need shared infrastructure, access to clean tech, capacity building targeted. I do run those capacity building exercises myself, but more for the board. How many do I really run for MSMEs, right? Quite a few, but not plenty enough. So how we can really ensure an equitable transition across the India pharma sector, and please, if we can focus on the manufacturing ecosystem. Your views, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the esteemed audience and my co-panelists. I think my job has become much easier now because in the previous session, our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology was here. So he had shared his views and covered many aspects of what different departments in the ministry are doing. So just to introduce you a bit, Department of Science and Technology is the biggest extramural funding agencies. And we have always launched the programs ahead of time. And many of you must have interacted with Technology Development Board, which is providing a low-cost finance in terms of loan and equity to the industry for scaling up of new technologies and then eventually leading to commercialization of those technologies. And apart from that, I believe many of you must have interacted with DST on different occasions. So I am heading the Seed Division in DST. Apart from that, I am looking after medical device and technology cell, and by training I am an immunologist and chemist before that. So going through the intersection of all these sectors, starting from the research on the bench and then coming to the funding agency. So during this long journey I made, so we have a good fortune to interact with different stakeholders. So climate change and carbon capture is one of the major agendas in the portfolio of Department of Science and Technology. So when we talk of MSMEs or CDMOs, especially the availability and access to technology and shared infrastructure are very crucial issues. So now you must be aware of RDI fund, and tomorrow there is an outreach program also. And the ANRF, my previous speaker spoke about the ANRF. So now DST is repositioning itself once this ANRF is out, and RDI fund is there to support industries and startups. So now the focus of DST will be more towards creating a shared infrastructure which can be used by the startups as well as the industries and MSMEs alike. So if we look back, so we have created SATI facilities, so where Section 8 companies have been established, and these are regularly available to industries and startups on the payment basis on nominal rates. Apart from that, if you look at the missions which have been launched in last 2-3 years, whether it is AI mission or quantum mission or cyber physical mission, everywhere industry has been a very integral part of these missions. So startups and industries, MSMEs, they are constructively engaged in all these R&D missions where they are contributing and shaping the R&D programs across the country. Apart from that, they are also drawing from the strength of R&D output which has been generated through these concerted efforts. So whether you look at cyber physical mission or quantum mission, healthcare is one key sector which is being benefited from all these missions. So we are also working on development of large language models, AI for future applications, IoT, blockchain. All these technologies have been being handled by all these initiatives. So when it comes to access to the technology for MSME or startups, shared infrastructure is very important. Especially pharma sector is a sunrise sector in the country, and a lot of pharma companies are into a very good profit-making mode. So we expect at least the pharma companies, they should invest a considerable amount in the capacities which have been built across the countries in terms of institutions. So when you look at pharma industries, I think all of you must be interacting with the Department of Pharma and NIPERS. But the pharma industry should look beyond NIPERS also and reach out to IITs, ISERs, which are doing really excellent work in the area. They have very good biotechnology, bioengineering, or even chemistry departments, which are really contributing a lot to this sector. So DST has launched an initiative on therapeutic chemicals, so where we were looking at new processes, as pointed out my earlier speaker, processes, manufacturing, all these play a key role. And if you want to adopt it, then naturally you have to produce an equivalence for the regulator to allow you to adopt those processes. So these institutes are being supported, the groups are being supported. So we have a conglomerate of around 17 leading institutes in the country which are working together for this goal. So if you can partner with those institutes and give them some industrial perspective as to what you desire. So parallelly, they will be working with the regulator also. So seamlessly, if we can integrate this system, it will really help the industry as well as those academic institutes also. And in turn, industry can get the industry-ready manpower also through this whole process. So once they have an exposure to how industry perceive the things, so I think that they can maneuver those R&D initiatives as per the requirement of the industry. So we request industry to come forward and handhold those institutes so that at the end of the day, those innovations which are happening at the lab level, they can see the light of the day. So a lot of DBT institutes and DST institutes are doing extremely good work. So it's just a matter of reaching out to the right people at the right time. At the same time, the training for existing manpower to absorb and understand these technologies is also equally important. So I believe these institutes, those R&D initiatives which have been seeded by the government can really help in those aspects also. And the shared infrastructure which is being created, industry can also invest, government is also looking forward, we can also put in some money for testing laboratories or common treatment plant, the new innovations which can be introduced in the whole process. So I believe like if we form a collaborative mode and have a consortia approach, so the readiness of the industry to adopt these technologies and our knowledge institutions and knowledge ecosystem, so the synergies between both of these can really bring very good outcomes. Then we don't have to look out for these technologies and we can become a global leader and give these technologies to the others. So we cannot get away with sustainability. So that is the key word, and I mean, we have to confine to those norms because we all will be grappling with the changes which will happen due to climate change. So, I mean, there is no way out, so we have to reinvent ourselves, we have to be ready to absorb frugal innovations which are coming from the various knowledge institutions across the country. So in order to be ready to absorb those technologies, I believe collaboration and working with the knowledge institution is the only way ahead. And DST is planning an outreach program tomorrow for RDI scheme. So it will be a good opportunity. I think invitation has been extended to all the industry forums. So it, somebody pointed out about granting aid also, so that through RDI scheme, the funding will be in form of soft loan and equity only. So granting aid, pharma sector, if pharma sector is asking for granting aid, I think we expect pharma sector to invest in and nurture these institutes. So eventually we should grow together. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Doc. Look, I'm conscious of time, and what I can say, the opportunities are enormous. There are challenges, variable expectations, but at the end of it, I always say, you can only do good if you make money. And you make money, you make a business case for sustainability. If you give me, you expect me to plant 100 trees, maybe I can. But how about you ask me to plant 1 billion trees? I need to make a business case, right? Very important. And well, we have heard all, thank you everyone, this gold, thank you. And is this not the kind of leadership India's pharma sector deserves to demonstrate, not locally, but globally as well, right? We heard from the experts. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chaya. Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Dr. Jain, thank you so much. And, you know, last not the least, Dr. Agarwal, thank you for giving us those thought-provoking ideas. I would also like to thank CII for this collaboration and the leaders here to continue to shape the future of the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. But your job is not done yet,
Okay.
sir. I would request you to kindly felicitate our panelists.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. No, thank you. Okay, Ahmed? Thank you so much.
I would also request Dr. Jain to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Shailesh Tyagi.
Okay. No, this is yours. I see it. Okay.
Thank you. Speakers, I would request you to kindly use these stairs, my side.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I was about to jump. That's it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for a quick lunch before we continue with our summit. We will meet again at 2 p.m. for our next plenary. Beyond compliance, creating value through sustainable strategies for clinical development and drug discovery. Please join us for lunch now. Thank you so much.
And develop a basket of robust yet technically complex products designed for diverse markets across the world. Today, we have a team of over 2,000 world-class scientists working in state-of-the-art R&D centers spread across the globe. We consider it paramount that wherever in the world we research, develop, manufacture, test or distribute our products, quality will always be of the highest standard. At Sun, there is no substitute for quality. Based on our core values of reliability, quality, innovation, trust and consistency, we are able to deliver on our vision of reaching people and touching lives globally as a leading provider of valued medicines. And much like the star our planet depends on for life, we will rise and shine every day to the benefit of all mankind. Sun Pharma, reaching people, touching lives.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our hearts. The voice you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. The voice you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh, fire in your eyes, oh. It's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
Decisions today chart the course for tomorrow. At Deloitte, we help organizations as they redefine their strategies, embed sustainability into their operations, consider tax implications, and navigate disclosure and regulatory requirements. Using cutting-edge climate technology, ecosystem partnerships, and data-driven insights. Together, let's help build vibrant economies that are sustainable well into the future. Deloitte Sustainability.
Panacia Biotech, enabling people to live well and live longer. At Panacia Biotech, We believe that good health is a right of every individual. We undertake research, development, manufacturing, and marketing across nutrition, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines, with impact of our first-in-class and branded products around the globe, spanning across more than 150 countries. Panacea Biotech was at the forefront of India's journey to become polio-free, delivering today over 10 billion doses across the world. From there, we expanded our promise with 200 million fully liquid combination vaccines, protecting children from deadly diseases like diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, hepatitis B, and pneumonia. Our breakthroughs Easy 5 TT, Easy 6 have simplified childhood immunization and is now trusted in 137 countries. In close partnership with WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and national governments, we continue to make vaccines more accessible so that no child is left behind. At Panacea Biotech, we have science guiding us to provide a healthier lifestyle to a child at all stages of their growth. From newborns to adults, our nutrition foray, 7N Panacea Biotech, focuses on affordable, science-backed, and toxin-free care. Through START, we deliver scientifically validated infant formula, and with Nicomom, a wide range of baby hygiene and skin-friendly care products, ensuring safety, trust, and well-being from the very first day. Our pharmaceutical portfolio has a strong presence in key therapeutic areas, such as organ transplantation, nephrology, oncology, and gastroenterology, with category-leading brands including Pacley All, Pangraph, Mycept, Glycid M, Livolac, and Sitcom across over 100+ countries. We touch lives across the world in diabetes, digestion, and transplant care trusted by over 75 million patients. We have our international standard CGMP facilities in Baddi, Himachal Pradesh, and Lalru, Punjab, spanning over 60 acres. Our facilities meet the highest global standards: US FDA, WHO PQ, and Visa, Saudi FDA, and MCC. Every batch is tested for sterility, safety, and stability across multiple temperature zones. Our products impact lives across 150 countries, 1,500+ global patents, 150+ clinical trials, 1 new chemical entity, 2 first-in-the-world vaccines. Under our initiative, Panacea Biotech 2.0, we embark on a new journey. Deadly diseases, smarter solutions, more impact. Through deep collaborations with global research institutes like THSTI, we have developed platform technologies to respond to pandemics at unprecedented speed. In record time, we delivered candidates for coronavirus, Mpox, and flu, each supported by our in-house adjuvants like Emulsipan and Emulsipan T. We are also advancing Dengue All, a dengue vaccine co-developed with the National Institutes of Health, USA, currently in phase 3 trials, jointly with ICMR, moving towards zero landfill and growing in harmony with the environment. Recognized by the Thomson Reuters Innovation Awards, we are proud to rank among India's top scientific innovators. At Panacea Biotech, we nurture dreams. Every product we make brings us closer to a world where every life can flourish. And every moment is a chance to live well and live longer. Panacea Biotech, enabling people to live well and live longer. Visit us at www.panaceabiotech.com.
Good health is more than just the absence of disease. It's the freedom to live life to the fullest. But for too many, this freedom remains out of reach. Dr. K. Anji Reddy founded Dr. Reddy's with a core belief: everyone deserves access to quality healthcare. For decades, we've honored his vision by pushing the boundaries of science, pioneering affordable medicines, and expanding access to healthcare across the globe. Today, we've transformed into a global leader, partnering with the world's largest pharmaceutical and innovative biotech companies globally to bring innovative medicines to millions of patients across emerging markets, North America, Europe, and beyond. We've built a legacy of innovation, from pioneering complex drug development of established molecules to creating new innovative medicine like small molecule degraders for cancer patients and in-licensing innovative monoclonal antibodies, bispecific and CAR T-cell therapies.
But our commitment goes beyond medicine. We're dedicated to building a healthier, more sustainable future for all. By leveraging our unique capabilities, we connect partners and patients globally, helping them reach 1.5 billion people who would otherwise lack access. We do whatever it takes to make it happen. Join us in our journey to transform access to innovative medicines.
The future of healthcare has been 3.8 billion years in the making. Cells. Cells are the building blocks of all life on Earth, from amoebas to dinosaurs. They help defend us against diseases and keep us from going the way of the T-Rex. Sorry, mate. As we've learned more about cells, scientists have harnessed them to create many of today's most powerful therapies, like extracting their proteins to make biologics like insulin, or using their DNA as starting material for vaccines, even reprogramming cells themselves to find and attack cancer cells in the body. Today's and tomorrow's transformative medicines rely on these microscopic champions. And at Cytiva, we are proud to help our customers deliver their potential to patients. Inspired by a vision in which access to life-changing therapies can transform human health, we bring tools, technologies, and expertise to help biopharma companies accelerate future therapeutics. Our flexible, single-use solutions enable agile, end-to-end biomanufacturing capacity so that customers can develop groundbreaking treatments. We can do this because at Cytiva, we're right there with our customers, lending a helping hand from discovery to delivery. Because we believe there's no such thing as an idea too big or a molecule too small. Not when you keep the patient in focus.
Change is imminent, but only some change can drive greater good, can alter the existing paradigm, can elevate the quality of life. Changes like these have the power to truly transform, to usher in a new era. Biocon has been a champion for meaningful transformation in healthcare for over 4 decades. From being pioneers in developing, manufacturing, and commercializing biosimilars in India, today, Biocon Biologics is recognized as an important global biosimilars player. We are recognized for expanding equitable access to high-quality biologics through the power of affordable innovation. We have a world-class scientific talent pool with R&D experience of developing biologics for global markets. Our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities adhere to the most stringent regulatory norms, with accreditation from some of the top regulatory agencies. In fact, we are one of the largest insulin producers in the world and among the largest producers of antibody drugs in Asia. We have transformed the global pharma landscape with our game-changing firsts in the biosimilars space. Our products have been trusted by millions of patients across the world. We have built one of the broadest and deepest portfolios of biosimilars in the industry. And our relentless drive to address the global unmet need for affordable life-saving drugs has led us to seek full vertical integration across the biosimilars value chain. The acquisition of global biosimilar business of Viatris is yet another step in consolidating this vertically integrated model for healthcare equity and takes us closer to our mission of delivering affordable medicines to billions of patients globally. This acquisition transforms Biocon Biologics from a collaborative model to a leading global biosimilars player. Besides the addition of partnered and in-licensed biosimilar assets, this new commercial engine propels us closer to both patients and payers. Our growing commercial footprint across geographies demonstrates our resolve to provide more affordable and equitable access to world-class healthcare. We've grown because we've embraced change to alter the paradigm. Because we're committed to elevate the quality of life. Because we've focused steadfastly on transforming healthcare and, in turn, transforming the lives of patients worldwide. Biocon Biologics. Transforming healthcare, transforming lives.
The sun, miraculously positioned around 97 million miles from Earth. Any closer or any further, and we couldn't exist in our present form. So powerful, it gives off more energy in 1 second than all Earth's people have used since the beginning of time. It makes the wind blow, the currents flow, the rain fall, and every living thing grow. Above all, it is totally reliable. It has been here from the beginning, and it will be here for millions of years to come. And it is because of this that we have named our company Sun Pharma. And why? Since our inception, we have striven to achieve the same uncompromising reliability and level of trustworthiness of the star we depend on. From humble beginnings in 1983, with just 2 employees and 5 psychiatric products, we have grown to become a leading specialty generic pharmaceutical company in the world, with global revenues of over $5.5 billion. We have a presence in 100+ countries and employ over 40,000 people representing 50 cultures across 6 continents. Every year, we sell billions of doses covering a wide range of treatment alternatives for cough and cold, digestive disorders, heart ailments, cancer, mental illness, psoriasis, and much more. Our significant investment in R&D, beginning 3 decades ago, enabled us to make technology our key differentiator and develop a basket of robust yet technically complex products designed for diverse markets across the world. Today, we have a team of over 2,000 world-class scientists working in state-of-the-art R&D centers spread across the globe. We consider it paramount that wherever in the world we research, develop, manufacture, test, or distribute our products, quality will always be of the highest standard. At Sun, there is no substitute for quality. Based on our core values of reliability, quality, innovation, trust, and consistency, we are able to deliver on our vision of reaching people and touching lives globally as a leading provider of valued medicines. And much like the star our planet depends on for life, we will rise and shine every day to the benefit of all mankind. Sun Pharma, reaching people, touching lives.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breath in our lungs, beat in our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh, fire in your eyes, oh, it's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
Decisions today chart the course for tomorrow. At Deloitte, we help organizations as they redefine their strategies, embed sustainability into their operations, consider tax implications, and navigate disclosure and regulatory requirements. Using cutting-edge climate technology, ecosystem partnerships, and data-driven insights. Together, let's help build vibrant economies that are sustainable well into the future. Deloitte Sustainability.
Panacea Biotech, enabling people to live well and live longer. At Panacea Biotech, we believe that good health is a right of every individual. We undertake research, development, manufacturing, and marketing across nutrition, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines, with impact of our first-in-class and branded products around the globe, spanning across more than 150 countries. Panacea Biotech was at the forefront of India's journey to become polio-free, delivering today over 10 billion doses across the world. From there, we expanded our promise with 200 million fully liquid combination vaccines, protecting children from deadly diseases like diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, hepatitis B, and pneumonia. Our breakthroughs Easy 5 TT, Easy 6 have simplified childhood immunization and is now trusted in 137 countries. In close partnership with WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and national governments, we continue to make vaccines more accessible so that no child is left behind. At Panacea Biotech, we have science guiding us to provide a healthier lifestyle to a child at all stages of their growth. From newborns to adults, our nutrition foray, 7N Panacea Biotech, focuses on affordable, science-backed, and toxin-free care. Through START, we deliver scientifically validated infant formula, and with Nico Mom, a wide range of baby hygiene and skin-friendly care products, ensuring safety, trust, and well-being from the very first day. Our pharmaceutical portfolio has a strong presence in key therapeutic areas, such as organ transplantation, nephrology, oncology, and gastroenterology, with category-leading brands including Pacley All, Pangraph, Mycert, Glycid M, Livoluck, and Sitcom across over 100 plus countries. We touch lives across the world in diabetes, digestion, and transplant care trusted by over 75 million patients. We have our international standard CGMP facilities in Baddi, Himachal Pradesh and Lalru, Punjab, spanning over 60 acres. Our facilities meet the highest global standards: US FDA, WHO PQ, and Visa, Saudi FDA, and MCC. Every batch is tested for sterility, safety, and stability across multiple temperature zones. Our products impact lives across 150 countries, 1,500 plus global patents, 150 plus clinical trials, 1 new chemical entity, 2 first-in-the-world vaccines. Under our initiative, Panacea Biotech 2.0, we embark on a new journey. Deadly diseases, smarter solutions, more impact. Through deep collaborations with global research institutes like DHSTI, we have developed platform technologies to respond to pandemics at unprecedented speed. In record time, we delivered candidates for coronavirus, Mpox, and flu, each supported by our in-house adjuvants like Emulsipan and Emulsipan T. We are also advancing Dengue All, a dengue vaccine co-developed with the National Institutes of Health, USA, currently in phase 3 trials, jointly with ICMR, moving towards zero landfill and growing in harmony with the environment. Recognized by the Thomson Reuters Innovation Awards, we are proud to rank among India's top scientific innovators. At Panacea Biotech, we nurture dreams. Every product we make brings us closer to a world where every life can flourish. And every moment is a chance to live well and live longer. Panacea Biotech, enabling people to live well and live longer. Visit us at www.panaceabiotech.com.
Good health is more than just the absence of disease. It's the freedom to live life to the fullest. But for too many, this freedom remains out of reach. Dr. K. Angie Reddy founded Dr. Reddy's with a core belief: everyone deserves access to quality healthcare. For decades, we've honored his vision by pushing the boundaries of science, pioneering affordable medicines, and expanding access to healthcare across the globe. Today, we've transformed into a global leader, partnering with the world's largest pharmaceutical and innovative biotech companies globally to bring innovative medicines to millions of patients across emerging markets, North America, Europe, and beyond. We've built a legacy of innovation, from pioneering complex drug development of established molecules to creating new innovative medicine like small molecule degraders for cancer patients and in-licensing innovative monoclonal antibodies, bispecific and CAR T-cell therapies. But our commitment goes beyond medicine. We're dedicated to building a healthier, more sustainable future for all. By leveraging our unique capabilities, we connect partners and patients globally, helping them reach 1.5 billion people who would otherwise lack access. We do whatever it takes to make it happen. Join us in our journey to transform access to innovative medicines.
The future of healthcare has been 3.8 billion years in the making. Cells. Cells are the building blocks of all life on Earth, from amoebas to dinosaurs. They help defend us against diseases and keep us from going the way of the T-Rex. Sorry, mate. As we've learned more about cells, scientists have harnessed them to create many of today's most powerful therapies, like extracting their proteins to make biologics like insulin, or using their DNA as starting material for vaccines. Even reprogramming cells themselves to find and attack cancer cells in the body. Today's and tomorrow's transformative medicines rely on these microscopic champions. And at Cytiva, we're proud to help our customers deliver their potential to patients. Inspired by a vision in which access to life-changing therapies can transform human health, we bring tools, technologies, and expertise to help biopharma companies accelerate future therapeutics. Our flexible, single-use solutions enable agile, end-to-end biomanufacturing capacity so that customers can develop groundbreaking treatments. We can do this because at Cytiva, we're right there with our customers, lending a helping hand from discovery to delivery. Because we believe there's no such thing as an idea too big or a molecule too small. Not when you keep the patient in focus.
Change is imminent, but only some change can drive greater good, can alter the existing paradigm, can elevate the quality of life. Changes like these have the power to truly transform, to usher in a new era. Biocon has been a champion for meaningful transformation in healthcare for over 4 decades. From being pioneers in developing, manufacturing, and commercializing biosimilars in India, today, Biocon Biologics is recognized as an important global biosimilars player. We are recognized for expanding equitable access to high-quality biologics through the power of affordable innovation. We have a world-class scientific talent pool with R&D experience of developing biologics for global markets. Our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities adhere to the most stringent regulatory norms, with accreditation from some of the top regulatory agencies. In fact, we are one of the largest insulin producers in the world and among the largest producers of antibody drugs in Asia. We have transformed the global pharma landscape with our game-changing firsts in the biosimilars space. Our products have been trusted by millions of patients across the world. We have built one of the broadest and deepest portfolios of biosimilars in the industry. And our relentless drive to address the global unmet need for affordable life-saving drugs has led us to seek full vertical integration across the biosimilars value chain. The acquisition of global biosimilar business of Viatris is yet another step in consolidating this vertically integrated model for healthcare equity and takes us closer to our mission of delivering affordable medicines to billions of patients globally. This acquisition transforms Biocon Biologics from a collaborative model to a leading global biosimilars player. Besides the addition of partnered and in-licensed biosimilar assets, this new commercial engine propels us closer to both patients and payers. Our growing commercial footprint across geographies demonstrates our resolve to provide more affordable and equitable access to world-class healthcare. We've grown because we've embraced change to alter the paradigm. Because we're committed to elevate the quality of life. Because we've focused steadfastly on transforming healthcare, and in turn, transforming the lives of patients worldwide. Biocon Biologics. Transforming healthcare, transforming lives.
The sun, miraculously positioned around 97 million miles from Earth. Any closer or any further, and we couldn't exist in our present form. So powerful, it gives off more energy in 1 second than all Earth's people have used since the beginning of time. It makes the wind blow, the currents flow, the rain fall, and every living thing grow. Above all, it is totally reliable. It has been here from the beginning, and it will be here for millions of years to come. And it is because of this that we have named our company Sun Pharma. And why? Since our inception, we have striven to achieve the same uncompromising reliability and level of trustworthiness of the star we depend on. From humble beginnings in 1983, with just 2 employees and 5 psychiatric products, we have grown to become a leading specialty generic pharmaceutical company in the world, with global revenues of over $5.5 billion. We have a presence in 100+ countries and employ over 40,000 people representing 50 cultures across 6 continents. Every year, we sell billions of doses covering a wide range of treatment alternatives for cough and cold, digestive disorders, heart ailments, cancer, mental illness, psoriasis, and much more. Our significant investment in R&D, beginning 3 decades ago, enabled us to make technology our key differentiator and develop a basket of robust yet technically complex products designed for diverse markets across the world. Today, we have a team of over 2,000 world-class scientists working in state-of-the-art R&D centers spread across the globe. We consider it paramount that wherever in the world we research, develop, manufacture, test or distribute our products, quality will always be of the highest standard. At Sun, there is no substitute for quality. Based on our core values of reliability, quality, innovation, trust and consistency, we are able to deliver on our vision of reaching people and touching lives globally as a leading provider of valued medicines. And much like the star our planet depends on for life, we will rise and shine every day to the benefit of all mankind. Sun Pharma, reaching people, touching lives.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Let's get the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh, fire in your eyes, oh. It's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
Decisions today chart the course for tomorrow. At Deloitte, we help organizations as they redefine their strategies, embed sustainability into their operations, consider tax implications, and navigate disclosure and regulatory requirements. Using cutting-edge climate technology, ecosystem partnerships, and data-driven insights. Together, let's help build vibrant economies that are sustainable well into the future. Deloitte Sustainability.
Panacea Biotech, enabling people to live well and live longer. At Panacea Biotech, we believe that good health is a right of every individual. We undertake research, development, manufacturing, and marketing across nutrition, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines, with impact of our first-in-class and branded products around the globe, spanning across more than 150 countries. Panacea Biotech was at the forefront of India's journey to become polio-free, delivering today over 10 billion doses across the world. From there, we expanded our promise with 200 million fully liquid combination vaccines, protecting children from deadly diseases like diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, hepatitis B, and pneumonia. Our breakthroughs Easy 5 TT, Easy 6 have simplified childhood immunization and is now trusted in 137 countries. In close partnership with WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and national governments, we continue to make vaccines more accessible so that no child is left behind. At Panacea Biotech, we have science guiding us to provide a healthier lifestyle to a child at all stages of their growth. From newborns to adults, our nutrition foray, 7N Panacea Biotech, focuses on affordable, science-backed, and toxin-free care. Through START, we deliver scientifically validated infant formula, and with Nicomom, a wide range of baby hygiene and skin-friendly care products, ensuring safety, trust, and well-being from the very first day. Our pharmaceutical portfolio has a strong presence in key therapeutic areas, such as organ transplantation, nephrology, oncology, and gastroenterology, with category-leading brands including Pacley All, Pangraph, Mycert, Glycid M, Livolac, and Sitcom across over 100 plus countries. We touch lives across the world in diabetes, digestion, and transplant care trusted by over 75 million patients.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with our next plenary. Requesting everyone to kindly take your seat.
Facilities in Baddi, Himachal Pradesh, and Lalru, Punjab, spanning over 60 acres. Our facilities meet the highest global standards: US FDA, WHO PQ, and Visa, Saudi FDA, and MCC. Every batch is tested for sterility, safety, and stability across multiple temperature zones. Our products impact lives across 150 countries, 1,500 plus global patents, 150 plus clinical trials, one new chemical entity, 2 first-in-the-world vaccines. Under our initiative, Panacea Biotech 2.0, we embark on a new journey. Deadly diseases, smarter solutions, more impact. Through deep collaborations with global research institutes, like THSTI, we have developed platform technologies to respond to pandemics at unprecedented speed.
Before we start and continue with our session, I would like to announce our housekeeping rules once again. I would request everyone to kindly keep your phones on silent. All sessions through the day will be held in this hall itself. A break for the next tea, networking tea, is scheduled on the program, which you can access it through your badge. The QR code is right there on the back side of your badges, please. Photography is permitted, but please avoid using flash during the sessions as it can disrupt the session. If time permits, we will be taking question and answer, and if the time doesn't permit, you are welcome to kindly share your questions with us on our mails. You must have been having our email IDs. The CII team is all here to help you out with any queries or any help required. Thank you so much. Our next session is Beyond Compliance, Creating Value Through Sustainable Strategies for Clinical Development and Drug Discovery. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. So request you all to kindly be seated for the same. Thank you.
Bispecific and CAR T-cell therapies. But our commitment goes beyond medicine. We're dedicated to building a healthier, more sustainable future for all by leveraging our unique
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone outside to kindly come inside the hall and please be seated as we are about to start with our next session. Our next session, plenary session 3, is Beyond Compliance, Creating Value Through Sustainable Strategies for Clinical Development and Drug Discovery. This session talks about the life sciences sector as it enters a new era defined by scientific breakthroughs and digital transformation. It faces a critical challenge, advancing human health without compromising planetary health and governance. The deliberation of this session will focus on clinical research and the biopharma ecosystem and innovation for a sustainable future, integrating ESG principles across the drug development life cycle to build both global trust and long-term resilience, green and low-carbon clinical operations, decentralizing and diversifying clinical trials, and many more topics. Requesting everyone outside the hall to please join us as we begin with our next session, please. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Kiran Marthak, Director, Vida Life Sciences, Dr. Hit Sharma, Medical Director, Serum Institute of India, Gaurav Tripathi, Co-founder and CTO, Partex.ai, Dr. Neera Gupta, Head Clinical Development and Medical Affairs, Immunil Therapeutics Limited, Meena Dalal, Founder and CEO, Trialguna Private Limited, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Manoj R. Panikkar, General Manager, South Asia, Cytiva. Please welcome. Over to you, sir. Also, I would request our speakers to kindly come in front of the dais and please help us in getting a group picture, please. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Panikkar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are getting into the prime time session. Just after lunch, right? I hope all of you are still energetic. So while we take you through the session, we are having multiple challenges. One, the timing of the session, people are coming in, but at the same time, the importance of the topic which we are discussing. Because sustainability is like a good meal. It has to be balanced, it has to be nourishing, and it's usually enjoyed together. We talked about stakeholder rather than shareholder, etc. So we will delve deep into that. I looked into some basic information around how critical is this topic of sustainability in the pharma industry. So what I found is that approximately 5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions come from the pharma industry. So that's a sizable percentage. For every kg of drug product, almost 100 kg of waste is generated. So very important again. And when I look into related data, I mean with respect to the related market size, etc., is this industry more polluting than automotive? That is yet another question. So rightfully, I think CII has prioritized this as the theme of this year's event. So we are going to dwell in this panel. We have experts in this field, Hit Sharma, Kiran, Meena, Neera and Gaurav. And we are going to dwell mostly into the clinical phase and the discovery part of the drug development journey, while we may cross the barrier a little bit into the previous panel's discussion as well, while we go through this data. But first, let us understand from the panelists Maybe I would like to hear from you, Hit Sharma, like, what, in your view, why should this be an topic of interest?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So since morning we have been listening to sustainability. We all know that sustainability is a strategic priority today, and there is no looking back. And those who miss the bus, those who don't go for it will miss the bus. So for this, as far as the clinical trials arena is concerned, I'll give you an example. Almost 15 years back, when I was doing a clinical trial, I was doing a study in Egypt in which we vaccinated almost 500,000 children. And each of this child was given a paper CRF, which was running in almost 8 to 10 pages. And 8 to 10 pages into 500,000 subjects means 5 million pages. So we have that data with us today also stored in a warehouse in Pune. So you can imagine how much of paper has gone, how much of charges, financial implications. We have had a warehouse where we are storing all this data. So all these things have happened today. But when now that there's an advancement in the the technology, these days we are not using all that paper CRFs or paper consent forms. We are using all electronic matter, like e-CRFs. Then diary cards are also electronic. Consent forms are electronic. So now you don't have to, rely on the paper, this thing which is adding to the overall environment also. So if we continued with that, of course, there would have been financial losses. There would have been operational challenges, like, operational challenges as in with the climate change, you have these floods, you have these heavy rainfall, sometimes power outages. These are temperature-sensitive products, vaccines, sera samples. You have to have them stored in certain temperature. So you have to advance with the time, and then this is what sustainability is all about. So in clinical trials, we are using technology when it comes to this. So we have gone for that, and we are not relying on paper-based kind of data anymore, which is adds to the finances and as well as technology also. Yeah.
Thank you, Hit Sharma. It's shocking. 5 million pages saved for 15 years. That's quite a lot. Any other panelists would like to add?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'm thankful to the organizers and CII for having us here for this important discussion over here. To add to the gravity of the issue, Dr. Manoj, that you talked about, if we look at overall healthcare, 2% of emissions are from India as overall healthcare industry. And from that, 81% is from the supply chain. So as pharmaceutical industry, what the cusp we are at, that we are struggling, we are in the quest of profits versus striving for sustainability. The challenges are that India-specific sustainability challenges that we could have and we need to address, like could be awareness, resources, regulations, and reporting system. I think we need to make robust reporting systems, which we are still lagging behind the western part of the world. And we need to make it sustainability as a strategic imperative in our goals. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just add?
Please.
Yeah. Just to add into what you mentioned about the carbon emission, carbon dioxide emission. Globally, just for the information, as much as 52 megaton of carbon dioxide is emitted annually. And that gives the size of the pollution and the greenhouse gas emission that is taking place. And the clinical trial, which is a part of, very much a part of the development process for the pharma as well as the biotech organizations. And that contributes to about 27.5 million tons of carbon dioxide emission. And that speaks of the considerable size that the quantity of carbon dioxide which is emitted during the clinical trial process out of about 350,000 global clinical trials which were reported in 21. And to our surprise, and at least I was surprised when I learned about it, is that the pharma emits carbon dioxide 50% higher than automobile industry. And we feel that the automobile industry is the highest polluting sector in this world. But pharma is 50% more than the automobile industry. And one more thing is that for every clinical trial that is being conducted, as an average per participant emits about the 92 kg of the carbon dioxide, and that is with the regular clinical trial. But once you start following the sustainability, you start following ESG, it comes down to 25 kg. So from 92 to 25 kg is a drastic reduction in the emission of the carbon dioxide. And just one more point is any phase 3 trial will emit about 1,430 ton of carbon dioxide per asthma trial. So this is something which is very alarming, and we all need to think about how we reduce the emission of carbon dioxide as such. So this is something very important. And ESG is not an optional. ESG is an embedded part in the clinical trial. When you start developing the protocol, the ESG has to be kept in mind. How are you going to help in various parts of the protocol in reducing the carbon dioxide emission? So maybe more details we can discuss later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think it's well established that this is a real problem that we should address. We have not inherited this planet from our ancestors, but we have borrowed it from our children. So I think important problem for us to address. 5 million pages, 80% of this coming from pharma, you talked about that. Need for it to be a strategic imperative, 52 megaton of carbon dioxide and sometimes more than the automobile industry. I think very important point. So now let us get into the solution phase. Before we talk about any idea that what we should do about it, can we quickly discuss on what has been already done? Since this is a panel where ideas converge, is there something for us to learn from some good practices, etc.? So would you like to start with that, Meena?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meena Dalal. Nice to be here. Thank you for the invite. So Manoj rightly addressed what is it that we could do or what is it that we have done in the past. So when we were building our team at Trial Guna, we were looking at what are the sustainable practices we could have. One of the research initiatives we saw and worked with Indian Institute of Science is on 3D printed organoid structures. We have successfully created it for 10 patients only so far in the cancer cell lines, but we are now working on the skin models. Why that is important is because we are working at two-level strategy here. One, reduce the animals being used for the clinical trials, as well as bring the research closer to the human body. The immunotherapies, the chemotherapies that we are taking for patients, the more we know how it impacts the patient in a closer model. When we say 3D organoids, like a sandwich model of cells, the more closer you know how the data works, the more dignity to the patient's care you are able to provide. So we looked at it from the point of dignity of care, from the point of responsibility innovation, and this is one step we have taken to ensure there's some sustainability in the way we do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting observation. And I heard the last panel discussing about scientific laziness being one of the reasons why sustainability can be achieved. And this is a very good example that talks about the right approach to tackle that. Thank you so much.
To add to this, what we are doing in clinical trials also is that we are now having digital diary. Earlier we used to have paper-based diary. Now we are having digital diary, which can be, later on used in one project and then later on can be used in other projects also. So it is not use and throw kind of a thing. You can keep on repeating it and using it in different studies. So that, and even for monitoring also, monitoring of the sites. Earlier a person used to go travel all the way to hundreds of kilometers and then monitor the sites physically. Now we have something called as electronic monitoring. So sitting a remote monitoring, so we can do monitor the studies sitting at a different place. So all these things are curtailing down the environmental impact.
Nice, thank you. I'll go to Neera and then Kiran and then Gaurav.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So, as per your report, Manoj Saitiva report, that says that India has moved up to 10th ranking globally in terms of biopharma index. The good things that have happened is that our R&D investment has gone up. And we are leading the generic market. Dr. Hit Sharma is sitting here right next to me, and he'll agree that global need of 60% of vaccines we are catering to, and 20% of the generics we are catering to. So we are heading towards there, though not there right now, but yes, we are moving towards that. Touching the point, using AI and digitalization, automation, like I am in a cell and gene therapy, and we use fully automated machines so that the manual handling is minimized, because you are handling the live cells. The less you handle the cells manually, the better your outcome. Everything is automated, and we move on to the better quality of the products. So we have reached to the stage wherein AI has taken an important place and digitalization is happening in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiran?
Yeah, thank you. Just to add into what Dr. Sharma said about the clinical trial in Egypt, I do remember my days around more than 20 years ago where I was working in US. And you'll be surprised that for filing an NDA, not IND, NDA, we went with 10 truckloads of the papers to submit to the US FDA. And that calls for the volume of the data which is generated. Now, of course, we hardly have anything like a paper-based CRFs or any documents, everything is on digital. But one of the important things that happened during the corona time is while conducting the clinical trials. Earlier days, there used to be only a written consent form and also maybe the audio or video recording. But it taught us about how to take an informed consent form digitally. Because you can't go near the patient because the patient is isolated, etc. And so we have started doing e-consent form. And what has helped us is that there is a proper record which is being kept, and that record can be also inspected and approved by the regulatory authority. They accept it. Earlier days, that was not accepted. Even the ethics committee, earlier days, at least in India, I do know that the regulatory authority will not accept if you have done any virtual meeting of the ethics committee. But during corona time, that was the only thing that was possible. And they have started accepting the virtual meetings also. So the digitization has helped a lot. Also the corona taught us quite a lot. And that I think if we see the e-consent is very important. Also the new mechanisms of televisits. You know, earlier days we used to have the patients coming over to the clinic and then examine them and ask the questions and evaluate them. But with the televisits, one can have the patient at the location wherever he is living, and we can still do the clinical trials for them. And the visiting of the subject for the clinical trial participation, coming to the unit, and also the people visiting the site from the sponsor's office or the CRO's office to monitor the site. And this has helped now with the digital facility which is available. The carbon emission has reduced by 14 to 18% by that way. And I think that has helped a lot. Also there is a proper record. There is also a good retention of the patient because patients do not have to travel the number of kilometers as such. Also the monitors do not have to travel and the monitors' expenses, the travel expenses, the traveling cost, also the carbon emission during their travel has helped a lot in reducing the carbon emission. So with the help of sustainability, with the help of reducing the visits, the carbon emission has reduced to up to about by 18%, which is expected to go up to 30%, depending on the duration of the clinical trial. We had in our own unit, we had earlier protocols where 100% unit, all the trial sites have to be visited by a QA person, by a CRA, site initiator, like that. And what we decided was out of the 100% visits, we cut it down to 40%, which are the most essential visits. And we reduced the expenses by at least 30% of the trial initiation process. And also the reduction of the carbon dioxide emission by at least 12%. So this, I think, helps a lot when we think of the sustainability and the carbon dioxide emission reduction in the process of the clinical trials.
Very interesting observation. So we may have to dwell a little bit deeper on the clinical trial as well in the next question maybe. But also, you were mentioning there is a close correlation between sustainability and financial gains as well. That is interesting, and one of the biopharma resilience study which was done by Financial Times and Citiva, this was the result. Executives who said their firms were ahead of their sustainability performance targets were more likely to report that they are also ahead of their revenue targets and exceeding time to market targets for the new therapies. So 43% versus 6%. That was the kind of ratio. So there is a clear correlation between sustainability target exceeding that and exceeding the revenue target and the innovation that is getting them from a speed to market perspective. So I think that's a win-win solution and a sustainable solution which anybody should take rather than just a tick mark box that has to be satisfied. Thank you so much for that thought. Gaurav, your thoughts on both the questions like what have been done so far on this area and what could we do in the future? And maybe towards the end you can dwell on the clinical trials also would be great, but on all the three topics.
Sure. Thank you CII for having me here. Panelists have already spoken about what's being done. So in terms of course we have everything digital now, the consent forms or the CRFs and all of it, and that's something which is direct bearing in terms of saving paper. I think that itself comes as a very visible point that we are operating in a lot more paperless form. I'll talk more about where probably in terms of digital footprint itself, that can be lowered. And here, if we look at clinical trials, I think the biggest metric that it's going to help and what everybody is working towards already every day is how can we improve the success ratio of clinical trials. I mean, still we see a lot of failures in clinical trials, right? And and globally so, right? And that's where we see that if we are able to use AI to improve the success, that will have a much bigger impact in terms of, because if we are able to reduce failures, what is failing is essentially, yes, you could not even protect anyways, the environmental impact of it, right? So if we look at virtual drug screening, for example, and that's been there, I mean, now it's possible to run virtual drug screenings at phenomenal scale, and we are not talking about even in few hundreds, but we're talking about millions, right? Wherein what we demonstrated last year, what you could run a virtual drug screening of almost 6 million molecules, and that too in a matter of hours, less than 6 hours. Right? What typically everybody used to think that this is something which will cost a lot of money, or will run for, these pipelines will run for days or weeks or months, right? If something like this is able to happen like in a matter of hours, imagine that kind of a data is able to free up the entire teams, the entire pipeline, wherein you're not restricted to doing things sequentially. You're not restricted to only looking at what can be done, but now you have immense possibilities. So, and that is where we think that we can bring down the failure rate. Yeah, that will have a bigger impact. And of course, if we look at overall, AI, of course, has been said that yes, the efficiency that it will bring. Yeah. There again, if we look at, if we are able to, I mean, this may be a bit controversial, but see, if we are able to reduce the human intervention, right, as much as possible, right, then again we are going to have a bigger impact, because in the end, the impact is coming from, as Mr. Sharma already pointed out, that people moving, that has a much bigger carbon footprint. If we are able to reduce that, if we are able to ensure that people, the lesser human intervention is required, right? If we are able to not just automate, but have agents take care of things end to end completely, have agentic workflows wherein for all of your submissions itself, everything is needed, right? And we are seeing examples already wherein in a lot of examples, it's coming down by like 80%. Whatever time that was being taken for different kinds of reportings, filings, and everything, you can bring it down by 80%. And that is where again we see that that's where the net carbon footprint is going to come down. So that's where we see that AI is the way where it can be used in bringing down, and I'll say the cost, not just the carbon footprint, but bringing down the cost overall, right, in the whole clinical trial space.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. I would request the panelists to let's start concluding. So maybe if each one of you can, starting with you, Hit Sharma, your concluding thoughts on this particular discussion.
Yeah, very rightly said, Gaurav. With AI coming in, and it can not only reduce the timelines, yes, of course, the cost and even the carbon footprint also, because then you don't have to travel all the way. You can do the things sitting remotely. In one of the hackathons, I mean, it was new to me when usually a clinical trial protocol takes almost 1.5 to 2 months to develop. Dr. Marthak would agree with me, because there are lots of things which we need to add, the endpoints, primary endpoints, secondary endpoints, dig into the literature, getting into the publications. But AI has made it so easy that within seconds, so I just fed in the proper keywords in that AI module, that prototype, and then within seconds, my protocol was ready. This work would have taken almost 2 months by a team of statisticians sitting somewhere and me going to that statistician's office, free visits and all that, and then this has really made a difference. So, of course, the carbon footprint, if you see indirectly, of course, it does come down. Yeah, thank you.
So when we are talking about sustainability, carbon footprint, decarbonization, I think we all have touched upon. We need to talk about a little bit on waste management as well, because we add, as pharmaceutical industry, we add a lot of antibiotic residue and pharmaceutical waste to the environment. Antimicrobial resistance is on the peak, and what measures are we taking to minimize it, to going to the water bodies, and all those measures we need to take further. We should also look at the climate risk mitigation. When we are talking about cyclones, natural disasters, that's a different story. But what about air quality? We are sitting right in Delhi. So what measures are we doing to prevent or improve the air quality? And the last piece that would want to say about the product sustainability. So when I talked about the supply chain as a major issue, the product standardization, when we are talking about the packaging, the shipment, the cryoshippers, wherever all we can minimize the resources or optimize the resources to sustain the resources and the products, I think that is really required. Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you. Kiran?
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I think we should consider for every clinical trial is totally embedding the ESG into the protocol. And there has to be the interdepartmental discussion along with the IT people and see that how we can reduce the carbonization or how we can de-risk the carbonization. That's one thing. Second thing is to have the decentralized monitoring of the studies. Also, the logistic part, Dr. Neera has already covered. But the thing is, how we are going to reduce the carbon dioxide emission or the GHG should be a part of the KPI, key performance indicators for people at the various level in the organization. And also, it should become less like to the board members, we should not only make presentation on the profit and loss and but how we helped in reducing the carbon dioxide, how we are eliminating carbon dioxide. I think that should become a part of the scorecard for a particular department, particular organization, and it should become one of the presentation in the board meeting so that we know how much we are contributing for the betterment of the world as such. So, and also, we should have a kind of it's not only just a presentation, but how we are doing it, what is the timeline that is required for it, and how we did it. Keep the dashboard, evaluate it regularly from time to time, how it can be improved still further. So there is a whole process which is required, and I think this should be a part of the board meeting where we can mention about how we are helping the nature as such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So from my point of view, the other criticality is the water wastage and water utilizations we do to make it more sustainable, not just in clinical trials, but our day-to-day operations. One of the things leading from the example of personal care product builders like HUL, L'Oreal, the water segregation and reduction of the water used in the final processing of tests, and also decamelizing the water before you release it out of the operational areas. That becomes one critical component that we can follow in the industry. And second could be, like for example, in Bangalore, we get Kaveri water. In various parts of the country, we have different rivers supplying us beautiful water. We could utilize simpler solutions. Like there's a recent team which won the BIG grant also from India, Narnal team. We took their water filters and we used it in our personal space and offices. And we saw that it works better than the ROs and filters also. So maybe time has come where we have to consciously choose as simple as the RO or the water filter that you are applying in the house and the ones which we are using in our office spaces for water drinking purpose as well as the purpose of research. So this could be one of the areas I think, Manoj, we could consciously choose on reducing the water, also sensitively discharging it of any chemical releases before we release it back to the world we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say that the opportunity is huge when we look at ESG. The capital is phenomenal that is being put onto ESG, and that's what there's a great chance that India can become the capital for green clinical trial. And I see three things happening. One, animal on a chip model. That's what is going. Animal testing is going to go away. That's going to be the biggest impact, and that's where again it's a huge opportunity. What's going to replace animals? It's AI. Second, what trials do we run? Right? If we are able to predict with a very high probability, very high accuracy, the probability of success, then we don't need to run that many trials, and that will again have a huge impact. And third, if when we are running the trials, that's where again, if we look at it, what all can be, it's not simply digitalization, but where we can really bring the human intervention to zero, right? I think this is where we'll have a real chance in terms of, I won't say even just on the net carbon footprint that way, but we are looking at cutting down the time that it's taking. Yeah, because the more and more time it takes, naturally there is going to be a bigger carbon footprint. So that's what I see. It's a huge opportunity that is present before us. Yeah.
Thank you, Gaurav, and thank you all panelists. Very interesting information. So for some of you who might not have been attentive, if so, here is what we discussed. We discussed about wastewater treatment, etc., how important it is. I like the animal on a chip, AOC. Such kind of innovation that can reduce the number of animals used for testing. The innovative, like the organoids, etc., such kind of scientific innovation that is happening. Digitization, we discussed initially, digitization and the application of AI. Decentralizing clinical trials, that was a topic that was very much discussed. Supply chain, logistics related innovation, we discussed. Industry academia collaboration, there is a huge potential on how we can leverage the knowledge coming in from there. The need for the board to have KPIs and discussions around this topic. These were some of the major discussions we had. I will just add a couple of things more, like process intensification. Doing more with less. So scientific innovation around how we can intensify the manufacturing processes well during the R&D stage or process optimization. Rare materials which are used in reagents. So there has been many studies where these rare materials, once taken out, will imbalance the whole ecosystem. So looking into what kind of materials go into. So these are some of the things which this panel discussed. So hope all of you enjoyed the conversation and it has been useful. Thank you so much. And I would also, before winding off, I would also like to congratulate CII once again on various initiatives they are doing in this front. IPA is doing a lot of initiatives in this particular area. Many governments are doing. There are green facilities and parks coming up, Hyderabad and many other places, etc. A lot of actions are already ongoing. So we will all work together towards ensuring a brighter future in this particular space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Panikkar, for moderating this amazing session. I would request you to kindly felicitate our fellow panelists, please. And I would also request everyone to kindly come in front of the tables for a group picture after the felicitation. Now, I would also request Ms. Dalal to kindly felicitate our moderator, please. And I would request our speakers to kindly use this chairs, as we wanted to share a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving forward immediately with our next session, but we'll just take a 2-minute, we just need 2 minutes for the session changeover, and post that we'll go ahead with our next session, next plenary, which is on sustainable ecosystem for resilient life sciences supply chain. I'll give you the brief. The pharmaceutical industry, along with the CRDMO ecosystem, stands at a critical juncture where traditional supply chain paradigms must evolve to meet imperatives of global health access and environmental stewardship. The deliberations of this session will focus on holistic and sustainable supply chain transformation, green logistics and carbon neutral distribution, resilient and responsible sourcing, collaborative supply chain ecosystem development, and many more topics. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly please be seated as we're starting with our next plenary session, Sustainable Ecosystem for Resilient Life Sciences Supply Chain. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Namit Joshi, Chairman, Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India, Pharmexil, Dr. Riman Kumar Tiwari, Director, Sustainability and Climate, Deloitte South Asia, Sunil Thakur, Partner and Head of South Asia, Quadria Capital, Dr. Kishore Muguluru, Associate Director, Global External Affairs, United States Pharmacopoeia, and a moderator of the session, Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice President and Head of Corporate Affairs and Policy, CIPLA. Speakers, I would request before you start, if we can have a group picture, please, in front of the dais.
We have to sit or we have to stand?
Stand in front, sir. So if we can... Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate CII for having such a session, which is sustainable ecosystem for resilient life sciences supply chain. And it's really a very interesting topic. The whole world is moving towards the innovation, and supply chain is going to play a critical role in terms of making the medicine accessible to the patient. So distinguished delegate, esteemed colleagues, and respected leaders from across the pharmaceutical industry and life sciences, welcome for this session. It's a privilege to convene the plenary session at time when our industry stands at a very critical inflection point. Today, the planetary ecosystem, along with rapidly expanding CDMO, CRDMO, is navigating a complex landscape which is defined by unprecedented challenges and transformative opportunities. Global supply chain disruption, shifting geographical dynamics, evolving regulatory frameworks, and the growing demand for the equitable access to quality health care is something which is quite compelling to rethink growing demands, to rethink the traditional operating models. And with the development of AI and integration of AI in the supply chain, the particular topic become more relevant. We are fortunate to have with us an exceptional panel of thought leaders, and I'm privileged to be the moderator for this session. We have an exceptional panel of thought leaders, practitioners who bring deep expertise across manufacturing, regulatory, sustainability, global supply chain, and their insight will help us reflect, reimagine, and redefine the path. Maybe I would like to introduce Mr. Namit Joshi. He is Chairman Pharma Excel. Then I would like to invite Mr. Ganesh Tripathi, Senior Vice President Piramal, Mr. Sunil Thakur, Partner and Head of South Asia for Quadria Capital, and Dr. Kishore, he is Global External Affairs for USP, and Mr. Remanth, ESG and Sustainability Expert, currently working with Deloitte. With this, I would like to open up the session, and maybe I would like to start with Mr. Namit Joshi. And Namit, my first question to you is, what role should you feel that Pharma Excel is going to play in establishing industry benchmark for green logistic, ethical sourcing, and traceability standards that enhance India's export reputation while supporting the small manufacturers?
Thank you, Vipul, and thank you, Mamta, also for coordinating this panel discussion. My name is Namit Joshi. I'm the chairman of Pharma Excel, and also the director in a Bain Capital company called Centrum Pharmaceutical. We are more into bulk drug manufacturing space. We are the head of Pharma Excel. First and foremost, I'm not the subject matter expert on supply chain management. But then whatever I'll speak from my heart actually, because you have to place yourself in a situation where whatever you do should be more voluntary in action. If someone tries to discipline you, someone tries to put a regulation, someone tries to police you, all these activities are not sustainable. And for India also it is very important that we should evolve to a culture where whatever we do should be compliant in nature when no one is watching us, because that would be the natural flair. An individual and an organization will grow further. Now, as Pharma Excel, how do we see to bring in quality culture and supply chain resilience into this pathway? And what we have been observing is globally, the trend is shifting. Initially, when we started from India, it was more access to medicine towards the remotest part of the world, to the remotest part within India. And then we graduated and we created an export promotion council, because after serving the Indian population and making our footprints well established, then we started looking outside India, and our journey began in 2004, when first time we captured our export business in the world as $3 billion US. So what we used to export, say 20 years back, was approximately 2 to 3 billion US. From there we started our journey. From that part to now, where we stand at $30.46 billion of exports of pharmaceutical products, be it bulk drug, be it formulation. Formulation constitutes 75% of our exports. But then we can only achieve this milestone as we have progressed along with the requirements or the needs of every country of imports. And I'm very proud to mention that 55% of our exports happen into the world most highly regulated market. We export approximately 10 billion worth of medicines to US and approximately 6 billion to European Union, including UK. Now, so this constitutes around 55%, and we are growing continuously. We are having a CAGR of around 6 to 7%. Now, if someone has to ponder on how come we are growing stably and how come we are growing in a highly regulated market, then it calls for an action or an introspection backward towards India itself. In the most regulated market, there are norms are also regulated, including how you produce, how you ship, and how is a consumer consuming, a patient consuming. So safety, quality and reliability, QRS, automatically comes into action when you are exporting a goods into a highly regulated market. But what we did was, we took the good practices of the highly stringently regulated markets and we spread it out all across the nation, all across the world. And that is how we could achieve, or we could reach a tag of pharmacy of the world. And now we proudly say that we are being labeled as pharmacy of the world. So a lot of pharmaceutical supply chain emergence happens within India, from India to various parts of the world. How do we sustain this? Now, ESG, Environmental Social Governance, Science-Based Target Initiative, SBTI, they are not going to get away, because environmental norms, green chemistry, green energy, everything is turning towards ESG profiling. Every company, every manufacturer who has to manufacture and distribute and export, or locally distribute the products and export in various parts of the world, has to have those compliance level. And it starts from manufacturing and ends up into logistics also. Now, manufacturing, we see India is progressing into more of a green chemistry. We are introducing a lot of enzyme-based manufacturing. My company is one of them who have already introduced enzyme-based chemistry, where we are using enzymes. We have done away with solvents which are more polluting, which have a higher carbon footprints. And this way, the complete manufacturing entity has to evolve into a more greener chemistry, in a more greener zone. From there, it goes to a formulator. Formulator has to also ensure that whatever supply chain they are managing to produce a medicine has to come from a greener source. And this way, we can create a model which will be more compliant to the environmental norms. We will be able to reduce our carbon footprint. And this is how, when we move out of conventional source of energy to non-conventional, when we use more of solar empanelments, when we use more solar energies, when we use we move out of the petrochemical, petroleum products to more of non-conventional source. I think that would be the initiation of, so we have to act on energy part, we have to act on manufacturing part, we have to act on science part, using the process and synthesis more enzymatic, and then comes the packaging part, then comes the distribution part. Entire ecosystem has to be integrated in such a way that we move towards more resilient supply chain across the world, not only for India, but across the world. That are my few pointers on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Namit. Just one more question out of what you raised. You talk about we do not like policing. We are following the model of the regulated markets. We need our product to be safe, having the good quality. So, are you leveraging any digital traceability techniques also in your supply chain, and how you are integrating AI with your supply chain?
It's a good question, Vipul. Actually, AI is a tool, and we should come out of this misnomer that AI is going to replace. Artificial intelligence can never replace a human intelligence, first and foremost. But it is up to humans to use this tool to enhance their capabilities and enhance their efficiencies. So a tool has to be optimized to be used, and every manufacturer has to look into this tool and customize it into its own microsystem. So it cannot be a generic rule, a generic system which can be implemented across. So you have to customize a tool so that we draw, the manufacturer draw highest efficiency out of the tool. Now, how do we use it? As far as our internal example goes in, it starts from the forecasting accuracy. So there is a demand, there is a supply. You reach a pricing equilibrium when the demand-supply intersection, hyperbole and parabole cross each over. That intersection is called the pricing equilibrium intersection. We are very careful on the demand-supply equilibrium. The AI tool is being used to ensure that we continuously, sustainably use this tool to have that demand-supply equilibrium for our range of products. So it starts from forecasting. If we are able to improve our forecasting accuracy up to 95, 97, 98%, which our AI tool can definitely help you to do, then in that case, the entire backward integration, the execution, the sourcing of the raw material, the manufacturing of the finished goods, and then the sale of that finished goods can happen once you start from a forecasting accuracy. Because everything depends on how accurately organization is able to forecast its demand coming from the market. Backwardly, it is quite easy for you to then translate back into the type of sourcing you want to do, the campaign what you have to take, and so everything depends on how you start with. Now, once you have done this, there would be certain disruptions which a tool can also help you in anticipating those. Now, there are news which you can always build up in the system. Maybe the fast-changing geopolitical developments which are happening. Now, a country says that, okay, we levy a import tariff on India, say to the tune of 50%. So this news comes in, there is a time period which is given to apply that tariff on that particular country. Now, if you integrate your tool with the external news and agencies, then what happens? It sends you a red flag. So it goes back into your forecasting, goes back into your planning, goes back into your production, goes back into your sourcing. So it cannot be, the tool cannot be a universal tool, but the tool can bring in lot of efficiencies, and that is why we have a very successful example. We have many successful examples in India where these type of resilience have been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Namitji. And it's a very well saying that most of us believe that AI is going to take our jobs, but actually AI is not going to take our jobs. But if we do not learn the AI, then definitely the jobs will be in danger. And thanks for framing that how you are integrating AI into the supply chain. With that, I would like to pass on my question to Dr. Kishore, who is currently working with USP. So Dr. Kishore, how is United States Pharmacopoeia working with the global regulators, manufacturers, and CDRMOs to integrate sustainability metrics into the pharmacopoeial standards?
So first of all, I appreciate CII to invite USP among the diverse panel members. And USP, as a standard setting organization, we work across 140 countries with regulators, with industry, and with academia, and with many other government departments. So apart from standard setting process, we also into work in supply chain resiliency and many other aspects. So when it comes to engaging the regulators, so we have around 450 convention members, part of USP, who are part of USP activities, 5 years resolutions. So they vote for each resolution. So in fact, PharmaXL is one of our convention member recently onboarded. So every convention member has a stake on what USP is doing for next 5 years. So recently we conducted that convention meeting in US. And when it comes to sustainability, so the 5-year cycle started, our 5-year cycle started in June 2025. So it is for 5 years, and we have 6 priorities. So among these 6 priorities, 2 are exclusively, one is about supply chain resiliency, access to medicines across the globe, quality medicines. The second one is fostering the environmental sustainability across pharmaceutical life cycle. So these 2 aspects, I would connect with any stakeholder externally, be it regulators, be it industry and industry associations. So now you might ask like how USP will impact on sustainability and impact on supply chain resiliency. So I just give examples for both. So about supply chain resiliency. So USP develops the standards. At the same time, USP also modernize monographs of reference standards or documentary standards. So we work with almost 750 expert members who come from across the globe and from the industry, from the regulators. So they look into these technical aspects of modernizing monographs, and which obviously look into greener methods. So that's how we work closely with regulators on modernizing the monographs, which will reduce use of solvents, as Namit Joshi, he already mentioned about how they replaced solvents to enzymes. So that's how USP also works in developing these new methods. And the second aspect, I would say, the capacity building, the capability building. So we recently concluded one project. Around 30 years we run the project, USAID supported project, PQM Plus. Around 40 to 50 countries, the regulators got benefited with this project. So we built the laboratories, drug testing laboratories in several countries through that. And that's how we do capacity building. Even till today, we have very strong USP education programs, which are open for any academia and even in industry. So many are complementary and very few are, we charge. So that is another thing. And third one is we develop digital tools. As rightly the panel members are discussing about AI and digital innovations. So we also work in those domains. One is about medicine supply map. We recently developed, and it is widely used initially in US, but it is coming out of US, and it is mapping where we are sourcing the KSMs and where we are manufacturing the medicines, how we are distributing the medicines, how the medicines are consumed across the globe. So you can see the link between all these stages of the medicine supply, and also you can track. So that is again expanding very aggressively, I would say. So we use more than 100 plus data sources, and we develop AI tools and we capture. And we also published in PharmaXL newsletters recently the outcomes of these, very specific to India and APIs. So that's how we work in digital area. And currently we are prioritizing in almost like we reached that stage where the digital standards, I think in future USP will come out with using the physical reference standards and the digital standards. That will again a big transformation. So, and apart from that, advanced manufacturing technologies is one thing. So we reduce the solvents and other usages, and also ensure supply chain resiliency. And and beyond that, biologics and CGT is another area which USP already started. Many products released recently, be it in biosimilars or CGT space. So these are 4 different areas, I would say. We work very closely with regulators and academia and industry in several countries. I stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Kishore, for valuable insights that how USP is working with the global regulators and how you are integrating sustainability regulatory into the pharmacopoeia standards. With that, I would like to move to my next panelist, Mr. Sunil. Mr. Sunil, you have led multi-dollar deals and serve on several healthcare boards, including a founder director of Neta Health. So my question revolves around the investment perspectives. So from an investor's perspective, what financial models and incentive structures are more effective in de-risking supply chain sustainability investment for mid-sized manufacturers and CDRMOs?
No, thank you first and foremost to CII for inviting me to be part of this August panel. Just to extend upon the introduction, I represent an investment house called Quadria Capital. We only invest in healthcare, but more importantly, we are an impact and ESG fund. So ESG happens to be a very important element of our investing strategy. And as part of that, whenever we make any investment, we have a very detailed diligence on any company from an ESG point of view, just to figure out where the gaps are, if there are any. And we come out with a detailed ESAP plan, which is the Environment and Social Action Plan, that we align with our companies to follow once we make the investment. So that's the seriousness with which we take this particular aspect of sustainability. And it comes from our belief that all of us need to be aligned with this strategy of ESG and make responsible investment in any company. Pharma and hospital, because we also invest in hospital, is a very important element, because pharma has direct and indirect impact on ESG. Now, to answer your question, there are many investment tools that can be taken up to promote and propagate ESG, and this could come from different areas, like you have green bonds, you have social impact bonds, you now have sustainability loans which can be lent. You have a pay-as-you-earn model where it's an IRR-based model to support mid-market companies, where once they sort of see the benefit coming out of these sustainable programs is when they have to pay. So what is happening is that there are enough and more instruments which are coming out in the market to support some of these initiatives. But I believe what is very, very important is that before we take up any of these instruments, because these are very transactional instruments, what is important is how do you draw a positive narrative with companies to make them believe that this is financially rewarding. That's the starting point. So the mindset has to be that it's financially rewarding. It may not look like financially rewarding in the shorter term, but in the medium to long term, it becomes highly accretive. Highly accretive from a revenue point of view when you start to get impaneled by developed country companies that want to source products from companies that are ESG compliant. From a cost point of view, where you start to save energy, where you start to save water, where you start to save on wastages, that directly impacts your profit. And then also a huge benefit that comes on the balance sheet side, which is if you follow digital tools, IoTs, your expenses on repairs, on the entire equipment maintenance goes down. So at all the 3 levels of revenue growth, cost efficiency, and balance sheet efficiency, you start to see the impact. So what the approach that we take is that how do you first make them believe that it's financially accretive, then introduce them to these different investment products that are transactional, but they see immediate benefit out of it. And that's sort of our strategy of how do we go about creating an environment of sustainable manufacturing, especially in the area of pharma.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, for giving the perspective. With that, I would like to pass on to Mr. Remant. Mr. Remant is ESG and sustainability expert, and having a medical doctor with an MBA from IIM Lucknow, and he has a deep expertise, and he has led key ESG programs at Deloitte EY in the past. So Mr. Remant, my question to you is, how do ESG metrics translate into valuation premiums, and what emerging opportunities do you see in green supply chain financing for the Indian pharma sector?
Yeah, thanks, Vipul, and I would like to thank CII for integrating the theme of sustainability with this one of the most prestigious conferences. How ESG is part of valuation? That's one of the critical questions every stakeholder is trying to justify or trying to find a solution to it. Interestingly, I have almost completed my PhD and the topic is exactly similar, so it's a very relevant question that Vipul has tossed on me. So we can see ESG has, we can see three stakeholders we can see for any company that are very critical. So first and foremost is customers. So we have to create value for customers. And specifically speak about Indian pharmaceutical sector. Concerning on exports, a lot of big pharma companies have already taken a lot of ESG, stringent ESG targets. One of them is SBTi, Science-Based Target Initiative, where these companies have committed to reduce their Scope 3 emissions as well. And if you speak about their Scope 3 emissions, it's become Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions of CDMOs, CRMOs, manufacturing out of India. So once our scope and scope reduce, and we'll have direct linkage with the long-term strategic relationship with the customers. That's the first step towards the revenue aspect, where we are ensuring the future cash flows, future strategic relationship with the customers. That's the first part, how ESG can translate into financial benefit. Initially on the P&L statement, and future it will work as a valuation part. Second important stakeholder is a regulator, and we have been hearing since morning, and we know that pharmaceutical sector is one of the most stringently regulated sector. And more and more regulations coming up, and these are going beyond the quality aspect, now it's going towards sustainability part. And we know about CSRD, that's a European Union compliance, and from 2028 and 2030 onwards, CSDDD will come into play, where sustainability would be a critical element to evaluate your supply chain, which is passing through globally. So regulatory permissibility is also a part. So we are dosing of the regulatory risk if we are adopting good ESG practices at this point of time. Third aspect, I think my fellow panelist Sunil has covered, is about the investor part. So if you have to expand, and as and when the healthcare access increases, demand for pharmaceutical products is going to increase, and we have to expand capacities. To expand capacities, we need finances, and there are pledged funds on ESG. As Sunil mentioned, that these are funds are to take, but targets have to be identified. So on the equity side, we have pledged funds. On debt side also, we have got green bonds, social bonds, which provide great benefit on cost of capital basis. So once we reduce cost of capital, eventually it translates on the valuation part. So both on revenue aspect, where long-term strategic relationship, regulatory risk point of view, and third one, the cost of capital. These three are directly linked with the ESG practices, what companies can adopt, though the effect may not be in very short term. So we might not see in 2 or 3 year horizon that it is giving benefits. So we need to have at least 3 to 5 year horizon. That empirical data suggests that over 3 to 5 year period, the returns on ESG investments provide better outcomes compared to non-ESG funds. So we have summary data available and depth data available also that gives this point of view. So there are various other mechanisms that mediate these effects. So other aspect one, we can say, is more of altruistic perspective. So we should understand that we are not just exporting commodities. We are exporting water, we are exporting natural resources. Along with that, we are importing carbon emissions. So from this philosophical perspective, as a company's internal motivation also, we need to have internal philosophy aligned towards good ESG practices. So it will benefit, it's a win-win scenario where we are doing a responsible business and at the same time not compromising the healthcare needs of the growing population, not just India, but also globally as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hemant, for your thoughts and insightful explanation. My next question to all my fellow panelists, maybe I would like to have the view from all of you, starting from Mr. Namit, that what collaborative measures should the Indian pharmaceutical ecosystem adopt to align with the evolving international sustainability expectations while managing overall supply chain resilience?
So thank you, Vipul. My view for the industry to reach to that level, I think globally people have already moved into scope 3 level of SBTi, and we are still at the nascent stage. So as an industry I'm talking about, there are exceptions. There are 20% of the manufacturers have already gone ahead who are having a strong global presence. They have already moved to that level of scope 3 measurements of SBTis. But then having said that, there is a large pool. We have 10,300 manufacturers in India, in pharma. Out of that, 6,700 are more into MSME segment. And big pharma, if you talk about, there would be hardly 1,700 to 2,000 big pharmas. I would include also 1,000 manufacturers as medium-sized pharmaceutical. But the pool is coming out from the MSME sector. And till the time MSME evolves to that global level of compliance, I think we, as a country, we would not be able to have those accreditations which will facilitate a larger transactions globally. Domestic, okay, fine. But then domestic also, you can't ignore certain ESG norms, certain ESG requirements, certain science-based target initiatives. It is not sustainable operation. Now, we had a dialogue with MSME also, and we are very closely supporting the segment in terms of how together we can make India evolve from the current base to reach to the global standards. And the major gap what we could identify, I think Sunil would be able to address that gap much effectively. They have their units, they produce, but to reach to that global compliance, or to reach to that global expectations, I think we tried to perform a gap analysis as per the revised Schedule M, which the CDSU also implemented in India. Now, what we wanted to do was we wanted to identify the gaps where they are, and to reach to that level of revised Schedule M GMP compliance, what would be required. And we found majorly large part of this upgradation comes with a financial support, which people are looking around, like the segment is looking around. To reach to certain level of commercial or the profits or certain amount of functioning of the running business, they have already taken the loans against the collaterals from the banks. Now for them to upgrade their facility to reach to that global standard, or even to the standard what India wants, I think some infusion has to be done. And this comes with the intent of upgrading themselves, and also the support which should be provided for this sector to reach to that level. Then only we'll be able, as a country, we'll be able to reach to that level of compliance or aspiration or a desire what we have for the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Namit. So with that, I will pass on the same question to Dr. Kishore. So, Dr. Kishore, what are your thoughts about the collaborative mechanisms should the Indian pharma ecosystem adopt to align with the evolving international sustainability expectations while maintaining our supply chain resilience?
So, yeah, I'll start with MSME, because that is one segment actually we have several, I would say, challenges or hurdles, to reach to international standards. So here, most of these MSMEs required in academia industry connections and capacity building, and even to compliant with revised schedule M, there is a high need of doing gap analysis. The first stage in doing gap analysis itself is, a resource intensive thing. So collaborations with the associations, with the international bodies, and there are several organizations outside where, collectively they can train these MSMEs. That is one thing. And second thing, I think, again, strengthening the laboratory side. The regulatory systems also should strengthen in India, be it state level or CDSCO level. The lab capacities, lab resources, that again, collaboratively, the regulators are putting more efforts in with several international organizations. They are working on, and many regulators, they are open to collaborate with CDSCO. That's where we see past 2 years, if we see many countries are accepting most of these Indian products, and they are in media. So collaboration in capability building, I would say, is much required.
Thank you, Dr. Kishore. With that, I would move on to Mr. Sunil. So, Mr. Sunil, what are your thoughts on the collaborative mechanisms being taken by the Indian pharma ecosystem?
See, I think what is most important is a common and very strong narrative, and it should start with CII opening its conference with a session on sustainability, not making it as the second last or the last session. That is how you start to see the seriousness, because there is a long-term benefit. But beyond that, I think it's about having a common policy. It's about capacity building, which Kishore mentioned. It's about awareness at all levels, public level, at private level, to convince the stakeholders that it is financially rewarding. Because most of us look at every investment, both from a time and resource point of view of what it is yielding. So bringing that belief that it is financially rewarding becomes very, very important, and awareness is a very important part of it. And we've experienced, having invested in many different type of companies which are at different levels of sustainability. We've seen the benefits. And then, enforcement through regulation and financial incentives. These are few mechanisms that one can use as common tool to encourage this important aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. With that, I would pass it on to Mr. Remant. So, Mr. Remant, your thoughts around collaborative mechanisms for the Indian pharma ecosystem.
Yeah, so in addition to what has been said so far, in terms of collaborative, one critical thing is that collaboration should extend across value chain. So especially we are forgetting the specialty and bulk chemical industry, which forms integral backward part of or upstream part of pharmaceutical value chain. So pharma companies not only need to collaborate among themselves to have a common knowledge, common understanding, common awareness, and common policies, but also this policy awareness has to extend it to specialty and bulk chemical industry, which becomes a critical raw material for all pharmaceutical components, where collaborative research and development, we should not just start within our boundaries, researching on our processes, our designs, our materials. We can extend it to the value chain and have collaborative research forums where more and more disruptive interventions can be adopted, where materials can be or solvents can be replaced, or more bio-based materials can be adopted. Second, on more tangible and low-hanging fruit can be to have common utilities across the manufacturing clusters. So one of the most challenges we face the clients to replace their utilities, which are fossil fuel based to bio-based fuel or greener fuels. So we need to have common utilities that model can be adopted. Definitely we need a push from regulatory authorities as well. But it is one of the single low-hanging intervention that will bring economies of scale, and wherever we say the viability is not there, it will make adoption of green technologies more viable. So thanks, that's all my thoughts on this aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you so much for your insights on this. With this, I would like to open the floor for the questions. If our audience has any question from our panelist, you are most welcome to ask. Yeah.
We can take 2 questions.
Yeah.
You can use my one.
Hello, sir. Namaskar. Yeah, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what specific innovation practices, strategies, and technologies are being incorporated by the pharma industry in India to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of human, physical, and digital world?
So your question cannot be answered in this session, but I'll try to do it in 1 minute. It's a very appropriate question. So we have to fragment your question into 2 parts. There is one part which is called SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, which is a United Nations objective. And then the other part, what you called, is more related to the innovation. Now, if I understood your question, you are trying to build up SDG with innovation so that what we innovate should be in compliant to or should be close to the Sustainable Development Goals from the Indian side. Now, to answer this question, I think I'll give you a few pointers where the industry is going towards the innovation. And as we speak, the large part of the innovation is happening more on biologics, biosimilars, and this automatically addresses the concern of the Sustainable Development Goals, because moment you introduce your innovation or moment you delve more into biosimilars, peptides, the natural chemistries, immunotherapies, cell gene therapies, the chemical part, the solvent part, I would say the dirty part of the innovation moves out of that innovation. And just to feel you little contented with where we are going, I think there are 7 manufacturers in India who have already developed a GLP-1 inhibitor, which is the recent talk which are happening in the world, like Ozempic and Wegovy and Mounjaro, what we are talking about. All peptides-based generic launches, they are just setting their footprint. March 2026, when the patent gets away, then we are entering into this space with a bang. Now, this innovation is happening towards more of the green chemistry side. So to answer your question, I think we are in the right space and track to launch the products in the market.
Yeah, we can take one more question. Yeah.
A lot is being said about manufacturing, but I think majority of the pharma space must be formulations. So the kind of solvents and all these things that will come in the API. So I think there is a need to distinguish between the API manufacturer and the majority which may be simply formulation. So what's your comment on it, sir?
Yeah, you are right. I'm sorry I'm hijacking all these questions because yeah. So you are right in a way, because we call two segments, like one is drug product, one is drug substance. So solvents, chemicals in a bulk quantity are used in the drug substance category, which is we call bulk drugs or APIs. And drug product assembles excipient, bulk drugs, coaters, disintegrants, and they make a formula and then they try to introduce that product in the market. Now, this was the sole reason that post-COVID, our Prime Minister announced a PLI, Product Linked Incentive Scheme, on the KSM part, because we realize that whatever we do, if we don't make India self-reliant on key starting materials of all the pharmaceutical major products, we will not be able to achieve that. The first stage was, and that is why 20% incentive of PLI was given on fermentation-based product. Now, fermentation-based product, as we all know, are more green in nature as compared to the chemical or solvent-based. So the highest incentive was parked to the fermentation, and we can say there was certain clemency on this particular part of fermentation, and that is how the PLI scheme evolved, considering the reduction of the carbon footprint and also making India self-reliant, because PLI only those companies or those manufacturers or those industry people can enjoy in case they have a valid proof that everything of this medicine is produced in India right from the key starting material. So I think to answer your question, this is where.
I said that the attention requiring industries will be fewer, because if the majority of the small industries are all formulation only.
Yeah, so when you talk about...
we can focus.
No, that is one part of the
few,
focus.
Better, where the, scope exists.
Yeah, I got your question, sir. Yeah. I got your question. Allow me to answer that. There will be no reduction on the focus, because how you produce, whether you produce a formulation or whether you produce a bulk drug, it has to be responsibly made. And even the effluent treatment plant of the formulator stands at the equal level of effluent treatment plant of the bulk drug manufacturer. So the norms are applicable across the ecosystem. We cannot say that, okay, because we have controlled the bulk drug manufacturing, we have reduced the carbon footprints, so we exonerate the formulators from this segment. No, every formulator also generates sort of their own carbon footprints in terms of creating a formula, disposing their waste. How do they manage their effluents? That is also more crucial, because bulk definitely is the same prototype what bulk has, a smaller prototype a formulator has. So we cannot exonerate people saying that, okay, we will control bulk, but we will relax. It has to be at the entire ecosystem. Otherwise, we'll never be able to have a sustainable, resilient supply chain ecosystem in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Namit. Okay.
Well, it was very good discussions, and my question is specifically, addressed, can be answered by Mr. Sunil Thakur and probably Mr. Revant Tiwari. Sunilji, as you said that, the Indian, when you evaluate the company, you have a very established process of evaluating the company in terms of their ESG compliances. So I would like to understand what are those key steps or key criteria on the basis of which you evaluate a company when the companies are approaching to you for a global capital, for funding, and what are the red flags or what are the key certifications or the disclosures or anything that you would expect from the company so that they become eligible for funding, or, the Indian companies as a whole, they can benefit out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, there's a long checklist that we have, but again, it's different horses for different courses. But what we try and check, at a very basic level are the regulatory approvals for each and every aspect of establishment, factory, all of it, fire and safety norms, then the raw material procurement strategy, of who are the vendors, what is their compliance to how we use, how we manufacture, what is our water consumption, what is what is the solvent consumption, the wastages, the entire manufacturing, to packaging and to shipment. So all those layers are sort of tested, checked, score given to see if it qualifies for our investment or not. This is just on the environment side, because large part of what we're talking is mainly with respect to environment. And then there is a social side to it, which is in terms of employment, labor laws, all of it. And then there is obviously governance. So these are the larger pool of data points that we check. It's not that we try and invest in the perfect companies. There is no one who's sort of perfect, but we try and do these analysis to put together our score, that is it investable or not. And then we put up a ESAP, which is Environment and Social Action Plan, which is part of a joint effort between us and the company to fix the gaps that we may have found during our due diligence. So that's the strategy, and happy to share the long list that our team has. And it's not about qualification of investment. It's about where does the company stand in terms of the ESG score. I hope I have answered your question.
Hello.
Versus a company which is just starting, or a company which is a fairly at advanced stage. So how do you arrive at a value premium, or how do you put a value on a particular company?
So when you say a company which is starting, one is a company which does nothing, does everything adverse, is now starting to improve. There obviously the investment can't go. The other situation is where the company doesn't know where it stands, but it starts to then assess and evaluate where it stands. That is where we sort of come and work with the company to sort of start scoring, or where it stands, and then prepare an ESAP plan to implement once we have invested. But obviously, we given our philosophy, we are also signatory to UNPRI and few other governing bodies and policies. So therefore, our ability to invest in any company that doesn't follow it and has adverse approach to sustainability becomes very, very limited and challenged.
And if I ask you again, what are the key red flags, if one or two, if you can point out, and then immediately you say, no, these are not investable.
So red flags are, the pollution, carbon emission, solvent recovery strategy. These are some of the big red flags that we see. I'm specifically talking about pharma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end to this session. I would like to thank our moderator and our panelists, and also request Mr. Gupta to kindly felicitate our co-panelists, please. Thank you. And I would also request Dr. Rehman to kindly felicitate Mr. Gupta. We can have the same picture again. Different sides. Thank you so much. Requesting speakers to kindly use my side of the stairs, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move closer to the end of the summit, it's important that we pause and look ahead. We cannot conclude today's discussion without outlining a clear way forward, a roadmap that strengthens this existing ecosystem and guides policy advocacy to realize our vision of sustainable growth in the life science industry. And for a conversation of this nature, the upcoming panel couldn't be better placed. Each speaker brings deep industry experience, sectoral insight, and a practical understanding of what it will take to turn ambition into action. With that, I invite our panel. I'm so sorry, I'll just take 2 minutes for the session changeover, and then I'll be inviting our next panel for a strategic dialogue, innovating for impact, the sustainability imperative for pharma and life sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we come forward to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly be seated as we are starting with our next session. I would request all our esteemed speakers, delegates, partners to please be seated as we are going forward with the next session, please. And please join me in welcoming Dr. Azadar H. Khan, Senior Vice President, Corporate Relations and CSR India, Regulatory Affairs, Sun Pharma. Manoj Kamra, Senior Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Zydus Life Sciences Limited. Shefali Mishra, Group Vice President, Public Policy and Government Affairs, Biocon Group. Anshul Saxena, Vice President, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, and moderator for this session, Mr. Abhinav Srivastava, Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Lupin. I would request our speakers to kindly come forward for a group picture before we start the session, please. So, I would request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture, please, before we start the session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Abhinav Srivastava.
So shall we begin panel? Okay, so firstly, thank you CII for organizing this conference. And I think we are the last panel for the whole day, and the task given to us is not only to summarize the conversation we had so far, but also to make recommendations with respect to policy framework, because the panel which is sitting here, if I was just adding the total experience, and it is going more than 100%, 100 years. And if I start with Manoj Kamra ji, he is the Senior Vice President with Zydus with 40 plus years of experience, and all those policies around pricing, regulations, he has great role in shaping them. We have Shefali ma'am, Shefali Mishra, he is Group Vice President Biocon, 25 plus years of experience, and her experience is so varied. I was reading through, she was US Chair for Bioeconomy. On one side, she has Tata Fellowship. She has work which was displayed in New York Film Festival, and she's an alumni of London School of Economics. We have Azhar Khan sir. He has close to 50 years, so 46 years, sir, I have rounded it off to 50. So 50 years of experience. He's Senior Vice President with Sun Pharma. And you name any department, he is leading. So it is policy, regulatory affairs, clinical research, CSR, all of it. He's a doctorate from South Korea. And interestingly, he has also studied psychotherapy. Sir, psychotherapy is also there. He's an alumnus of 2 IIMs. So thank you, sir, for joining. We have Anshul Saxena. He's the Vice President with the Skill Development Council in the area of life sciences. He's working on the industry 4.0 readiness for life sciences. He's part of certain schemes of Department of Pharma, so that's all. And he's a thorough HR professional starting his career with Jubilant. So thank you all the panelists for coming on here and giving us the valuable time. So what I'm going to do, I will first begin with Khan Saab. Sir, see the first thing first, given our policy experience, we first look at everything in a very granular manner. So sir, the first thing which I think the group and panel wanted to start off with, what does ESG means to us as an industry? And then how we look at it from a policy lens. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think now ESG, economically sustainable growth, is becoming a very, very important factor for running the business. Earlier, it used to be BRR, Business Responsibility Reporting. Now it has got converted into a sustainability rating, and especially internationally, if you see, your sustainability rating gives you a lot of edge in terms of finding your business avenues. Sun Pharma, I think I am very happy to say that, in fact, this year we would be producing our 3rd sustainability report. And the next annual report, which would be published for the financial year 2025-26, we are going to declare ourselves as water neutral organization. And from 27 onwards, we will become water surplus organization. When it comes to ESG, I think I remember one sentence of APJ Abdul Kalam, who said this when he came for inaugural of our R&D center. He said that every generation would be respected for what it leaves for its next generation. So it's very, very important that in the greed of business development, we should not be forgetting our coming generation. So sustainable business growth is the mantra. And in pharmaceutical industry, especially if you see, the environmental impact, especially API manufacturing, has got a lot of environmental impact. Because there are 2 important factors. One is that power, which generates a lot of carbon footprint, and water consumption. So these 2 components in API manufacturing are highly consumed commodities, and both of them have an environmental impact. So it's very important for us to become sensitive about consumption of water and consumption of electricity, so that we can reduce our carbon footprints. In business, if you see, we have been continuously trying to thrive that how we can reduce carbon footprint. And the sustainability rating is becoming very, very important, and the entire industry is basically working for this. There are certain problems in terms of, say for example, abhi recently the Environment Ministry has come out with the plastic waste management rules. Now pharmaceutical industry is where we cannot reuse the plastic. So the reusage of plastic, because of the sterile usage of these things, we are unable to use. But for that, the industry has also found out a way that we have found and we have appointed aggregators who collect the amount of plastic which we throw in the market, or it goes into market. They collect back these, and subsequently it is given to those people who recycle the plastics. So sustainability and ESG compliance is a very, very important factor. There are many other things like effluent treatment and so many things, but I think the sensitivity towards environment is very important, and which I think all the companies are becoming very sensitive to this, because this is now, according to me, becomes the license for survival. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think with this, if you visualize the pharma value chain, it starts with research and development or innovation. Then it moves to clinical trials. Then it gets on to the manufacturing, and then you penetrate to the markets, be it global or India. So that's how the full value chain is, and what Khan Saab has just alluded to is also that it has role to play in every component of the value chain. So of course I discussed that I'll come to you first, Shefali, but before that I'll go to Manoj sir, because the innovation is the first leg of the pharma value chain. And sir, we wanted to hear your perspective that on one side you have innovation and India being the pharmacy of world, and the aspiration now is grow in the value chain from volume to value. Without leaving volume, you continue to do value. And there are set of ESG principles also coming in. So how do you see that the innovation and ESG, and then the affordability and the cost advantage, how they are going to interplay in current scenario and the time to come? So over to you, sir.
Post-lunch is a tough session, and this is last session, toughest one. Anyway, I will try to make it as simple as possible, as interesting as possible. Pharma industry, to give a very small background, is 50 to 60 billion industry in India today. Almost half, 50%, 30 billion is domestic, and 30 billion is ballpark, is export. Exporting to something like 200 countries. Biggest market for us is US. And we have come out of a jolt of tariffs, whether real or not real, time will say. But we need to be very careful that to achieve 120 to 130 billion US dollar by 2030, which is we are aspiring to as industry, put together domestic and exports, and we are aspiring 400 billion to 450 billion by 2047. And this, if we see, the CAGR works out to be above 10%. It is 10 to 12% we have to grow. Presently, we are growing almost the same CAGR as far as exports is concerned. But in domestic market, our CAGR is something like 8 to 9%. But we are pharmacy, yes. Generics, yes. We have to go up the value chain, yes. And how can we go up the value chain? It is simple. Innovation, innovation, and innovation. An objective of 100 new molecules as an industry we have taken to introduce worldwide by 2047. Today, Indian industry has given, I would say, three investigational new drugs, absolutely first time in the world. And out of these three, they are not available worldwide, but they are introduced in India. So really we have to work hard to achieve target of 100 new drugs by 2047. And what we have done as a nation, we have definitely grown in terms of regulatory pathway for quality, safety, efficacy. We have done wonderful job, no doubt about it, but still lot has to be done. On pricing factor, as a nation, we have done a wonderful job by shifting from cost-based pricing to market-based pricing. And both put together, as far as government is concerned, they have given lot of base. And as latest as 2025, a mandatory norm has been made of Schedule M, amendment. That is amended Schedule M, which are higher and almost at par to WHO GMP norms. This will be again a game changer. And many companies will have to forcefully upgrade it themselves to revise Schedule M or quit the business. So this will lead to consolidation. After this, 2005, when the patent rules were made, and today we are into 2025, 20 years time has been given to Indian industry to grow, to prosper, to have good top lines, to have good bottom lines, have the infrastructure ready for innovation, and we as Indian industry have done it. And now I can see clearly winds are changing. As latest as this Tuesday, this week, Honorable Prime Minister in one of his address in Parliament, he has said very categorically that India has entered into full-fledged reform express phase, and easing daily life for citizens is the buzzword. Very encouraging, very, very encouraging. If Honorable Prime Minister in his third term is making this statement, I draw your attention towards another statement coming from USTR, US, this week, again this week, in backdrop of tariffs, so-called tariffs. And USTR has said the best negotiation we are undergoing with India and the best offer so far Washington has received is from India. Just imagine, it is not in public domain. The deliberations are going on. We have undergone UK FTA. We are discussing European Union FTA. US discussions are going on. And USTR is making this statement as latest as this week. And what in response, Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India is saying? He's saying that I will be surprised if India and US does not reach an agreement by March 2026. He's so confident that we will be closing this discussion, which will not only be the FTA, but will also be resolving the tariff issue. So that gives a lot of confidence that we are moving in the right direction. But here is a word of caution. Government of India, we can clearly see, is very focused on FDIs. Department of Industry has released its figures. It very categorically shows that inflow of FDIs have really peaked post-COVID, and now it is going down. But this financial year, 25-26, again it is showing upward trend. DPIIT also shows that medtech sector, not only drugs and pharma, but medtech sector in this year is showing upward trend, which means, and manufacturers from US and Europe are showing interest to put their money into India as FDI. There are clear indications for data exclusivity, normally called regulatory data exclusivity, to be opened for importers, that is multinational companies. So as I have been saying, that winds are again in favor after a low of 20 years from 2005 to 2025. And Indian manufacturers have to be very cautious. They have to compete. They have to export their generics. They have to introduce their innovations. And they have to enter into world markets. With this word, but I'm very optimistic that there is a lot of scope for Indian manufacturers. And now scope will be better for importers also to come to India and put their money, put their manufacturing units, if possible. They need to, and put their research centers into India so that they can also flourish and bring new innovations to Indian market. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Thank you. So I think as I was looking at the value chain wherein we were looking at the innovation part, and I think, sir, you made my work a bit easy, because my next question was to Shefali with respect to the global part of it, that, given the ESG framework, and, though we operate in India, but, the focus is not only to serve India, but to serve the global communities. And that's where, the ESG framework and Indian, R&Ds and the innovations at the business center, how do we collaborate, how do we engage, and how do we make, how do we continue to serve the communities across the world? So over to you, Shefali, for your thoughts on it.
Thank you, and thank you, CII, for having such a forward-looking theme for the Life Science Summit. I think the question is very fundamental. What makes us biopositive? So, as India's largest biopharmaceutical company exporting to 120 countries, very early in our journey, we realized a couple of imperatives. And those imperatives were fundamental to business. And they were not compliance, they were a growth strategy. That was the first inflection point for a large-size pharmaceutical company, mid-size or a small size, to understand that ESG is not a compliance framework anymore. ESG and sustainability is very much part of a growth strategy. That's point number one. If I were to bucket it into three things, I know the last one that I'm going to say is the most popular one, but I will mention the three tracks where compliance and ESG and footprints are being mapped. And one of the major ones is data. The data quality, data validity, data traceability is now becoming absolutely fundamental to the way we do business, whether it is clinical trials, or whether we're looking at supply chains, or we are looking at footprinting or batches. Data in terms of interoperability will become the language that everyone speaks on. People don't understand people. Countries will understand data, and they will understand data that is interoperable. Say, for example, the US, the Drug Supply Chain Act will be tightened from next year. And they're talking about greater data interoperability. So I'm mentioning data first because we've done a lot of work on the other segment. The second is the contamination and the utility management. Just a small stopgap over there. Say, for example, we've got our own standards. Many of us are upgrading to Schedule M, etc. But the European Union now has its own sterility standards. So for a country, as Manoj ji mentioned, which is also looking at a headwind of exports, riding that, we also have to be interoperable on the sterility standards that are coming in. And that includes sites, that includes the value chain, the sites of our third-party vendors, and etc. And the third, of course, is the Holy Grail, which we've spoken about. A lot of conversation is the way we currently define carbon neutrality, solar, by design, green manufacturing, continuous manufacturing, etc. So now let's get back to the question. What makes us biopositive? We know the answer that all these things will make us biopositive. But there's a catch. The catch over here is that we have to do all of this aside doing our routine business without raising the patient's bill. Because India is known to make affordable medicine. So that's the question. How do you bring in innovation in ESG without raising the patient's bill? And that's where the integrated ecosystem comes in. So what I wanted to come in was, this is not a silo, it's an ecosystem of ecosystems. So whether we are looking at the PRIP scheme or the BIRAC schemes, or we are looking at different schemes, we must position the greening, we must position the flow chemistry, we must position the continuous manufacturing is fundamental to this. Without the upgradation happening in sync with our production, this will often be left out. So it needs to become, like today, Mr. Jain in the morning was saying, you need to have a grant for something like this. And I tend to agree, because these upgradations are costly and they need to be done in a coordinated manner as we grow in our production base. Globally, these are the headwinds. And globally, the world is looking at India to address its pharmaceutical needs. So I'll pause here.
Vishwali, I think, see, everything is possible provided there is a person or a human resource doing it. The entire value chain will not move unless until we have people, moving it from one A to B, B to C, and C to D. So I request Anshul, now you come in. Reason is, the, quality, R&D, everything, kind of talent is there, but now the new thing is ESG. And since you are into the skill council, you throw light on where are we with respect to the talent availability, and how the future landscape looks like when it comes to the champions who are going to drive the ESG agenda for countries serving not only India, but across the globe. So over to you, Anshul.
Thank you. I must say that the other delegates have already thrown a light on ESG, importance of it, and Shefali just spoke about the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem working with it, and thank you for throwing the light. The ecosystem comes with HR. And with my experience, most of the time what have happened is, when we put up a business strategy, as there had been a case where a lot of people didn't understand ESG as the driver of growth and take up as a growth strategy. So there are business houses probably would not take up in this HR as of one of the strategy. And that is why we normally talk HR the last. But I'm so glad that on this forum, we are talking about manpower, talent, and the availability of it into it. So let me give you a perspective. 2014 is the time when this council, from where I come in, was incepted. Since then, we are monitoring and observing how the things are, trying to establish a couple of the things which are important to enable the skills ecosystem in India. Since 2014, when we started working for creating the first national occupation standards in India, which talks about what competence are required for various roles, the sustainability skills were required by mostly the thought leaders. Okay, it was not spoken by a lot of people. We had to go to all kind of industries, all places, but it was only with few where we heard of it, and we included from 2014 itself. We did the next round of revision of National Occupation Standard in 2020-21, and I was glad to know that ESG came out as one of the required occupation standard at its own. So gradually, I would say ESG from 2014 to 2020 itself, in 6 years journey, organization have started realizing that it is part of the growth strategy. The government had a push of sustainability and the national ESGs on that. And that is where in all the programs, all the national occupation standard driven programs that we developed, environment sustainability became one of the major skill component that is today on the ground. So when it comes to the current skill gap, I would say the work is a huge gap and the work is to be done. If I talk about the green manufacturing, if we talk about the sustainability skills which are required, across value chain, as Sir talked about the entire value chain from R&D to the supply chain, from the use of very small thing like safe renewable solvents use, looking into use of the biocatalyst, not the chemical-based catalyst. Looking at from the research point of view, when these R&D researchers are using the new routes to synthesis of our APIs, are they using the efficient route which needs lesser water and more of the eco-friendly components and the key materials to create that route? We spoke about flow chemistry as one of the major component, Then moving to the tech transfer from the R&D, when it comes to the pilot scale and the plant scale, taking up use of the reactors, which kind of reactors we actually use, should we make more of carbon credit efficient manufacturing setups? Should we talk about minimal use of water, and probably as we are translating the technology from R&D to the production, can there be a value add of that side? Two, coming on the manufacturing, the skills like, waste reduction mindset. The important is, mindset is also one of the skill. You have each SOP, everything, but the people who are working on it and people who are coming new, they have the mindset for the waste reduction? Do they have the mindset for zero liquid discharge? Do they know that there is a responsible design, they have to do it, and they need to work on recyclability of everything, whatever is possible. Specifically like Sun Pharma quoted on the side of, the water neutral organization, it took time, There are leaders like Biocon, Sun Pharma, Zydus, Lupin, many others, GSK, they are already working on their side, they have already set the examples for others. I'm glad that there was an example quoted about the supply chain where we are talking about, though we cannot use the recyclable plastics, but we can ensure that packaging material are collected and sent to the source where they can go to recycle. Now, if you talk about this, all of this can only happen when the people who are doing these jobs, they have the skills of it. Today, there is a huge gap in terms of upskilling the old and currently working professionals, and they need to work on this aspect, from the researchers to the supply chain. Even the sourcing as executives, they should have the sensitivity that when they are sourcing, they need to take care of the vendor selection on these aspects. So there is a gap on the skill side. There is a gap with respect to the academia when we are talking about the new workforce coming in, the future workforce. Still, we are working with universities in enabling the, these kind of skills in their curriculums. And even the programs which are already being developed who talks to these green skills need to be embedded. So certainly there's a gap. The work is to be done. I must say with the help of industries, with the help of our academic partners, with the help of government, Ministry of Skill Development, Department of Pharma, Department of Biotech. A lot of work is already underway in enabling these skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshul. So I'll now go to Khan sir, to you with respect to, so we've been discussing so many things. There's one area where you've been, sir, doing regulatory affairs also. And, we have certain regulatory requirements where if we look at it, there is an opportunity to make them more sustainable in terms of the current framework which we have. So what is your thoughts on it? What potentially we can do there, sir? So over to you, sir, for your thoughts.
So I think we talked about two things in the formulation. Means the pharmaceutical industry is basically divided into two parts. One is the API and second is the formulation. So when we do API development, we have a matrix for the development because the scientists are given weightages and numbers for developing a less effluent generating process. If a scientist develops a API with less effluent generating process, then it's basically he gets more number and he is considered as a more competent scientist. And if the R&D itself makes a process which is high effluent generating, then plant cannot reduce and they can do a little about it. So one is that from the development stage itself, we are very conscious about environment, that we develop a product which is a less effluent generating product. So that is number one. The second component I said about API manufacturing, water and electricity. The water, the entire industry is sensitive and we are becoming water neutral. About power, which is also a very high carbon generating activity. So now we generate almost 30 megawatt solar power, which is being used in our own plants to replace with conventional power with green power. So this way we are reducing carbon footprint. And we also have another way of carbon capture that we are developing Miyawaki forest, which is a Japanese technology of developing forest, and through that you can carbon capture. And then we also developed the mangroves. Through mangroves also there is a process of carbon capturing, so we carbon capture. In fact, we are very seriously thinking of how to become a carbon neutral organization. Of course, means that journey is far away, but I think there are a lot of efforts are being made how we can become a carbon neutral organization. The second aspect about sustainability and environment is that in formulation development, we try to develop as much as products which are solvent-free products. In Sikkim plant 2, which is the latest plant, if you see, we have not made any solvent storage facility. It is completely a solvent-free product manufacturing. So this also helps a lot about environment protection. So we develop solvent-free products. And then I think, as Abhinav said about regulatory, I think I am very happy to share with you, and I think most of you may be knowing, that today the IPC, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, they are also thinking of and working very seriously for green pharmacopoeia. So green pharmacopoeia they are talking. In green pharmacopoeia, what they are saying that they are going to develop the monographs which are solvent-free monographs, and where they are replacing the old reagents through lesser carcinogenic agents. So I think these are all the efforts which are being made at the regulatory level also, so that they can bring a more greener products and greener processes in terms of product testing. So I think this is one thing. And another big effort and initiative is that creating alternate models of animal testing. So non-animal testing models are also being created. That will also have a lot of environment impact on the environment and sustainability. So I think the regulators and the regulatory framework is also sensitized about, they are talking about green pharmacopoeia. The companies, we are also doing whatever best, because even today, if you see, if you go to say, want to sell your product in Europe, etc., they not only check your sustainability status, your processes, even from the vendors from whom you buy, how your vendors are sustainability compliant. So that way, I think it's going to be a whole integrated chain, and I think we will see the impact of this, and we are going to have a much better sensitive generation in the days to come. Thank you, Abhinav.
Thank you, sir. I think time is less, but I will request, there are one or two areas which we wanted to quickly cover. So maybe Shefali, I'll come to you first with respect to the global best practices. What could be the potential best practices which, as an Indian, companies or the one who are aspire to serve the global, what all they can learn from there? So over to you on the global best practices.
So there is a playbook, and I think there are technical specialists who sort of spoke earlier today on the playbook, but there are some fundamentals. The first is that how much of your operations are on green energy. That's one of the fundamental things that become critical. The second aspect in terms of global best practices, and what we at Biocon also follow, is that how many tons of CO2 emissions have you been able to avoid? Have you been able to achieve zero liquid discharge? And how many tons of your waste do you reprocess and recycle into fuel or any other commodity that can be reused and recycled? So that's basically the ethos or the starting point. And broadly speaking, all companies which are globally sort of are known to be on the Dow Jones, and Biocon's also been recognized on the Dow Jones, is that it's a mindset. You start small, and you start with an ESG unit. You build it to board level concurrence. And the board level concurrence starts around simple things. How do we go paperless? How do we use building designs to ensure that we conserve electricity? How do we revisit our products to make them more reusable? For example, as a large insulin manufacturer, the pens that we use are not single shots. They survive, they are for 70 shots. So the way of thinking, the way you integrate design into the way the ESG mandate and the product portfolio develops is also critical. In terms of deeper R&D and deeper foresight, I think Mr. Khan has just covered it a little bit. There are going to be several regulatory changes, and that will allow both global companies and national companies to try and leverage those changes to have a better footprint on the ESG stage. When I say global best practices, I would like to say that many of us are already there and here to also guide the next generation who are also sort of coming up on this front. Yeah.
Thank you, Shefali. And I think, Anshula, I have the question, but what I suggest that I'll go one by one, and this is the last one, and you integrate that part where I wanted to get your sense that how do we, plan it out to overcome the future needs. So I'll come to you. So I will go in the sequence. Sir, first with you. So So this panel, if you see, all of them have role in shaping the policies which are associated with drugs in India, be it regulations, be it pharmaceuticals. So sir, what is your policy recommendation with respect to ESG, which can potentially be part of CII? It's a big platform, so how do we leverage CII to shape the narrative from the beginning itself, so that we are ready not only for India but for the world? So over to you, sir. And then sir, Khan sir, and then everyone would like to have your perspective on this question.
According to me, mantra lies in knowledge of regulations. My observations are, we are poor in our knowledge on existing regulations, or we try to circumvent those regulations. And the regulations, particularly from environment point of view, are very crucial. After all, it is for better of our existence. Solvent issue, what discussed by my co-panelists, is very important. We should ensure that solvents are reutilized if possible, water wastage is prevented, air pollution is prevented, norms are implemented, and we should work as advocacy group to have those regulatory norms which help us to have protection of environment. But that awareness is yet to go down to smallest. I don't see that in Indian context. It has started from the top, but it needs to percolate down. But that does not reduce its importance. We need to be careful about it, and we need to do it. As he said, Dr. Khan said, green monographs, excellent initiative. And once it comes in the regulation, then the faster it will percolate down, and even small, medium, and large manufacturers will implement it, and it will be better for the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Khan sir, your words on the policy shaping.
So I think being compliant with the fear of a regulator, I think is not a good way to live. I think every company and every corporate citizen has to feel its own responsibility towards environment and new generation. When regulations are framed, I think they must also see that it should be in such a way that industry is able to comply with it. See, they want to reach 100 from 0 overnight. I think that knee-jerk reaction kind of a regulation framing puts the industry in a very, very difficult situation, because it can't change suddenly. And some of the regulations, they come with a very unthoughtful way, like if you say the definition of a zero discharge unit. The zero discharge unit is, if I treat my effluent and make a gardenable water, and if I am using that water in gardening of my inside the factory, the plants, that should be treated as zero discharge unit, because ultimately I am using a treated water for gardening. But the definition of zero discharge liquid is that even if you are using that water for gardening, you will not be qualified as zero discharge unit. I think this is a very harsh way of looking at the environment. So this makes the industries to manipulate, lie, this, that, etc. So I think regulation, from my expectation, that regulation has to go through a very practical way, And I am very, very happy to know that the current government, the present way, the lot of things are being talked about, less amount of regulation, reducing the regulation, changing the regulation, making the regulation more business friendly, ease of doing business. I think there is a very good environment as of now, and we should all take the advantage of this environment and should put forth our practical difficulties with the government with a very honest intention that the regulations should be practical and practicable. So if this kind of a regulation comes, I think industry would be very, very happy to 100% comply, and they will do it with their own moral values and ethos. Thank you.
Over to you, Shefali, quickly, maybe your thoughts.
I'll just make 2 quick points. For me, 2 fundamentals really stand out. One is that this innovation around ESG would require funding. And we have many vehicles now, thanks to the Government of India and the announcements and conversation Honorable Minister had this morning. The ANRF exists. They've launched a MahaMedTech. And what the thinking around this is very good, that if you want to upgrade, if you want to leverage, there are government opportunities, soft loans, grants available. So one of the things is that we need to incentivize this ESG as a, again, whole of the ecosystem approach. And we have vehicles like the PRIP, we have ANRF, we have BARAC funding. Now, can we consolidate this with at least some % of it for ESG innovation? Somebody who comes up with a new technology for, you know, something about related to water or related to, you know, how you can turn waste into other usable products, something that allows for an ESG, national ESG capabilities to go up. That is need of the hour. And the second is related to skilling. We can say whatever we want, but we need the technical people, we need the mission critical skills. You know, the clean room engineers, the validation supervisors, the water treatment operators, the green architects. You know, where are they? Where are they? Where are they going to come from? So that's also very important and something that the skilling world could sort of perhaps look at.
So thank you, Shefali, for easing my work. So Anshul, over to you now.
Sure. So I'll just put up a few points, taking the cues of Shefali. So everything that you talked about started chartering since 2014. So you talk about ETP operator from the Ministry of Fiscal, the ETP operator program is still live and active. You talk about validation, there is live and active. You talk about ESS manager who is supposed to develop the policies and systems around the ESGs. It is live and active. You talk about clean room engineer. This is a program that was live. It is getting revised into a different shape. It is live and active. I think from the policy point of view, what I would say is, if I talk about pharma and life sciences world, ESG has still not taken the voice which has gone to the table of Ministry of Fiscal Development that this industry still needs ESG skills. Okay? The green pharmaceutical manufacturing still has not gone to the table, and that is where I believe the notion has to pass on. We talk about upgradation of the skill sets. We talk about upgradation of the plant infrastructure that Honorable Minister has talked about, and there is a funding available. We talk about PRIP funding available. I think somewhere the component of fiscal also has to be embedded. We have already submitted a paper to Secretary Skills, and it has already been consented that in RPTUS, skills will be one of the part which will be included in developing the skills also for that. But I believe for skills we have a separate ministry from where we come in, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And there need to be a advisory talk that has to go on from the sector point of view, that what is needed in the sector. Because though we remain at the face, but still the advisory boards are not coming up from that yeah, for this sector, from the regulatory aspect, from the global economy to whom we serve as a pharmacy of the world, we need the responsible manufacturing ESGs to be maintained, and for that the skills are required and these programs need to go in. I must share that from the Life Sciences Sector Skill Council and CBSE, we had started working on this aspect, and glad to share that today, a student who enters in 9th and 10th class, enters first time in a chemistry and biology lab, they learn about environment sustainability at that stage. So things have started moving, but I think a huge part has to go in, and industry and all the policymakers need to come in together.
Thank you, Anshul. I think there's a famous saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begin with first step. So I believe with all learned people, they have shared their wisdom. And I don't know whether, before that, so I think there are clear lessons coming from a policy perspective. Khan sir has thrown a clear light that the policy should come in a practical manner and they allow the industry to evolve. So that's a collaborative way should be there. Shefali alluded on the point with respect to funding, that how we can make the policy becomes applicable. Anshul has talked about how do we move the narrative from paper to action with respect to talent, and sir has also. Manu sir has also very clearly talked about that the current to go for future. So these points are very clearly coming out, and before we wrap it, I think there are a few hand raised, so quickly one or two questions and then we may call it a day. So over to you, sir. So you may identify, can someone give him the mic?
Hello.
Please identify yourself, your organization, and then whom you are addressing the question to.
I was at Delhi Technological University. When we talk about sustainability, we cannot forget about circular economy. Because true sustainability, if we want to look for, it is going to require circular economy. If we talk about circular economy, many of these things have been said in another way. When you talk about circular economy, that means most of the technologies we use today have to change. Whether you are talking about the pharma sector or steel sector or anywhere else, all technologies need to change. So sustainability has to rest on circular economy, or circular economy has to rest on sustainability. This is what I feel is a gist. And we have, of course, said all good things, but ultimately when we talk about climate change, the only thing which comes up mostly is energy and carbon. I think the future will not remain with only carbon.
Thank you, sir.
We have to talk about all materials.
Thank you, sir, for easing my work. You have summarized really well. There's another hand raise, if there is any. Otherwise, okay. So please identify yourself, your question,
sir,
and whom this question is.
Sir, I have a general question. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how is the existing implement strategy for pharma industry in India different than global in terms of value-added priorities and nation-building challenges?
Thank you. I think Khan Saab, if you want to. So what he's asking is the current, regulatory strategies here versus the world. Where is the gap?
I think as far as the manufacturing standards and manufacturing facilities in India is concerned, I think in India we have more US regulated plant than US in itself. And the standards, and I think the best part of Indian skill is that their ability to conversate in English. So I think the sophisticated, and they are talking about all QBD, quality by design. So the US manufacturing standard, the philosophy is that the quality in your product could be incidental. But quality in manufacturing processes and design is the integral part of quality. So they don't just approve your product. And in fact, in India, we have a just reverse system. First we give the license, then we test the quality. But in US, first they study their process, then they give you permission to supply. So I think whatever supplies are going from India, and we are the largest exporter, and I am proud to say that we are one of the largest company in US supplying to US. So I think our manufacturing standards are at par with the US standards.
So I think with this, we'll close the session, and I really thank each one of you for taking time out and throwing light. And this panel becomes the bridge between the government and the senior management, and making a complex topic easy for both sides. So thank you very much to all the panelists for coming on the dais, giving their valuable thoughts to it. And my request to CII is that if they capture these in some sort of a paper, so that that becomes a guiding point and becomes, we can follow up from here to next year and so. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. I would request our moderator, Mr. Abhinav Srivastava, to kindly felicitate our fellow panelists, please. I would also request Shifali ma'am to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Abhinav Srivastava, please. Thank you so much. I would request our speakers to kindly use my side of the chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close the Pharma and the Life Sciences Summit, the 7th edition of the Pharma and Life Sciences Summit, the path ahead looks more clearer and more ambitious. Today's discussions show how science, industry and policy can move in step when goals are shared, wider access, stronger innovation and a resilient ecosystem that can sustain long-term growth. The insights offered across sessions give us a practical agenda to build on. From CII, we thank you for your time, engagement and candor. Let's carry this momentum back to our institutions and collaborations, and the work continues, so does the promise of the sector. Thank you so much.